Hello and welcome to our coverage of the second day of the 2025 ICC World Test Championship Final live from Lords in London. This is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Our first thought when walking out of Lords last night was to reflect upon a remarkable day, and it was. 14 wickets, 9 of those falling after tea, including an Australian collapse of 5 for 20 and a South African start of 4 for 43 felt quite wild, and in many ways it was. But on the other hand, this was always how we sensed the Test final at Lords between these teams might play out, with the bowling so much more formidable than the batting. In Australia's case, their top 6 is an exercise in getting the experienced blokes to the line once more to collect one more piece of silverware before renewal begins in earnest. It makes sense. Now, they did do it tough early yesterday, but two out of 6 getting to 50 ain't bad when you consider the very high degree of difficulty before lunch in the London gloom. South Africa, on the other hand, they were nowhere with the bat, deflatingly so, having done so well with the ball and in the field. And it almost felt by design, playing for the close way before its time and paying the price as sitting ducks. These were the ideal preconditions for Australia's mighty big 3 quicks to go to work, and go to work they did. Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins all quite outstanding and all hitting the stumps. So the test this morning for the Proteas, assuming the Australian bowling machine will keep on whirring along, is finding a way to score from good bowling to transfer just a little bit of pressure back the other way to somehow creep towards parity. If they can achieve that, this test could turn into a beauty, a classic low-scoring thriller. But if they can't, Cummins and co have the chance to turn this day into a decisive one. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage, as always, it's a bit of a 2023 Ashes reunion up here this week. I've got Damien Fleming to my left, Bharat Sundaresan to his left as well. Gents, good morning to you. Flem, we may as well start where we finished last night, those magnificent Australian quicks, the way they responded, having been bowled out for 212. Hello.
Yeah, morning, Colo, Bharat and listeners. It's great to continually be inspired by watching 3 of our greatest fast bowlers of all time for Australia, and they're in actually one team. I think is this the 33rd time that they've played together. That's how you have a Test Championship final team, when you've got to have half the team at least great players.
Yep.
and it's weighted heavily towards the bowling, and obviously you chuck in Nathan Lyon there, but that was an awful collapse at the end, in some ways inspired from Alex Carey's shot straight after tea, even though he batted beautifully before the tea break. So it could go either way. We know there's not really one world-class batsman in this South African lineup, but besides Bavuma, there is some real hitting power. Will they chance their arm? Can they do it against the awesomeness, the strangling, the bowling partnerships of Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins? And by the end of the day, no, South Africa can't. But as I said in that last session, I hope they back Bellingham today.
Yeah.
He is a beautiful striker of the ball. Even in first-class cricket, he's striking at 70. Please allow him, even if he gets out early playing a big shot, go treat it like a one-day game, play your shots, because Bavuma's just going to hang in. They've got Jansen to come. Because if you don't try and score against this team, that corridor of uncertainty, that avenue of apprehension, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And if you're waiting for the bad ball, it won't come.
And with Bellingham, he's a bit of a legend over here in county cricket as well. He's played here for years, so he knows the conditions. Just Flem, one more with you, then we'll move on to Baz. Stark spell yesterday. I mean, we watched Stark for years. We feel like we've all been on this journey with these Australian quicks, covering them as we do. But I can't really think of many times when he's bowled as consistently, brilliantly as yesterday. He could have ended up with 6 or 7.
Yeah, I feel like Stark and Hazelwood, to a degree, a bit underrated.
Yeah.
Because Cummins is the number one quick, he's the captain. And maybe some things that happened at the start of Mitch Stark's career, resilience or, a bit of body language. But, I mean, he's 35. He's as good a white ball fast bowler that we've produced. Probably number 1.
Yep.
Okay? But his test record is he's in that echelon. At my time, I've got Lilly, McGrath and Cummins by themselves up there. He's easily in that second thing with McDermott, Gillespie, Hazelwood and Stark. And the thing is, how good is it having a left-hander? A left-hander that bowls, he isn't, a hit-the-pitch sort of guy. It's swing and he targets the stumps. And his dismissal of Rickleton, as I said, back foot punched through the covers, beautiful shot, not a bad ball. A lot of quicks would have got a bit defensive, shorter and straighter. No, he was happy to go fuller and encourage the drive. And I reckon Rickleton was back waiting for the short ball, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Classic setup, wasn't it? Old school.
It was a great setup. And if there's, their run-ups are just pure now. They are well grooved, aren't they? Like, they are just like Rolls Royces just coming in. They do not waste a step. So their resilience, 50 tests for a fast bowler for Australia 15 years ago was like you're in the top 10 ever. And these three are smashing that.
Baz, we'll stick with the Aussie bowling, then we'll go back through the day and we'll cast forward as well in this conversation. Josh Hazlewood, in some respects, might have got the last spot in the team. Fleming, you described it as a Rolls Royce. It's the thoroughbred stuff, isn't it? The way he approaches the crease, how smooth it is. He complimented, it's underplaying his role yesterday. He gave them absolutely nothing and reminded people of why he is so highly valued by the selectors and Pat Cummins.
Yeah, morning, gents. And you're right, and that's why that debate between Boland and Hazlewood and who should play, if we understandably get carried away with Scott Boland does in Australia, but there's a reason why every time there's a fit Josh Hazlewood versus Scott Boland, they'll always go with Hazlewood, and he showed that yesterday, and he's shown that especially in the last 2 years. I'll never forget an interview with him at the SCG at the start of the 2023 or the end of the 2022-23 season. He had this long year ahead of him, test matches in India, the Ashes here, and he spoke about how he wanted to prioritize test cricket because he wanted to be considered a test great, and then his body broke down in India, and then he came here for the Ashes, and he had to wait a while to get into the team. And then from that point on, he's just bowled as well as he feels he ever has. Across formats as well. He's just coming off an amazing IPL where he almost single-handedly took Bangalore to their first IPL title. And to then just transfer that into red ball form the way he has. And the way he's built up to his fitness. And to your point, Flem, I think they know their bodies so well, right? And what a luxury it is for Australia to have those three together even now at this stage of their careers. Mitchell Starc bowling 7 overs on the trot, and they made that 212 look like 412. Like South Africa came out to bat, they should have been full of confidence, but the way they bowled it almost made it look like South Africa were chasing the game, and that's the position they found themselves in.
Gents, we're going to move to our hot news topic of the day, thanks to Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. The question is almost a simple one, and we're going back to the start of the day with this as well. Did Marnus Labuschagne show enough to convince the cricket world he could be an opener for Australia beyond this test match? Flem, we'll start with you. Obviously, it was very difficult out there. He batted for an hour and a half, made 17 from 47 before nicking off.
Yeah, I mean, if that's our standard for an Australian opener, we're not in for a very good era, are we? But in context for the day, batting was really tough, so it was a good effort. But if he gets another scratchy 20 like that, I'm not opening him in the West Indies.
Because you're big on, and I respect this position before we ask it, but you're big on specialist openers being a specialist position, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
So if you do the job at domestic level and you build up that durability against the new ball, I'm thinking of players historically, but also in the modern game in domestic cricket. So Marcus Harris over here at the moment, captaining Lancashire and doing it, of course, Victoria as well. Cameron Bancroft, who plays both seasons as well. Players like that who've been overlooked in favour of these types of configurations. And, of course, the kid Sam Constas, who's here in this squad.
Yeah, I'll be going Constas first.
Yeah.
I think with Bancroft, Renshaw, Harris, to me, they've just looked just below test class. And they have had reasonable runs at times, but I could have handled one of them getting picked at the start of last summer.
Yeah.
Probably Marcus Harris, who got some 50s against India with Bumrah before that. and he's just a traditional opener there. And also, I'm not against, David Boone batted 3 a lot for Tasmania and opened. I'll do that. Usman Khawaja, a bit the same for New South Wales and Queensland. At times he would drop down, but he opened a lot. Well, he was an opener when he was a kid. So if Marnus was opening for Queensland and then batting 3 for Australia, you just go, he's an opener. But you can hear the words from his teammates that he's got something in his head about opening. This is all we're hearing. Then all of a sudden, he's opening. You know what I mean? So I don't reckon he truly believes himself. I want a guy who wants to go out there and also wants to face that first ball. So, no, I want us to get back to traditional openers. And as I said with Marnus, this is not the Marnus that was averaging 60. Maybe he's come back to type, and we look back that he had an extraordinary 2 or 3 years. But he's good enough. He's well and truly good enough to be a very good number 3 at Test match level. He needs to take that confidence. But sometimes you need time out of the team to work out your game and get your confidence back. Now, he's working hard. We know how hard he works. But for me, he's devoid of confidence. And he was better yesterday, but just the dismissal is a classic Marnus dismissal, isn't it? Almost a half volleys outside off stump. And he was either, you know what he's lost to? Is that extravagant stuff. You know how him and Smithy get along so well? He was sort of copying Smithy a lot. We've lost all that sort of stuff, haven't we? So I just think he's low in confidence, which all players have, and all great players. There's no one that has not been dropped.
And I think we get slightly obsessed with the idea of dropping players in Australia.
He can come back.
Of course he can. I think that in other countries, Virat Kohli's Indian team, they played something like 40 to 45 test matches in a row under Kohli, and they changed to 11 every single time. And it's an emblem of their cricketing culture being more amenable to flexibility, whereas we get quite, if you are dropped, you are sacked, you are gone, your career's over, and that type of thing, when there might have been an opportunity. And it's fine. And I'm not disputing the fact that it'd be newsworthy, but we see it that way. And maybe, Baz, that, I remember when I was a kid, Bill Lawry used to say that he relished being an opening batsman because you are equal with the bowlers when you walk out. You've got to have that mindset. I mean, you are the Marnus whisperer to a certain extent, Baz. You've watched him net so often and all the rest of it. Your perspective on yesterday and what that might indicate for where things might play out for him in the short term.
Firstly, I'm concerned with the fact that he went and had a net again today, and then also had a long chat with Kevin Peterson. That's not a good sign. But
so he just netted, did he?
He just did. He just finished the net and he's walked back. And he's had a chat with Peterson, and now he's having a chat with Bedingham. That for me is very worrisome, honestly, because yes, it's unlike, maybe Australia will have a bat today and he might have wanted to have a net, but that doesn't fill me with any confidence. And to Flem's point, yes, he had opening-itis is what Usman Khawaja, the word he used. And throughout the home summer, or even last year, when there was talk of Steve Smith opening, and often the question was, why can't it be Marnus? And he was like, no, I don't want to open. But that was at a stage in his career where, the form hadn't dipped so much, that average hadn't dipped to 46. He was still in the 50s. So no, he's concerned. You can see it, his body language. I bumped into Matt Kuhneman the other day. So Kuhneman told me a few days before this series, he got a call from Marnus and said, why don't you come to my flat in Glamorgan? And Kuhneman single, so he said, I will. And he said, I've known Marnus a long time. I know how much he obsesses about his batting, but staying in the same house as him is another level, because all I did was chuck balls with him throughout the day, and I woke up to him knocking the bat on the ground at 8:30 in the morning, and he would go to bed at 10:30 still doing the same, and then he would call people back home in Australia and FaceTime them and tell them what he's working on with his technique. There's just too much going on, and for an opener in particular, like Flem said, if already you're down on form and that's going on in your head, he's not looking at scoring runs. That's been my biggest concern. Back in the day when he was at his peak, he would race to 20 and not always hitting boundaries. He would push the ball, run quickly, he'd push balls through covers down the ground. He doesn't do that anymore, and that has been a trend. We saw it against India as well, against Bumrah, and that he's just continued here. And Pat Cummins said this is a one-off, and like Flem said, if he doesn't do much in the second innings, if he doesn't go and make 100, honestly, I can't see him stick to that position.
But he has that opportunity.
Yes.
Yeah, he has, and I think that this idea of of like going out of the side to get back into the side is something that he needs to get his own mind around as well. This isn't like it was, I mean, the example of Norm O'Neill, who was seen as, you know, the new Bradman and all the rest of it, then got dropped, never came back. And it needs to be as blunt as that. Like, the world has evolved. There are opportunities around the world to improve your game. Of course, he's captain of Queensland. I wonder why he didn't open the batting for Glamorgan. If he wanted to open in this Test final,
I know.
why was he batting for Glammy?
I mean, that was perfect.
It was a great chance.
Yeah, and it's different these days too, because over our summer, you can't get dropped. Like, I thought it would have been good to have time out of the team last year. Years ago, you had Shield cricket. And if he got hundreds, he'd be straight back in, but it's BBL, so you can't force your way back in there. And I think a philosophy change from this Australian team. They tend to go, no, we're taking our best 7 batters away, and then we'll just find the spots for them, isn't it? It's just different now.
Yeah, the vibes change entirely. The idea of specialising.
We're taking our best batsmen.
So that's the conversation about Marnus Labuschagne for Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. We've got about 7 minutes or so to our first break. I think we can indulge a little bit in Kagiso Rabada chat. I think we've reached that point of the morning. We were talking about yesterday the gloomy skies, the lights on, the dark Duke's ball, him charging in from the nursery and going up the slope, down the slope. He was untouchable early on for him. There's a reason why when we talk about the best bowler of the generation, Bumrah gets put head and shoulders above, especially after what he achieved in Australia through the summer. But the next two on the grid, Rabada, Cummins, and there's a reason for that, days like yesterday.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, I've got Bumrah as number one, just because of his... he bowls more overs than Rabada. At times he's probably got a bit more support. Like, Rabada is the only great player in this South African team. I can see Jansen, by the time he finishes with his batting as well, going down as an all-time South African great. It was a little bit funny. Like, Jansen was okay in his first spell. So Rabada's first spell was so crucial, wasn't it? And he could have ended up getting 3 or 4 wickets there. First ball is a play miss. It's right on the money, straight away. We saw that from Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark as well. So back to that Bill Laurie, it's all even, but he makes it uneven. He's ready to go, ball one. There's no warm-ups there. Good pace. He's shortened his run-up too, and it looks good. He does not waste a step at all. He can move the ball both ways. He's full of balls quicker. His bounces quicker. So, it was bowlology gold. But then the second... I don't know why he didn't get a second spell in that first session.
Yeah.
Australia could have been 8 down.
Easily.
I don't know if they got asked that. Why waste till lunch, after lunch, to bowl that second one? And then we had one of the great matchups. We don't get this a lot in white ball cricket. Stephen Smith facing Rabada. This is, if Rabada knocks over Smith, he's going to run through me. And Smithy just took him down. Steve, that's as good as you can get with Stephen Smith. That's peak Stephen Smith yesterday.
It was so.
He was batting on a different pitch.
Yeah, and when he got out, I think we were on comms. We were like, what's just happened here? When Markram got him out as the change bowler.
He had 150 all over him there.
Yeah, it's one of those quirks you rarely see. I think Smith's average when he gets to 40 is 140.
Oh, wow.
It's something crazy. Like, he doesn't throw away starts, or certainly in that extraordinary purple patch. He was the guy who you could, if he got a start, would do extraordinary things.
Yeah, and just to finish Rabada, though, a poor second spell, but when he needed to, run through him at the end, he targeted him, didn't he? He made the zing bars fly.
There's that quirky one with Cummins. I was given it last night where that Cummins has faced Rabada in 60 balls in Test cricket, and Rabada's knocked him over 6 times. So that's a matchup.
And you know that with ball.
Yeah.
And you know that when you're batting.
As we said in our preview a couple of days ago, that the way in which we observed the Rabada, what was going on before the series with his suspension, it would all go out the window once they walked through that gate. It's almost a credit to the cricket that was not a talking point at all yesterday. It was all about Rabada the cricketer.
And funnily enough, he was the one who brought it up a couple of times without directly mentioning it, because he said, I've been in the news for some other reasons that I'm not very proud of. And we spoke about this as well, Adam, about why we don't, outside South Africa, we don't talk about Rabada the same way we used used to back in the day. And then I just did some digging up, and this is his 11th test against Australia, but 8 of those or 7 of those came before 2018. So we haven't seen the best of Rabada in Australia, or Australian fans haven't, for a long time. And he was pretty ordinary in that series. He looked tired, down on pace, down on energy. But yesterday was a reminder of why he is number 2 in the world and why he is on par with Pat Cummins and just below Jasprit Bumrah, like you guys put it. And there's so much. It's spelled to Bo Webster. He was like a puppet master, wasn't he? He was like, he was all over Webster. You could have got him out 5 different ways. And I guess he looked relieved yesterday. I think he does carry a lot of load of the South African team in Test cricket. He's the one superstar back home, but he wanted a performance like that. So also on the back of what happened with the recreational drug use and all that, he looked embarrassed when he was talking about it. But you're right, nobody was talking about that, or even, I mean, you had to remind people. And the fact that the crowd, there's so many South Africans here, they were singing for him and he was clapping along. He can be slightly grumpy at times, like some fast bowlers, but I think he was really enjoying himself out there.
Just to round out our conversation here, there are a couple of weird turning points yesterday. One was the Smith dismissal. The other was the Carey dismissal, which perhaps cascaded into the Carey drop catch. You never quite know the psychology with these things, how one event can inform another. Putting down a catch off Stark, it didn't prove that costly, I should say, but still, Carey bowled first ball from spin after tee with a premeditated reverse sweep, which looked ugly.
Yeah, I mean, there was that series in India a couple of years ago where it was just disastrous, but over in Sri Lanka, you know, he was owning that type of shot. But I just think, you know, after a break, do you need a bit of a sighter before you start, you know, playing those shots? And the field was out, so he could have legitimately just punched that to long off for 1. So, you know, us older cricketers still can't marry up the percentage, and even really he's probably only getting a single for that lap because there was one back there as well. So it was, and then classically we lose 5 for 20 from there, which hasn't hurt us at the end of day 1, but it could have.
That's right.
Well, I think last night, especially that session, was probably the one session we've seen from Alex Carey in a long time where he made mistakes, because he's been so good with bat behind the stumps for the last 7-8 months across formats. He's dominated Test cricket and Shield cricket, and he was batting so well before that tea break.
He is in peak form.
The way he's punching balls through the covers, the pull shot that he played, but then he makes that mistake, and a very odd dropped catch as well. Like, you couldn't really get your head around what he did wrong there. It didn't go straight into where keepers like the ball to land.
He collapsed, and he didn't need to collapse, and then Usman ended up taking a good catch that you could write an argument that the keeper should have gone for that.
Baz, you're staying with me. Flem, before I let you go and have a cup of tea and just regroup before we start. Coffee it'll be. Prediction for you. Where are we at the close of play tonight?
Gee, it's clouding over again tonight. This is not good for the South African batsmen. But yeah, potentially some rain. I don't think it's going to be significant. You know, they'll do well to get to lunch, South Africa. So Australia are going to be in a dominant position. But I'd love to see a couple of hundreds. You know, I wouldn't be against Marnus getting 100. You know, to get himself back into form. Usman Green runs at 3. So there's a lot for Australia batting wise going far. So I'd love us to have batting at the end of the day with a heap of wickets in hand.
I'm long on Kyle Verreynne. I think that Verreynne is a class player. Coming in next, he's a counter-attacking cricketer. He was the wicketkeeper of the year in Test cricket, according to the ICC last year.
Jansen's handles well.
And crucially with Verreynne, he's been playing up at Trent Bridge, playing on a Test pitch, playing against the Duke's ball at Notts. So all of that in mind, that's my prediction for today. Baz, we'll get yours later. We're going to go to a break. Thank you, Flem. We'll catch you a little bit later on. This is the new ball ahead of day 2 of the World Test Final for the Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Played to commence at 10:30 local time, which is 37 minutes from now. On the other side of the break, it'll be Baz and me, and we'll welcome in the great Andrew Sampson, statistician to the stars. See you in a sec. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan staying in place as the sun comes out at Lords. It's been, I wouldn't say it's a gloomy morning, but the clouds were overhead, but the sun is poking through. A bit humid out there as well, so we are expecting a little bit of rain later. That's the word on the street. Hope not, but you know, that's the nature of the beast over here in the UK. Andrew Sampson joining us as well, our resident statistician and scorer, who's been a big part of our SEN team over the years. Samo, good morning to you.
Good morning.
What do you know? I like to not know what you've got before you've got it. I like to just throw it open and you tell me something that Bharat and I will get excited by.
Okay, I'll try. Can I talk about South Africa's batsmen?
You can.
Batters. The problem the South African team has really got is that we don't play enough Test cricket, as we know.
Quite.
So these guys are all playing 2 Test series here, another 2 Test series there, and 6 months later another 2 Tests. And so there's an entire middle order, not the top batting order pretty much, apart from Bavuma, who are trying to learn how to play Test cricket all the time. And you can see that in some of their stats, and these guys can play. So if you go between Rickleton, Verreynne and Stubbs in this World Test Championship cycle, they made 700s, so they can play, and 250s.
Wow, conversion rate.
Great conversion rate,
yeah.
but not if you're not getting in the first place. I mean,
right.
It's like they're just not making enough score. Verreynne has lost 8 innings in Test cricket. He hasn't got a single double-figure score.
I just said before you jumped on that I was backing him for 100 today, so thanks for that, Samo.
300s and 5 single-figure
Oh, that's okay. I was getting the hundreds are there.
Yeah, so there's 300s, but 5 single figures.
Okay.
So no double figures. So they're not getting in often enough.
Boom or bust.
Which you saw yesterday. So, I mean, that's a real problem with South African cricket, South African batting at the moment anyway, because the guys, as I say, are trying to learn how to play Test cricket, and, you know, you play one game now and you play another one in 6 months' time, or another 2 games, and then you just don't have the opportunity to get into the rhythm of it properly, I don't think.
Yeah, look, and a lot of us, Bharat, myself and others, spend a lot of time reflecting upon the state of South African Test cricket more widely, and the fact that there are no home tests this summer, and the precarious nature of the financial situation, the compromised schedule in relation to the domestic T20 tournament, which is effectively a satellite IPL. All of these things combined and thrown into the mix. We saw Rabada and Norcross miss a Test series to play in the IPL a couple of years ago. Like, this is all sort of doom and gloom stuff, isn't it?
Well, it is doom and gloom. To be honest, when they missed that, when the whole fast bowling attack missed the IPL, Bangladesh toured South Africa, and the fast bowling attack wasn't there, so they had Simon Harmer and Keshav Maharaj bowling Bangladesh, and they're literally taking all
on their own,
20 wickets, well, not 20 wickets in a game. Well, it was 20 wickets in a game twice in a row.
Yeah.
You know, so that was quite a pleasant change from normal South African cricket. But, I mean, it is an issue. I mean, as you say, there's no home test this year. So even if South Africa were to win this game, and it's a great moment, it's probably the greatest moment in the history of South African Test cricket, certainly, you know, who's going to come and watch Test cricket in South Africa next year? Because there isn't any.
Well, we will, Bharat, because Australia visit next year and England visit next year as well. So
that's next year.
It's a bit of a short-term challenge now, but I suppose, Bharat, your perspective on this as well about the way in which the schedule's being put together for the next Future Tours program. It does mean that the number of tests South Africa will play will be compromised yet further. 2 test minimum series, which now feels like 2 test mandated series when it comes to the Proteas. It's a disconnect compared to where we were 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, when Australia-South Africa was seen as the best test series going around.
Yeah, I keep going back to, if this World Test Championship final was played out in 1998 or 2002, I think the whole world would have come here and said, they would have picked these 2 teams to have made the final. Then things have changed so dramatically in what happened last year as well. I think the SAT 20 has played a big role. IPL money coming into, or not IPL money directly, but franchise owners, the investment that has been made into South African cricket on that front. And you know, South African cricket was criticized a lot for the squad they sent to New Zealand, but what could they have done? Because it clashed with the SAT 20. The SAT 20 came about when, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but Cricket South Africa was nearing bankruptcy. So we're talking of those grave levels here.
So in terms of where we're framing up today's game and the Proteas, the fact that they bowled so well yesterday morning, and gosh, they caught well too behind the wicket. There were 5 excellent catches through the course of the innings, but especially early with Khawaja and Green, and then down the leg side, the Verena take of Travis Head, the Jansen juggling catch. I mean, they came to play with the ball, Samo. The challenge was the scoring rate. Well, I mean, they didn't even go at 2 and over, did they?
That's exactly it. I mean, and that's because you're sitting with a bunch of guys playing in the team who are trying to learn how to play Test cricket. And in a massive stage like this, you try and learn how to play, and it's not, it's not ideal at all. Just one other little hobby horse of mine.
Yep.
We two Test series all the time. I mean, nobody likes it. But it's absurd in South Africa that we still schedule Test matches for 5 days, when of the last 34 Test matches, no draws, 26 of them have finished in 4 days. It's absurd. They should be playing 3 4-day tests in South Africa, not necessarily in the rest of the world, but they absolutely, those 2 Test series in South Africa should be 3 4-day tests.
That could be the carrot and stick, right, when you're talking about the way in which we set up. Do we need to give away the 5th day to get a 3rd test? I know for me, I feel like that's a trade-off that's worthy of consideration. And Baz, to round out our chat about South Africa before we go to a break and start rebooting ahead of the 2nd day of this World Test Championship final, it's going to have to be their willingness to live a little today. If they're waiting for bad balls, if they're waiting for Hazelwood and Cummins and Stark to err, they're going to be waiting an awfully long time.
Yeah, Paul Webster put it best yesterday when he spoke to us on SEN Test cricket. He said, we were getting a little carried away in the slip cordon because it looked like a wicket was coming every ball. That's just how well they were bowling. But South Africa allowed Australia to just bowl the way they wanted to bowl. And they didn't try anything. And I'm not saying charge at them and do a Sam Constis or a Ben Duckett, but they didn't even try to rotate the strike. They were just happy defending, and Fionn Mulder's innings was classic. He was being promoted up to bat at number 3 as the all-rounder, but he showed no impetus. And Tristan Stubbs, we raved about how his strike rate in Test cricket is 52 compared to 152 in T20 cricket, and how he adjusts to Test cricket. But then he almost felt, almost looking at him from afar, it felt like he said, okay, I'm in Test gear, I need to bat like a Test batter here and not play, you come even close to playing my natural game. They can't afford to do that. If they do that, hopefully Kyle Verena plays like Kyle Verena, generally he does. If he doesn't, Australia could end up with a pretty sizable first innings lead despite making just 212.
Yeah, we are Mulder batting at 3. He's not a Test number 3, is he? I mean, this is we talk about the makeshift Australian batting lineup for this World Test final. Mulder did get 100 against Bangladesh, but you look at his overall first-class record. He's been a bowler who bats down the list, and yet walking out against Cummins and Hazelwood and Stark in a Test final against the Dukes late in the day. I mean, good luck, right?
Exactly.
He was on a hiding to nothing. Okay, thank you, Samo, for jumping in. You'll be with us at different points through the day. Baz, you just stay right there. You'll have a new co-pilot for company in a moment. Right. I can see in the back of the box, Daniel Norcross has arrived, and Jeremy Coney has as well. So they'll be the pair who pick up the new ball after the break. We are 23 minutes away from the resumption on a lovely morning here in London at Lord's, with South Africa last night reaching 4 for 43 after Australia were bowled out for 212. This is the new ball World Test Championship final edition for the Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Back in a couple of minutes.
Made his way elegantly into the box. Just knocked a few things over. Poor old our producer Tubes in the background has still got, I think, most of his limbs. Right. Now we've heard a fair bit on the Australian side of things, but yesterday South Africa, oh goodness me, they've done it again. They've got themselves into a final. They've got there playing bright, bold and enterprising cricket, and they've got themselves in a really good position only to collapse under the weight of their own pusillanimity. Is that fair, Jeremy?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. They were very laboured, weren't they, when they held the bat? You simply they couldn't score. They made the crease their lair and then declined to come out of it. It really. Yes, you need to stay in order to score runs. And it was that second part, that second phrase, that they just really, they lost their purpose about the whole thing. I haven't seen such an inert kind of innings for a long time. It reminded me of the 80s. I played.
Shall I tell you what it reminded me of?
Yes.
It reminded me of Dominic Sibley and Burns at this ground in 2021 against New Zealand.
Yes, chasing runs. They were trying to chase runs, weren't they?
They were set a perfectly reasonable target, a very generous one actually, about 100 and 270 in about 75 overs. And they stunk the house out. And I'm afraid, apart from Ryan Rickleton, who did show a little bit of enterprise, I mean, let's just quickly dwell on some of the glacial batting we saw. I mean, Usman Khawaja had done it earlier. He got the 20-ball duck, but South Africa were in a strong position. They were in a position to take the fight back to Australia. Vian Mulder, a repurposed number 3. I mean, he's an all-rounder put in at number 3. 6 runs from 44 balls. The skipper, Temba Bavuma, 3 from 37, not out. Tristan Stubbs, who's a biffer, goes up to number 5. He's got 2 off 13. What I'm hesitant about, Bharat, is am I putting too much blame on South Africa's approach, or were we watching a masterclass? 21 of those 22 overs were bowled by the seamers, who were brilliant. Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood were brilliant yesterday. The question is, were they allowed to be more brilliant than they needed to be?
Yeah, I think both things can be true, and I think in this case are true. It was a masterclass from Mitchell Stark to start with, and Josh Hazelwood, and then Pat Cummins joined the party as well. But you're right, South Africa just almost put their hands up. On a day where they won the toss, they bowled out Australia cheaply, you would say, 212. It was a day that they should have finished on top. They should have walked out to bat with the confidence of what their bowlers had done, like Kagiso Rabada holding the ball up, the whole crowd cheering for him. But then it almost felt like they were playing a different game, the batters. And Tristan Stubbs is a great example of that. Yes, he's trying to adjust his game to Test cricket, but not at the expense of forgetting who he is, or the fact that he can use his feet. And it wasn't even, we weren't expecting them to start playing fancy shots and hit boundaries, but they weren't even rotating the strike. Mulder, you remember there was a point when he finally took a run after an hour.
Oh, the cheer.
The whole cheer around that's not what you would have thought you would expect from South Africa.
It's a bit embarrassing, actually, isn't it? That cheer was a little bit embarrassing.
It was a forlorn and kind of manacled sight, the whole thing, really. And I mean, I don't, you know, it was almost as if the boundary, they needed a sort of ordnance survey map to locate it. But I mean, well, I can remember Rickleton's two drives down the ground, lovely shots, full half volley, down it went 4. A little bit short, punched away on the offside for a 3rd boundary, and those are the 3 boundaries I remember there, and Beddingham coming in at the end and getting 2 more. Well, there's 20 of the runs immediately for South Africa.
8 off the last 2 balls of the day.
Right, and I would probably say leg buys the next top score.
Well, actually, they're equal second. Equal second top scorer with 8.
Yeah. So I mean, as far as today is concerned, I think you can. There are 2 possibilities, aren't there? Either the next 4, the 2 that are in at the moment, Bavuma and Beddingham, and then you've got Janssen and you've got Verreynne, who can both bat a bit, so that it's possible for them to stage some kind of, I don't know, just recovery about the game, and they can perhaps push their score up a little bit, give some confidence at the same time. But there was no pressure whatsoever. You asked a question a moment ago, did they place? They put no pressure whatsoever on the Australian bowlers. They were allowed to bowl. And I think Flem said something that made quite a lot of sense. If you're going to bat like that against me, I know that I'll bowl a very good ball shortly, and I will dismiss you. And I think that's how these bowlers feel.
Ryan Rickleton was out in the 9th over. The score was 19 for 2. He'd scored 16 of them. There were 3 boundaries in that. He faced 23 balls. He was enterprising. The next boundary was hit off the penultimate ball of the day, and then the last ball of the day, which was in the 22nd over. And
it's not so much boundaries, though, is it?
No, there were the gaps. There were gaps everywhere. There wasn't even an attempt to find a gap. And exactly, we were talking to Flem about this yesterday. How lovely is it if you're a captain, if you're the fielder, if you're the bowler, if you there's no danger of the ball sticking in your hands. There's no danger of you having to sort of run desperately, pressure on the fielders.
No.
That was completely absent. So, look, I think we're all in agreement. It was a miserable approach. Look, we'd only be speculating as to why it might happen. It seems like a typical South African disease when we get into finals, that they just slightly tense up. The difference here is that, and what irked me, was actually there wasn't a lot to lose by an aggressive approach, because, look, they're 4 for 43. So if they'd ended up 5 for 80, they'd be in a better place, wouldn't they?
It's not as if they were aggressive at all, was it? I mean, it doesn't need to be. I hope what I don't see this morning is they come out and they go to the other end of the continuum, because they probably all sit there and the team will know that was actually pretty bad, fellas. We can do better than that. We are better. We are international players. We can handle this. We face Rabada in the nets all the time, and then those other bowlers, apart from Stark, slightly different angle, got it to swing early and so on. Apart from that, they're pretty much the same. If you go down the pitch, if you went down the pitch to, say, Josh Hazlewood, he is going to pitch a little shorter. He'll do that. And then, of course, the bounce will take it over the stumps. You're not out LBW, and so I just feel that they didn't even try things to solve a problem.
Now, on the plus side...
Just to finish on that, and for me, the most concerning thing was for the last few weeks. In fact, from the day South Africa qualified for this final, most people around world cricket have said, are they good enough to be in this final? And the way they batted like it was almost a submission or declaration that, no, actually, you know what, we're not good enough to face Hazlewood, Stark and Cummins. And that's what it felt like, and that is a big concern.
It is. I mean, they were certainly good enough to bowl Australia out for 212. Now, a couple of things in their favour. I'm looking down at that pitch, and yesterday, I told you, didn't I, we would see sort of like dark, murky patches on there from the moisture. Well, that's drying out now. It's doing what English pitches do. There's plenty of grass on Lord's surfaces as a general rule. The groundsman sort of like requires the grass to give it a bit of oomph on the first day. But, the weather conditions are making that look a bit more straw-coloured. It looks a little bit easier to bat on, potentially. Downside is you've got refreshed bowlers and a ball that's a sumptuous age, Bharat. 22 overs. A 22-over-old Duke's ball with a little bit of cloud cover and some humidity. I've tried to find the positives for South Africa. I'm now going to paint a picture of desperation and doom.
And desperation and doom is correct, because we've known for a long time, for the last 10 years, how good Stark, Hazlewood and Cummins are. But the scary thing is they seem to be getting fitter and getting better
faster,
the older they get. Yeah, absolutely. So there will be no respite. And don't forget, I still think there were a couple of balls from Markram that turned quite a bit yesterday.
And Lyon got a couple to go, didn't he, in the 1 over he bowled.
And the last time Nathan Lyon left Lords was hobbling and in tears. So he has a date to keep with Lords, after what happened at the Ashes 2 years ago. So he'll want to make an impact as well. And maybe he will not have to wait till the second innings, but they might throw the ball at him at some point if, say, there is some sort of resistance.
You talk about the pitch. I will say the only New Zealander involved in this match is actually a woman, Meg Lay, who comes from Christchurch, and she is an arable farmer. And she came over to England, got a job at Bristol with Gloucestershire, and then she got a job at Edgbaston, where she prepared the pitch for the women's Ashes, and that was an all-women kind of ground staff. And here she's with Carl McDermott, who's now the head groundsman here, and so she's here preparing this pitch. So there we are. Just a little aside.
Well, I mean, you're also involved, Jeremy.
I wouldn't call it involved.
And Chris Gaffney as well, poor guy.
Oh yes, Gaffers is here.
Oh yeah. So
that's true. That's true.
That's a fair bit. And of course, they'll be looking to sabotage the Aussies, won't they?
Yeah, well, the other we've talked about the possibility, perhaps, of South Africa doing a little better today, right? That I think for the match, I'd quite like to see that.
Yeah, we want this to go 4 days.
And I think everybody would kind of like to see it. Then secondly, though, is the opportunity for Australia to make this sort of the moving day. If they dismiss South Africa this session, they'll have a decent lead and they'll push on, and they could end up quite a lot ahead by the end of the day.
Because let's not forget that although they didn't bowl for very many overs, South Africa, they were bowling yesterday, and the ones that did the most bowling were obviously their best bowlers. King Sirabada's bowled 15 and a half overs, Marco Janssen's bowled 14, so that you don't want to be bowling again straight after lunch on the second day, do you? And then you could see a kind of ruthlessness from Steve Smith, Usman Khawaja. Australia are very good at this, getting a big lead and then going at 3.2 and over for 150 overs. Mental disintegration, they used to call it. Well, let's hope that we don't get to that stage. Just another little word about the weather. Yes. Because although the weather forecast is splendid for the whole of this match, apart from one tiny little moment, which is about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock today, where we're due a little bit of thundery rain. Now, Lords, it does tidy up very, very nicely, very, very quickly. So we should be okay, I would imagine. Right, we're getting closer and closer now to the start of the second day, when Temba Bavuma is going to come out to bat. He will look alongside David Bedingham. You'd hope to have a little bit of a counter-attack. This has been the new ball ahead of day 2 of the World Test Championship final for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Join us in around about 5 minutes for all the action on day 2.
It's a nicer day than it was this time yesterday. Bit of cloud cover, still perfect bowling conditions though. And Australia, boy, they went to work yesterday. 4 for 43, South Africa. We're at the close, with all of Australia's 3 big quicks hitting the stumps at some stage. Stark was quite outstanding. 2 wickets in his 7-over spell from our nursery end, which is indeed where he will start proceedings from this morning. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 10. He was as good as it gets. I've got former Australian fast bowler Damien Fleming joining me to begin commentary on this second day. Good morning, Flem.
Colo, what about our view? We're right behind it. Mitchell Stark, that in-swinger, like a missile into the stumps of these right-handed South African batsmen. I think the Zing bowls are going to light up again today. They were significant in those cloudy conditions. But I still think it's going to be tough for batting. Even though the pitch is quite dry, it's going to swing. You've got the natural movement of the slope. And we saw a significant amount of balls actually seam against the slope, didn't we, yesterday? Which makes it really tough batting.
It's kind of the best who play here a lot are the ones that can get a game both ways. They're not sort of reliant on the slope. They still sort of trust their natural movement, despite the clear factor that it plays here.
You can't afford to be caught on the crease, can you? You need to be very assured. Like you tend to, you need. The preference is to go forward, but if you go back, you got to be very watchful, like Stephen Smith.
Wait. Play is called. It'll be Stark to Bavuma initially. 3 from 37 last night. Day 2 of the World Test Championship final. Stark bowls here. Bavuma on the front foot. Clunks it back to the bowler, inside part of the blade. Full from Stark to begin, a sign of things to come.
Yeah, and that just showing the frame of mind. That really should have been punched through the covers for 4, wasn't it? That was a floating half volley. Stark hoping to get his wrist behind the ball, backspin on the ball to get the ball swinging back in, but it didn't. You just don't get many opportunities to score against this Australian attack, and half volleys you've got to hit.
So it's Stark with the 3 slips in the gully, 6-3 field. Away from us at the nursery end. Left arm over, bowls to Bavuma, plays and misses. One that goes across him, down the hill, into the gloves of Carey. Hands on heads in the cordon. That was nearly, as you would call it, Flem into Snick Street, second ball. Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? That's a tougher shot. That wasn't a half volley. That was on the up, and the ball went with the slope, and Bavuma is caught on the crease, just sparring at a ball. No, that had outside edge all over it, whereas the previous ball was just a half volley on a 4th stump line that he could have just drove through the covers for runs.
So you can see already just a subtle change in approach. Bavuma resisted for so long last night. Stark to him here. The South African captain plays late under his eyes to point where Nathan Lyons does the fielding in the short sleeve jumper line. Bowled a couple of overs last night. We'll see him soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, there was turn for line, wasn't there? As there was for Maharaj. If this game test could have gone deep, the spinners would have had a big impact.
And look, that's the challenge, isn't it, for South Africa here? We've set it up in the new ball program that we were recording before, that if South Africa can creep towards 200, it's going to take a fair bit. It's going to take a fair bit with these Australian quicks on song. But if they can, it reopens the game to Rabada and co. But so much on the shoulders of the skipper, Bavuma. He's 3 from 40. Stark bowls to him here. Bavuma, leg stump line defensively on the front foot. Receives applause from the South African fans in attendance. KG Rabada said last night that he felt it was like a home test match. There were so many Proteas shirts in the crowd, and the chanting of his name, which he was getting involved with as well.
Yeah, I think they outnumbered the Aussies.
I think so, yeah.
And it was a good crowd. There's less in early today, but still good atmosphere.
Totally. Yeah, it definitely felt that way, didn't it? That the South African locals, and of course there are plenty of them in London, make no mistake. Lots of whenever you play any game of cricket, there's at least a couple of South Africans in the game. So Stark past umpire Illingworth bowls here, and Bavuma leaves alone. A ball doesn't quite carry through to the gloves of Kerry for what it's worth. 135 kilometres an hour. Hasn't
been any swing back in from Mitchell Stark at the moment. You can just see that it is day 2 for these older fast bowlers. You know, he's not hitting the crease as hard as yesterday, but he'll work into his rhythm and his run-up speed.
And the ball's only in its 23rd over, so this is the thing with the Dukes. This is when it gets, oftentimes, it can be the most challenge out between overs sort of 20 and 50 odd, give or take. Stark to finish the first over of morning 2. Bowls to Bavuma. Bavuma drives wide of mid-off, gets 1. Hit it well. Small misfield there as well from Labuschagne. They come back for the second. Throw comes to the bowler's end, but Beddingham safely through. So a couple of runs to start, every run being cheered by the Proteas fans. 45 for 4, or 4 for 45, I should say, after Australia were bowled out for 212 yesterday. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Who's going to bowl the first over down the slope, do we think?
It looks like, is that the skipper? Or is he going to mid-off? And Big Hoff is marking out his run-up.
Yes, it is going to be. It's hardly it's one of those, like, who are you going to give it to? The best bowler in the world. You know, they're all great decisions for Cummins to make at this point. How well they bowled last night.
Big Hoff, Hazelwood. I mean, if he was your number 1 spearhead in any era, you'd feel like you've got an absolute gun quick, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's probably the 3rd celebrated out of these 3. But his rhythm looked unbelievable yesterday. He looks so tall at the crease, doesn't he?
280 test wickets. And the last 2 times that he's came to England, he hasn't played the first test of the sequence. He missed the World Test Championship final in favour of Scott Boland in 23. And in 2019, he didn't play at Edgbaston, and he came back for Lords and bowled beautifully here in all 3 times. Now, 4 times he's rocked up at Lords. He's enjoyed it. So down the slope away from the pavilion. Beddingham's first ball of day 2 from Hazelwood, knocked on the head out towards mid-off. That'll be Labuschagne's second touch of the morning.
So what a great stock ball straight away from Hazelwood. Makes the batsman play. It's on-off stump. He's caught on the crease. Great start from the Big Hoff. Interesting they got a mid-wicket in place, isn't it?
It's sort of a catching
mid-wicket. They must feel like Beddingham likes to whip him through the leg side.
He was a fine cricketer, David Beddingham. He didn't actually think he would have an international career. So Hazelwood approaches and bowls here, and Beddingham plays from the leg stump line out to mid-wicket. So he did as many South Africans have done across the journey and became an overseas here. Initially a Kolpak, and then when that changed post-Brexit, he had to become an overseas player in the traditional sense of the word. And it was through weight of runs with Durham where he was able to get an opportunity in that reconfigured South African squad that went to New Zealand last year.
Oh, okay.
So New Zealand hosted South Africa for a couple of test matches that were really weird.
It was like a third 11, wasn't it?
It clashed with the SA20, and it was all wrong. No one liked it. felt like it was a sign of the times. As Hazelwood bowls to Beddingham, edging, and it won't make it to Khawaja. He was squared up, maybe some weight out of the hand. Didn't get anywhere close to carrying for what it's worth. Landed about 3 metres in front of him. But not for nothing that he's found the edge within 3 balls. But yeah, Beddingham, he's gone on to become a real force in the championship and
averages 50 first-class cricket.
I reckon he's got a triple in there somewhere as well. He's got a lot of hundreds, 279.
And strike rate of 67, so he's been a dominant first-class batsman.
He helped volley Durham into Division 1. So 2 seasons ago, Ryan Campbell took over. He was there for a couple of years at Durham when they were trying to get out of Division 2. Hazelwood delivers to Beddingham here. He hits him on the pad, but it's too high for an appeal. But now we've seen 1 jag away and 1 come back, so that's a sign of how well Hazelwood's going.
Well, he's getting tested here, isn't he? I mean, this is an unrelenting length from Hazelwood. The line's subtly shifting. There's been some movement down the slope. There's been one that's straightened. He's been hit on the thigh pad. Yeah, that one there was one that straightened up against the slope. Something the great Glenn McGrath used to do for fun.
Oh, yeah. That day when he bowled out England here in 2005. 20 years ago, can you believe 20 years ago since that wonderful test match here to start the 05 Ashes. 2 left in the set. Hazelwood close to the umpire bowls here, much more convincing from Beddingham on the front foot. But yeah, so they were perennially stuck in Division 2 because the ECB kicked them out of Division 1 due to some financial irregularities in 2016. It was become a bit of a thing, and Beddingham was part of that campaign in 2023. He made 1,000 runs, averaged 57, 5 centuries.
Oh yeah,
to vault them back to the first flight, and that was very Bazball-y. So Campbell wanted them scoring quicker than any other team, and their run rate through the season was 4.5 runs and over. So he's the kind of guy, you made the point earlier, who can change the direction of travel here. Hazelwood to Beddingham, beaten. Another gem to finish.
What a start from the hot.
Made from Hazelwood. Beating both edges, superb. It remains 4 for 45. Beddingham's 8, Bavuma's 5. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
It's the end of financial year, and that's a big deal at Tyre Power. This is the perfect time to save on Toyo tyres for a huge range of vehicles. Take stock of the savings and get a great break when you buy 3 and get 1 free on Toyo Proxys C100 Plus and C100 Plus SUV tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres during Tyre Power's end of financial year sale, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent operator.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Nice hum around Lords. All eyes on Stark. Away from us, bowls here and driving expansively is Bavuma. On the up, doesn't move, runs away for 4. That's what we've been looking for. I'm sure Bavuma had a lot of feedback, shall we say, last night, having played for stumps for so long. He's really unfurled the arms there to move to 9. It was uppish, but that's okay, with plenty of space to work with. It takes South Africa to 48 for 4. Yeah, he got years back, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But I like, if you're going to go hard. Make sure you're controlled. And that'll feel good. You know, he took so long to get off the mark, but tough conditions to bat in, so when you get that opportunity, and there's a big gap, isn't there, between point and mid-off.
So Bavuma is taking a moment to compose himself after the boundary. So 9 from 44. 4 for 49 the score. Stark up. Bowls here. Bavuma goes back, rides the bounce, gets 1 to cover. Far more positive batting. We said before play, Flem, that they were going to need to find a way to score runs off good balls. Well, a great example of that there, finding a single from a stock delivery from Stark. And the 50's up. They've lost 4 wickets, but it's not for nothing.
What a round of applause for a team 50. It's been a tough road to that 50, but it's also the rotation of strike. I thought that Bo Webster had good intent there, wasn't it? He was battling, but let's rotate the strike, because if you get worked over like Beddingham did against Hazelwood last over, eventually you'll just get a good enough ball. So, yeah, good start by South Africa.
Here's Stark. Up. to Bedingham this time, bowls here, and he beats him with a ball that's full and wide, and Bedingham tried to steer it away, but it bounced above his blade, so no concerns, half an appeal, but it was bat hitting the turf. So 4 for 50 in the 25th over. Temba Bavuma got that 100 against Australia in Johannesburg back in 2018, one of 4 Test centuries, so not a record that necessarily stands
50s,
out,
isn't there?
Yeah.
He hasn't had that ability to push on, and it affects your average, doesn't it?
It does. An average of just on 38 at Test level in 63 matches, but seen as such an important leader in this team. 3 slips the gully. Stark halfway through the over, bowls here, and Bedingham pushing out to the offside as well. Good batting. This is so much better from South Africa compared to yesterday. 4 for 51, Bedingham 9.
Yeah, I mean, Hazelwood bowled 6 excellent deliveries to start the day. Mitchell Stark probably's only got 1 or 2 in the areas he really wanted to. And the South Africans have been able to jump on that to a degree. So they're gonna have a deep point. So Stark, where is it? A backward point. That's an interesting position, isn't it?
Seems like that's a response to when Bavuma threw his hands at one.
And he's coming around the wicket. I'd rather have another gully for a catcher.
So it's small change for Australia early on here. 2 left in the over. Stark round the wicket, backward point, sent back. 2 slips the gully, bowls here, and he drives square. 1 man to beat. It is the backward point, and does so. So Bavuma, 2 boundaries in the over. Still 1 ball to come in it. Despite the fielder going back, he sensed there was going to be width. Made the most of it.
I mean, they're 4 for 50. Oh, put him in the ring. Because he could be a catcher, couldn't he?
Well, that was uppish. That was catchable.
They could get caught.
Yeah. Watching the replay back here on the Chemist Warehouse screen.
So he's back to save the 4 and didn't save the 4.
It's hard to tell from the depth where we are, but it feels like you're right. Had it been a conventional backward point, that would have
fill in the gap.
Would have been catchable for Nathan Lyon. Last ball of a busy over for South Africa. Stark to Bavuma, full straight Yorker dugout. The classic fast bowler's response. Good cricket. Bavuma's up to 14, Bedingham's 9. They trail by 157 at 4 for 55. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
So 4 for 55 SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Thursday here, obviously. Not a huge crowd as yet, but I know it is a paper sellout. Hazelwood starts his new over here on the back foot. Bedingham finds a gap. There is one there at cover. Nicely placed for a couple. Out towards the grandstand. Labuschagne stumbles in his diving stop. He'll have to replace his divots. You've got to hear it, Lords.
Wow. Get out the sandwich, Marnus. Oh, mate, repair your divots.
So Carl McDermott's the chief groundsman here from Ireland, and he's a robust personality, Flem.
Oh, and what do you mean by that?
He has strong opinions.
Okay.
He often will provide them to you on commentary when doing county cricket here. If you say anything about his pitch, he'll tell you.
So he's listening.
Oh, yeah. He knows what's going on. He's probably listening to us. Hi, Carl, if you are. Hazelwood bowls here and Bedingham defends back down the pitch.
And how long's he been in the job?
He took over from Mick Hunt, my apologies, in what year was that, Daniel? Where's Daniel Norcross? It was at 2019. He was here for a long time.
So Michael,
he did it
Hunter's,
for. He did it for 20 odd years.
No, he was very good, Mike.
He was here from, I reckon, the late 80s.
Mark Waugh used to have a bit of trouble.
Hazelwood in
about Mike.
Bowling to Bedingham, defending into the onside, no run. 4 for 57. So when Carl took over, it was quite a big deal because he came over from having curated in, I think he did Clontarf. And he did the other pitches that the Irish team first played on. So, it was the idea of bringing in an outsider of sorts. But this is the most speculated and talked about pitch in in England, the 22 yards at Lords. There's so much
with the
attention.
dryness, you'd think that there should be a period where it's good for batting, wouldn't you? There wasn't a lot of live green grass on it.
Hazelwood in. 2 back on the leg side, well forward Bettingham pushing out to the offside, no run.
If you could bat long enough to have an old ball, you could see it being conducive to run scoring.
Yeah. That's the challenge here. They've got to find a way to get the test tilted a little bit back in their favour. And that's going to come from, scoreboard pressure back the other way. But remember, Australia made 212, right? We're not talking about 412 and being 4 for 57. Different energy entirely when it's only 212. They're a very good partnership away from changing the feel and the flow here on a sunny day where it'll get better to bat on that pitch. Hazelwood delivers on the leg stump line, or at least that's the way Bettingham plays it. Probably off stump line, but that's the second time this morning he's been able to find a gap into the wide expansive square of the wicket. Takes Bettingham to 12, 4 for 58, 1 left in the over. Just trying to think of the pitches around the world where there is so much discussion. Lords, I reckon Adelaide's another. We obsess over Adelaide, don't we? Every year we have that press conference on the
probably
square
less
before.
and less now, isn't it? It's been there that long that Damien Hoff just knows how much. Probably the MCG
recently,
but Matty Page has found the right amount of millimetres of grass to keep on to have an engaging test match.
So right, that balance between bat and ball, all important. Hazelwood finishes here, and Bavuma pushes into the offside. Takes on Nathan Lyon at point good in front of him. This is excellent test match batting to start this second day. And completes the over. 4 runs from it, nothing flashy. 4 for 59, Bettingham 12, Bavuma 15. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
This June, it's not just the players hitting the footy big time. You can too. Get a tradies insurance quote with IMAR for your chance to watch the footy from the SEN corporate box as IMAR's guest. Just like you back your team, we've got your back. Because when you're covered with IMAR, you're backed by a team tradies can trust. Get a quote before the end of June to go into the draw to win. Plus score a discount on your tool insurance. Call 13-IMAR today. 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
The Proteas trail by 153 runs, with Bettingham and Bavuma adding 13 so far this morning. 13 blameless runs as well. They've done very nicely. Jeremy Coney is going to jump in with us. Damien, Fleming and myself, Adam Collins, and Mitch Stark will stay around the wickets at Bavuma. He's reached 15. 2 slips the gully, backward point on the rope. Delivers here, and he finds backward point, but leisurely.
I like it.
Easy single. Too easy, really. 16 for him, 4 for 60.
I think he should be up in a catching position. You're putting someone for a bad ball. Jeremy?
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
We good?
Fine.
We good? Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Look, I'm just going to even this discussion up with these 2 Australians beside me. There's
why?
The 2 choices. Well, because I think we need to provide balance.
Always on SEN.
And I think that the 2 choices that we've got available to us today, either we have Australia kind of going into moving day, bowling out South Africa cheaply, and then pushing ahead and forging ahead.
Stark back over the wicket to Bettingham. Digs out a Yorker length delivery to just tail back towards him. Small inside edge to get back onto the bat.
And from what we've seen, that's a realistic possibility. Probably more likely than the other option, which is we see much more fight from South Africa. It was curious yesterday for me. They kind of made their lair, but then decided not to come out of it. You know, they were very inert about everything. They couldn't even take a single, could they? And that was odd to me. Don't quite know the mental state that they got themselves into because of that. Yes, it might be because of the bowling.
Stark on the approach bowls here, shorter length rather, and it gives Bettingham the chance to rock back and help himself to a single to deep backward square. He's 13, 4 for 61.
And it might have been the fact that it was the new ball and they had seen the ball move already quite substantially throughout the morning session when the cloud was a little bit lower. But the clouds had cleared at that point, wasn't it?
Exactly.
And here was a chance that bowled Australia out for not a large total. They'd bowled them out quite well. They'd taken their catches, they had a chance and an opportunity in the game to forge and push ahead, and they didn't take it. That was really quite odd. We saw 22 overs of anonymity, actually, from them.
Yes.
In again, Stark. Round the wicket, Bavuma gets inside the line and hooks down the fine leg comfortably. He's seeing it well. He's 17 full for 62.
But they've chatted about something, Jeremy, because today...
But this is better, isn't it? This is so much, and I've been hearing what you two have been saying, and what they haven't done is they've obviously know that they played badly with the bat yesterday. They will have chatted about it, but they haven't then swung to the other end of the continuum and played very aggressively, overly aggressively. They've played appropriately. That's what we've seen.
I would have thought so,
yes. So that's good that they've done that, and they'll be feeling a bit better. We've got a tall man at one end, Bedingham. We've got a short man at the other end, Bavuma.
Partnership building up to 32. Stark bowls here. And Bedingham, beautiful. Through mid-wicket on the clip. That was an off-stump line delivery, and you wouldn't know it from the shot. It trickles out to the rope. Ball timing. Bedingham joins Bavuma on 17. Fine shot. Best of the morning so far.
I'd almost say that's the shot of the Test match.
It's a good strike.
He didn't try and overhit that. Mitchell Stark, he hasn't found his in-swinger.
No, that hasn't swung.
Him
it hasn't
today.
Swung, has it?
No.
And he's gone for length, and he's looking for Yorkers at the moment, and he's just got it a little bit wrong.
Too
there.
straight.
Yeah.
But thanks for balancing out the commentary, because you're quite unstable off the commentary, aren't you, with your crutch and your knee?
Oh dear. I just. No, they found the boundary today. It was like an ordnance survey map they needed. For
Stark last ball of a busy
yesterday.
over. 7 runs from it. Sorry, we'll jump in.
Hey?
We'll jump in, Jeremy. Sorry, boys. It's 4 for 66. After 27, both Bedingham and Bavuma are 17 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
This is SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900. Always good when we've got Jeremy Coney with us, Flem. We said a couple of times yesterday, it felt like a 2023 Ashes reunion tour with all of us on comms together.
It just brings a
balance. Yeah, that's what we're after, and that's what we should always have in mind.
Always. On SEN, we're determined to provide that balance. Let's not forget. Josh Inglis on the ground. Not sure who's off at the moment, but we will work that out. I'll get the binoculars.
I always think of a fast bowler, but...
Interesting. One man dropped from the cordon.
That's a win.
Third slip gone. Cover in.
All the quicks are out there. Is it Nathan Lyon? I think it might be. Hazelwood in. Fresh over begins through the cordon. Not quite. Terrific stop. That was Smith to his right. Had to move through the air just to cut it off on the bounce. Don't think it would have carried to third. I strongly doubt it. No third slip anymore.
I think if I could bat, Hazel would be the one person I would be prepared to move out of my crease to, of the three bowlers that we've seen, and therefore force him to bowl. He's a tall bowler. Then his deliveries are going to go over the top of the stumps a lot more. If I'm out of my crease, then I can pull back a little bit and so on, put a little bit of pressure on their length.
Hazelwood up pavilion end, bowls here. Bavuma defends comfortably out to cover, and Inglis is straight on it. No single this time.
I was talking about that yesterday. Even different guards.
Yeah.
Because they just let the Australians strangle them with a lot of stop balls. There was no soft hands for the rotation of strike, but there was no difference. As you said, even a ball like that, you're another yard out of your crease. That's a half volley. And I know as a bowler, all you want to do is just work on the batsman. If they change their guard or move across a little bit, I'm second guessing myself as I run in. You've got two plans.
Yeah, that's fair. They just had no pressure on the bowler at all. You love bowling at the same batsman, ball after ball after ball.
Hazelwood in here, close to the stumps to Bavuma. Hits him on the pad. Looks good, given. No doubt from Chris Gaffney. It was Bavuma caught on the crease, and just when this partnership was building, reaching 36, sure enough, it's Josh Hazelwood that breaks it open. They're considering a review, 6 seconds to go, and he will go upstairs for IMAR for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR. But he's not a tall man, and that looked adjacent. That's going to take some doing to get him
Imagine
relieved.
it going over the stumps. So he's relying on maybe movement down the slope and missing leg. But Hazelwood was very confident.
Didn't hit it. We're seeing that first thing here with... we're seeing a little camera of Richard Kettlebury going through the motions on telly. It's hit him on the back pad. Oh, gosh, that was pretty out. Back pad, and Bavuma's not big, and it's hit him just above the knee roll, but with the bent knee, Jeremy.
Yeah, just also the ball coming back down the slope beats the inside edge. Oh, no, it's got an edge. Got a faint,
there is an inside edge.
Faint edge.
Well, there you go. First watching, Richard Kettlebury shrugging his shoulders. I didn't expect that on the technology.
I've never seen the third umpire at work before. This is great.
So, to clarify, our front on angle, it looks like there's a gap, but the technology has overruled Chris Gaffney. And the South African crowd absolutely love it. It took Bavuma a long time to decide. He didn't think he necessarily hit it, surely.
Oh, there's no doubt, because if you feel like you hit it, you go straight away.
Well, yeah,
absolutely.
He had a chat to Bellingham down the other end. So, wow, that's a bonus. That was not a confident DRS review by Bavuma. No. And imagine if he walked off and later to be found he got a faint nick.
Well, a big early moment here. Said when the finger went up, it was the response Australia needed when these two just looked to have a degree of comfort in the 28 minutes we played this morning. Hazelwood still bowling so nicely in his 10th over, delivers here. Bavuma beaten on the outside edge. This is class stuff from the big New South Welshman.
He's strangling him, Jeremy. Like a little bit what you said. Maybe
can't
get
hang
out of
back.
the crease.
Can't hang back against this sort of bowling. It's just nipped back and certainly hitting the stumps. It certainly was hitting the stumps. There's no doubt about that.
Not going over.
And he's looking to play it towards sort of slightly on the onside of the stumps. It would beat him with movement, and if he was closer to the ball, further down the wicket, he'd have got more of an edge on that.
But he's going up hoping that it's missing leg.
Yeah. Certainly feels that way, doesn't it? The body language on replay. Hazelwood bowls, and then behind it, Bavuma. Nice confident stroke after being given out to mid-off, no run. It goes to that, Flem, we often hear from cricketers on comms saying, oh, well, if you hit it, you know you go upstairs. Sometimes you kind of don't know.
No.
The DRS processes have shown.
He didn't know.
Yeah.
Gaffney gave it out straight away.
Yeah, he did.
It must have been so faint.
So, just good fortune, really, for South Africa. Bo Webster had it yesterday.
And
that was an error from the bowler, really, not appealing for that one, wasn't it?
But he also got a little nick on one as well.
Yeah. Last ball from Hazelwood here on the thigh pad of Bavuma. He shovels out into the onside. Might be a leg by, might be a run. Chris Gaffney will tell us in a moment. Either way, it's 4 for 67. It is a run. It'll take to Bavuma to 18. He retains the strike after his reprieve. Bettingham 17. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Daniel Norcross coming in for me.
Step into Chemist Warehouse for stunning skincare and savings. Grab Thayer's anti-blemish treatment 15ml for $15.99. Soothe skin with Aveeno Skin Relief Moisturising Lotion 1 litre, $17.99. Try L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Filler Day Cream 50ml, just $27.49. And for a bright smile, try Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO3 Series Clean and Whiten, now $99.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Pat Cummins is in the attack. Mitchell Starc has come off after an unfruitful first hour. He didn't get the ball to move anything like as much as he did through the air yesterday.
Didn't happen for him, did he?
No.
Today, Mitchell Starc.
But Pat Cummins is quite the man to be coming in to replace him from the nursery end. Bavuma was back in his crease. A ball that keeps slightly low, pushes into the onside. There's no run. Now, gentlemen, you've both played a lot of cricket, and I've spoken to a lot of cricketers who tell me with absolute certainty, especially the pros, you always know when you've hit it. Can I give you exhibit number 9 million? It started for me back in 2013 when Michael Clark knocked the cover off the ball. 2010 even. Knocked the cover off the ball from Kevin Peterson. Was caught round the corner and referred it. Big inside edge. And I see this time and time again. Cummins is in. Bavuma guides this into the offside square of the wicket. Picks up a single. This is altogether more proactive. It's what they weren't doing yesterday.
Was that the series when Big Stu Broad just...
No, I'm thinking, no, this was at Adelaide when England, well, the last time England won a test match, basically, in Australia in that series.
You put that aside, haven't you? Haven't remembered that?
No, well, it didn't happen. It's invalid, like Stuart Broad said about the 2021 series.
Did that happen?
It didn't actually happen. Yeah.
Their eyes are open. Surprise, astonishment.
But I saw it the other day. Ollie Pope did the same in a test match against Zimbabwe. Knocked the cover off the ball and went upstairs. And was given out. Cummins bowls again. This is pushed into the offside. It's filled in the covers. No run.
But
now,
Dan, you saw, like, he did not know
he didn't have a clue. No, didn't have a clue. I mean, it's a very thin edge, and I don't know whether it's the size of the bats these days, the thickness of the edges, or just the technology is picking up edges that...
But Hazelwood didn't hear it, the umpire didn't hear it, and the batsman didn't feel it.
And it didn't look like it either. Yeah.
Well, we're moving to philosophy now.
Hello.
There's the noise when the tree falls over.
Yeah, no one's there.
No, exactly.
Well, Bertrand Russell and Jeremy Coney on commentary here today as Pat Cummins, with his shoulders shaking, comes in, bowls a full ball, which is defended into the covers. And again, there's no run, but this is altogether much better from South Africa. I'd have to put the question to you, is the bowling just not quite as testing? Is the pitch a little bit easier?
No, their intent's different. They've obviously chatted, haven't they? They can't. If we bat the way we did last night, we'll battle to get to lunch, and we won't be 100, and we can't do that. But as you, with your balanced view, Jeremy, you know, they haven't come out to play expansive shots. They've played every ball on its merits, but with a bit more intent to rotate the strike, and if it's there to hit it hard.
Cummins in. Bedingham gets one that does nip back and gets a thick inside edge. It squirts to short square leg. There's no run. Well, they've added 23 this morning in just one ball shy of 7 overs.
Yeah, that's good.
3 and over. That's all that we were asking yesterday.
Same as Australia.
Exactly.
Yesterday.
Exactly. I mean, they've scored just over half as many runs as they scored in the entirety of the session they played yesterday. And they've not done anything flashy, which just puts into context how glacial and needless was the go slow.
Yeah, and it's forced field changes. Yeah, there's a defensive man on the
Green came out of gully, didn't he? And he came into the covers. Cummins in to complete the over. Oh, beaten on the outside edge, goes low through to Carey. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts end of the over. South Africa 4 for 68.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. So, Bavuma on strike on 18, Bedingham 17. We've got 2 slips, a gully, point, extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Hazelwood continues on the pavilion end, and that's played strongly enough by Bavuma off the front foot, but defensively into the covers, and there's no run.
Good positive footwork we've seen today too, generally from the players. I'm very keen, I think, to Hazelwood to let him know I'm out of my crease. Even if it's only, sort of 6 inches out of the crease. Take the position and make sure he sees it, or even you can actually take a step as he's running in.
Yeah.
That's to really let him know. And just see what happens.
Here comes Hazelwood. And Bavuma lets this go by on length. He had to get his arms out of the way because the ball kept climbing, and he's not the tallest. We keep on saying that. I suppose the other thing you do, Jeremy, you make absolutely certain the umpire knows you've taken that step as well, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The umpires will notice that pretty much straight away.
But he said the front-on umpire. I always think the front-on umpire, they need to be switched on to that, because the square-leg umpire can see you've suddenly moved forward, but you get the foreshortening effect.
No, that's true. That's true.
I want to say,
well, you can easily take your guard again and say, yes, I'm just going up here. But is that okay here if I put it just up out of the crease? Yes.
Hazelwood again. Bavuma plays this into the offside of the front foot, backward point, no run. So what are we up to here? 30th over, started with 22. So this is Hazelwood's fourth. What they really want to do is get through this little burst. Sort of force Nathan Lyon to come on earlier than Australia would like. The ball's still hard.
Will they bowl Webster? Bo Webster, do you think just a few little mediums?
While the ball's hard.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe to allow for a little
tall
rotation.
Man, just to see how he goes, see what happens. Easily pull him off after 2 or 3 overs if it doesn't work.
Here comes Hazelwood. And Bavuma lets this go as well outside, on line more than length on this occasion. Goes through low to carry.
Wasn't that part of the reason that he got into the side? Because Mitch,
because Green couldn't bowl.
Yeah, well, that's right.
But Mitchell Marsh, who's sort of seen as a kind of like for like, in that they do a similar job. And he's bowled a fair bit in England lately because he's been out here playing for Gloucestershire, I want to say, I think. So, he knows the conditions. I mean, it's a very different thing bowling in the second division of the county championship to, I say that, Middlesex play in the second division. As this is short, pulled away. Where's it gone? I've missed down towards a long leg. I've just picked it up now. Stark down there with his sun hat on. It's a controlled pull come hook. It's almost hard to tell with Bavuma because almost any short ball becomes a hook.
Wasn't a bad stroke though, was it? Because it was so controlled and guided. Even though it was in the air for some time, it wasn't really he didn't tuck into it hard. So he controlled it. Even though it went up, it was never going to carry to the man Stark, who's right down on the boundary.
It was almost like he was tapping it, wasn't he? Really? Just a little tap.
On the head.
Just seen that on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He was in complete control of the shot. 4 for 69, last ball of the over. Hazelwood into Beddingham. And Beddingham works this into the onside, playing around that front leg, but he won't beat Cummins at Green rather at short mid-wicket. End of the over, South Africa, 4 for 69.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. South Africa 143 runs behind. They've added 26 this morning in 40-odd minutes without loss of wicket. The conditions feel like they've eased a bit overnight. The pitch is a altogether different colour from yesterday. I'll come on to that in a minute as Cummins starts a new over from the nursery end. It's pushed away off the back foot by Bavuma. He's going to get a single because fielder out there, Nathan Lyon, is quite deep at point. And he had to go a little bit to his right for 70. Yep. When you think back to almost this time yesterday, I mean, really more like just after lunch, you could see the footmarks that Marco Jansen had made running left arm over from the pavilion end. They've basically disappeared. The moisture has gone from the pitch. I'm not saying yet that it's going to be dry enough to rag. That might come a little bit later, but you just see the colour of the pitch, the markings on the pitch. They look less awkward as this beats the bat. Beautiful ball outside the off stump, which Beddingham definitely played at and then tore his bat inside the line to make it look like he hadn't. A little bit of movement down the slope and there's no run.
He's an awkward bowler, isn't he?
I love watching him.
Cummins, he just goes about his work quietly and hits the pitch hard. And because he hits the pitch hard, that's why the seam grips a little bit more, goes into the surface just infinitesimally, and then just moves away from there. That one moved away from the right-hander.
Cummins in again. Bedingham works this into the onside, but there's a defensively placed short mid-wicket now to make sure there isn't a run there. You said earlier on comms before I came on that of the three, Hazelwood's the man you would think of coming towards. What, you wouldn't do that with Cummins?
No.
For what reason?
Pace, a little bit of pace and more bounce, I think. Just generally pace. And to what extent is the point of it? Because he's actually bowling that back of a length generally anyway. That was there. He was playing back, wasn't he, when he was beaten then?
Yeah.
And that's the length I see Cummins operating from the majority of the time.
He's
there
in
it
once
is again.
more. Bedingham comes forward, plays around that front pad, gets a full face of the bat on it though, up to mid-on. He needed to if he hadn't.
Australia like that, don't they? Australia like the way Beddingham's going around that pad, and they're really aiming at it.
Well, you can imagine a very full-throated appeal if he doesn't get bat on that. I mean, it's a similar ball to the one that got Bavuma but didn't, isn't it? One that just comes in, beats the inside edge. 3 in the ring on the offside, just 2 slips and a gully now. And, now deep square has gone back. With 2 balls to go in the over. Cummins into Bedingham, who drives, but it goes up to mid-on. He was intending to try and get it between extra cover and mid-off. It's come off the inside half of the bat, just rolled to Stark. And there's no run.
They're just losing his shape occasionally. He's looking to hit the ball on the, that was an offside shot, wasn't it really? Probably would have gone to sort of mid-off. But it ends up just on a sort of a very fine mid-on. It's just that whole body, the shoulders just turning slightly, so it's looking as if the face of the bat's coming to the onside.
Cummins in to complete the over. Bedingham, again, tries to play around that front pad, gets a thick leading edge, it goes out into the covers. There is no run. End of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert, South Africa 4 for 70.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Now we're being shown lots of pictures of very colourfully dressed fans in the crowd as Hazelwood comes in. From the pavilion end, this is guided away rather well by Bavuma. He's going to get a couple of runs. It goes to the left of backward point. And it's just little shots like that we didn't see yesterday. Just put bat on ball and then at the last minute try and just manipulate it into the gap, just to keep that scoreboard ticking. It's not rolling along, but 4 for 72. They'll just be feeling so much better than 4 for 43. And that deficit now is down to 140. When you get it down below 100, you start to think, every 10 runs now is vital. Yes. Gives you that fillip, doesn't it?
It does. Up go the groups of 10s on the changing room wall.
Hazelwood in. This is guided again by Bavuma, but he can't beat backward point where Green does the fielding.
Get the whitening.
Yeah.
Cross off. Line time. Another time for a line.
Like Papillon or The Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, I like that.
Nice sort of prison film.
We've got our new man with us, of course. The new Australian is with us.
You don't like that at all, do you?
This has been a source of some tension in the commentary box. Of course, I remain entirely neutral. I find it moderately hilarious. This little tiff, Antipodean tiff taking place to my left as Hazelwood is in. This is defended rather awkwardly by Bavuma. It's a foolish ball. He doesn't really move his feet, pushes it back to the bowler, no run.
It's entirely understandable.
Well, Jeremy and I have known each other really well for 6 years now. We've loved each other.
Treats you
We've spent
differently
some
now,
great
doesn't he?
times in different parts of the world.
We have.
He's never been mean to me before. But
Well, you know what? He's still smarting. He's smarting over Clary Grimmett. They never let it go.
True.
And his dog.
New Zealand's
And his dog.
Oh, was his dog naturalised as well?
Yes, absolutely. Wore the flag, the same as this gentleman beside us.
How do you tell the difference between those two flags? You need a microscope. Hazelwood is in. This is driven through the covers by Bavuma and is going to run away to the boundary for 4. A little risky, that shot, going away from his body, but it signals a different kind of intent from the South African captain. Driving on the up. He moves to 26 in South Africa, 4 for 76.
He's still backing his strengths. Inside out has always been a strength for Themba Bavuma across all formats. So the moment he's seeing some width, that was on the up.
He's gone right over the top, hasn't he?
Did that against Stark earlier today.
It's a lovely wide ball shot, that, in the power play, isn't it?
Yes.
You've got your field up.
But there's finesse about it too, isn't there? He's not a power player as such.
Hazelwood rocks and rolls, comes in, and Bavuma lets that go. It's quite close to the off stump, but good leave in the end, 85 miles an hour.
At least South Africa have done what we wanted them to do. Show some intent, show that they belong in this final and they can counter the challenge posed by the likes of Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins. So
Are you compromised, though, by this now that you're Australian? How are you feeling? Was that shot a knife to the heart? Where before you would have just been able to look back in a neutral fashion.
Nah, I think 18 years of being a journalist knocks that out of you, turns you to
Very
neutral.
Good answer. Last ball of the over. Hazelwood into Bavuma, who lets this go by through to the keeper. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. South Africa at the end of the 32nd over are 4 for 76.
Searching for some supplements and healthcare to keep you moving? Then visit Chemist Warehouse for great savings like Pain Away Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Cream, 70 gram, just $14.75. Relieve constipation with Prunelax Constipation Relief, 80 tablets, only $12.99. Or try Movicol, 30 sachets for $14.99. And grab Bondi Protein Co, 800 gram range, just $29.99 each. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection build from only $227,900. So when you get naturalised as an Aussie, you've obviously got to do some stuff, to prove you hug the flag close. Cummins is in, pushed into the offside, filled it back to point, no run.
The population of Canberra?
No, you do have to
just to venerate the baggy green.
You have to do the test. And
Vegemite or Marmite, you have to make sure you can tell the difference.
No, the questions aren't as interesting as that. There's the cliche Don Bradman's average question is gone now.
Yeah.
I've heard John Howard brought it in when he was in power for a long time, but it's really it's actually learning about things that most Australians don't know anything about.
Oh, like the Great Emu War. I'll come to that in a moment. That's my favourite war. As Cummins is in, this is pushed off the back foot by betting him up to mid-off. There's no run. In 1932, not a great year for Australia, or indeed for Bradman, because of the bodyline series. But one of the backdrops to that was the Great Emu War. And if you check it out on Wikipedia, you will discover that the Australian Army declared war on emus out in Western Australia. And according to Wikipedia, the emus won.
Oh, wow.
The army was vanquished. Get it up on your phone, have a look. The Great Emu War. It's an extraordinary event. I'm sure that's in the citizenship test. As Cummins is in again, left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper.
Did you study that?
I had to study about that. They send you this big PDF which has information about all these things, about the political structure of Australia.
That's important. That's good.
It is, it's a lot of interesting things, but the test itself is... You should be able to pass it. Like, it's not that bad.
Do you think Jeremy or I could without revision, or is it a little bit? No.
I think if you do not, I was a bit cocky. I said I'll do it without any revision, any practice. Yeah. But then Isha, my wife, pulled me up and said, "Nah, trust me," because she did the test before I did.
Cummins is in. Bedingham ducks beneath a bouncer through to the keeper.
And she said, if you don't do your homework, you don't do your thing, you don't want to be embarrassed. And in my case, it didn't help that This is when the Australian Story, the documentary, was being shot, and the camera crew happened to be there at that stage. So I had a camera crew waiting for me outside the room I did the test in. So I could not have failed that test. I would have been exposed on camera. So
you don't want to be exposed on camera.
that is correct in more ways than one. And also, if that wasn't enough, the lady who let me in checked the documents and stuff.
Cummins in again. And Bellingham. Oh, that's another mounter.
What did she give you the A as the answer to the first one? So just to give you some confidence.
I wish she'd given me confidence.
Yeah.
I mean, she looked me up and she recognized me and she said, "Oh, I love the work you do. Now you better don't go in there and fail this test."
So don't mess it up. Yeah, the negative suggestion.
Absolutely.
I don't find that helpful.
Not at all. And it is, in all seriousness though, there's so many other people there taking the test. There is an air of anxiety and nerves there because for so many people it's
what happens if you do fail?
You get 2 more chances, but then you
Two more.
Yeah, that's it.
And then after that they go, nah, mate.
It's all over, mate.
Nah, mate. Not good enough. Cummins is in. Bellingham gets stuck inside edge onto pad. It ballooned a little into the onside. Didn't quite reach Travis Head. End of a maiden over. Bellingham 17. Bavuma 26. South Africa 4 for 76.
Got a Mack, Volvo or Hino truck or anything in between and need parts? Get into Truckline with over 70,000 parts ready to go. We've got Japanese, North American and European trucks and trailers covered. And that means our expert team will have you back on the road in no time. So, whether it's a new rig or an old Warrior, Truckline has all the parts you need. Visit truckline.com.au for your nearest store.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection. Billed from only $227,900. Have we got a change of ends for Stark here? We have. He's going to come in from the pavilion end. He bowled 3 overs this morning from the nursery end.
Couldn't
replaced
get the
by
swing.
Cummins.
Didn't swing.
Now he's switched to the pavilion end.
This
and
is
I
where
quite like that.
Jensen bowled from, didn't he?
He did. I mean, he might be able to bring that ball back into the pads. Now, Bavuma is trying to get these tiny side screens that we have here at Lord's. It's really
extraordinary.
It's an imperfect round, you know. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again.
It's been 24 hours.
It has been nearly.
Starks in, Bavuma lets it go by outside the off stump, goes too low to carry.
It's not like that other ground, is it? You're part of the community.
Yes. Yeah, with lovely big side screens.
Yes.
And a terrific view of London. See, this is the thing that irks me about Lord's. They say, oh, isn't it beautiful? When you look out over Lord's, you don't really see London at all. You see some blocks of flats behind the pavilion. You see a few more to the left. You go to the Oval, and it's all laid before you. The biggest and finest city in Europe with its glorious skyscrapers and its Tower of London and House of Parliament. The Mother of Parliaments.
Thank God I didn't apply the citizenship here.
Stark's head is squirted away through the covers. They say squirted. It's a little bit better than that.
It's more than a squirt.
Yeah, it was a bit. I thought it was going to go a little bit squarer, but it's in fact gone to the right of extra cover, all along the carpet. A lovely shot from Bavuma. Another 4 to him. 4 for 80 now. South Africa, and they trail by just 132. And lo and behold, 50 partnership. Something for the South Africans to cheer today.
And these were the kind of balls they were just pushing straight at mid-off yesterday, at best. Or just defending. That was full. That was there to drive. And we've seen him take a bit of a chance by hitting on the up, but this one was there to drive. And this is Temba Bavuma at his absolute best. Free-flowing, driving balls.
Here comes Stark into Bavuma, plays it off the hip, gets it fine. I don't know whether he's got any bat on that. I don't think he has, because umpire's already got his hand raised, so I think we're going to get another leg by. They've been quite productive for South Africa. 4 for 81. Okay, so how many senators are there in the Northern Territories?
I don't need to know that anymore. I am a senator.
What's the composition of the Queensland Parliament?
Well, again, I can tell you about the South Australian one.
Oh, right.
There you go.
Well, that's the important one. Yeah. But that's the one you voted.
The funny thing was, so the local paper in Adelaide did a thing about me becoming a citizen, and they sent the photographer with a giant Australian flag home, and I spent 45 minutes posing with it in all sorts of poses.
Whoa, steady.
Still, mate.
Stark. He beats the bat through the keeper. No, right, sorry, it was the name Stark and the poses. It was all coming together in a hideous admixture of nastiness.
Yeah, fair enough. But no, it was. Thankfully, we don't have next door neighbors or. But now, though, people who live close to us are used to random things happening in our backyard. Take what you want to off that, Jeremy. But yeah, I spent there's so many poses with that flag. I wrapped in it, me holding it up,
bending,
kissing it, smiling at it.
Yeah.
Burying it.
Stark. He plays and misses, and this a drive and a miss from Bellingham. What's a swing and a miss?
No, they did send an English and a New Zealand flag for me to bury on.
Oh, did they?
Have you now got an Aussie flag shower curtain, Aussie flag duvet cover?
Well, I bumped into Pat Cummins a few days ago.
Face cloth.
Fuck yes.
And the first thing Pat Cummins asked me was, I hope you got that Southern Cross tattoo on your chest. He wanted to see if I did, so...
Now, I've got some statistical news to bring in that I think I'll save until the start of the next over, because it explains a little bit of what's been happening today. As Stark is in, left arm over the wicket, and that's driven but not convincingly by Bellingham, who continues to look to work around that front pad. End of the over, Bellingham 17, Bavuma 30. The tyre power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, reads 4 for 81, South Africa.
Help yourself to helpful healthcare and huge savings at Chemist Warehouse. Stock up on GastroStop Plus, 20 chewable tabs, just $8.99. Try Nexium 24-hour, 20 milligram, 14 tablets for $10.99. Pick up Wagner Professional Immunity Force, 60 vegetarian capsules, now $28.99. And LifeSpace Probiotic for 60 plus years, only $35.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Yes, I said I was going to bring you some news. Well, I've just seen on another WhatsApp group that I'm a part of, bit naughtily for, one of the oppositions, that there's been around 15% less seam movement than yesterday evening, for a start. 15%, it's quite notable. As Cummins is in to Bavuma, who works this into the onside, straight to head at short mid-wicket. But also says, and this is a big difference, the big difference is just the intent, the attacking shot percentage, 52%, up from 22% yesterday. And that's all we were asking for.
Correct.
And I do think that they batted as if last night the session was half an hour, not an hour and 45 minutes. You can kind of understand it for half an hour.
For 10 overs, you can.
Yeah, but not for 22, because you've got enough overs there to get 70 runs. As Cummins runs away from us, the nursery end. He's in, and that's played well by Bavuma. Just stays in his crease and pushes to short cover, and there's no run.
I think for me it was a kind of pessimism. I was speaking to someone downstairs. It's almost like back in the day when a lot of touring teams would go to the subcontinent and expect to end up with a bad tummy. You did. When you carry that level of pessimism out to the middle, and then you're up against Hazelwood, Stark, and Cummins.
Yeah.
That's what you end up with. So
I mean, perversely, the better the bowling, the more positive the intent generally needs to be, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or else you die in a ditch. Cummins in once again. And Bavuma pulls at this vigorously, gets plenty of it. That might have gone all the way. It has, That's gone all the way into the grandstand for 6. A very enterprising shot. As a short man, it's a shot he should be able to play well. And he really has there. He's larruped it into the crowd. And South Africa moved to 4 for 87.
Well, that was a statement from Temba Bavuma. That wasn't just a shot in anger. Captain to captain, and a great catch in the crowd as well.
That is a great catch. It's by an Australian. I don't know if that is an omen.
Isn't that out?
It probably is. I mean, that would be quite fun, wouldn't it, actually, if there was a sort of like an extra premium if you were out if you were caught by a member of your opponent's fans.
It's off the front foot too.
Yeah.
Tells you something about the pace of this pitch, Jeremy.
Yeah.
The gentleman in question, I've got to say,
Blue shirt.
Well,
Blue
delighted
shirt,
to see no mullet, no mullet, blue and white striped shirt, very well dressed for the occasion. As Cummins is in to Bavuma, who sways out of the way of a short ball, just turns his head almost in disgust, and it's one for the over.
Even that bouncer from Pat Cummins, it carried to Alex Carey, but it didn't thud into his gloves.
It's just less. There's sort of less nip. There's less venom. And I keep saying it. I'm looking at those footmarks, and they're just not as dark. They're not as foreboding. The moisture is departing from this pitch.
That's the advantage Pat Cummins has, though, as captain. He always has Nathan Lyon up his sleeve.
Yeah. Well, South Africa have Keshav Maharaj. As Cummins is in, he drives and misses at a ball that swings away beautifully. Lovely movement into the keeper's gloves. And, Nathan Lyon's one of the great spin bowlers. Keshav Maharaj probably not quite in the same league, but, it's a left-arm spinner.
But he's not bad either.
Not bad at all.
No. And what have we got? Lots of left-handers or right-handers? Is it sort of even Stevens? Is it? Oh, well, that's...
So Maharaj will bowl a lot too.
Well, he got Carey yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, but Carey helped him along there.
Yes. He said here on the stump.
Yeah. Hello. Welcome to leg stump. Cummins is in. Last ball before drinks. That's played and missed again. Perhaps it goes down the slope into the keeper's gloves, and that is indeed drinks. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, reads 4 for 87. After drinks, there'll be a change in the commentary box. Damien Fleming, Adam Collins will be back with you.
That was won by South Africa. They've added 40 runs, going from 4 for 47 to 4 for 87. Bavuma, who was 3 not out overnight, has added 33 of those to reach 36. He's there with David Bedingham on 17. The leg before shout, we all thought it was plum. I reckon Bavuma thought he was plum as well, just quietly. He didn't review immediately, but there was a feather on it, which reprieved him. And it means that Australia have some work to do. On a day where, as I join Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan, we'll start with Flem, the pitch is doing as we expect it to do on day 2. It's meant to get better.
Yeah, certainly. And I think just the older ball, we thought that it would shine up and we'd see significant swing, at least in that first hour. And Mitchell Stark, who's probably the most pronounced swing bowler in the Australian team, really failed to get the ball to swing, and then he was a little bit inconsistent with his line and length. Hazelwood and Cummins have been superb, but no, this has been great rearguard action. There's no doubt the South Africans must have had a chat last night. That if we just try and survive and wait for the bad ball like last night, we're going to get knocked over for under 100. But the intent has been to rotate the strike, not get bogged down one end, and then when it's in your zone, give it a full whack, which they have. So it's been a brilliant partnership, a bit of luck. Bavuma given out, and he was hesitant to review it, and lucky he did. He had a little nick on it, didn't he?
So Stark will continue. He's been spun around to the pavilion end. He's got 2 slips in the gully into Bedingham. New hour begins here. Bowls and works it off his hip straight to Travis Head at mid-wicket, where there won't be a run. Hello, Baz.
Afternoon. Still morning, Adam. Flem and Nathan Lyon is warming up now, so it takes a couple of overs to be fully ready. You can see his vigorous hand movements, just getting himself ready. Wonder which end he'll bowl from.
Bowled a lot from the nursery end over the years, Nathan. Often see that from finger spinners. They like to bowl from the nursery end, and they try and turn it up the slope and have that natural variation where one might bring the outside edge into play for the right-hander. Stark in here close to the stumps, a waft, a play and a miss. More than a waft, he really went for it, Bedingham on the back foot, but it was too tight to cut through to Carey.
It's funny you speak about off-spinners preferring this end, because Usman Khawaja was just the chat with me near the nets, and he spoke about how difficult it was facing Graham Swan when he bowled from this end.
Yeah.
The way you'd use the slope and target the pads of the left-handers.
He's a different off-spinner to Nathan Lyon, isn't he? Like, his big one was that one that went on with the arm. He had a great arm ball, Graham Swan, didn't he?
Got so much work on the ball.
Put a lot of work into it.
Sort of more a side spinner, whereas Lyon in his overspins, his trick, isn't it? The dip and the drift and the height, the release point. We'll see him soon, I'm sure. Stark passes up by Gaffney, bowls here. Lovely drive from Bedingham. One man to beat at mid-off, does so comfortably. Out towards the rope, it goes for 4. Out the middle of the bat, advances to 21. South Africa 4 for 91. They trail by 125.
He's a strong man, isn't he, Bettingham? He's just drove that, isn't it? It's almost just an extension of his forward defence, but he got it so straight. Oh, that's beautiful. Weight and balance into the ball. And the outfield here at Lords is so quick.
So Bettingham waiting for Stark. How does he respond? Delivers here. Off stump line, but turned into the on stump. We've seen it a loop this morning, haven't we? That Bettingham's willing to, from the off stump, middle stump line, try and go towards leg.
I think that's a bit of white ball cricket, isn't it, as well?
He picked off one boundary of Stark, wasn't it, through mid-wicket early on in his innings.
Beautiful.
That was such a beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot.
It's like watching Callis at his best, that one. His crispness to his batting, even when he drives the ball, that punchy shot just there, pick up a boundary.
But his front foot does go across the crease and his head falls away a little bit, so he is a big chance of LBW.
Stark was about to bowl and then he sort of pulled out after the load up as well. So Stark was frugal yesterday, 10 runs from his first 7 overs, 27 have come from his next 4.4.
Yeah, I mean, he was simply stunning yesterday, Mitchell Stark, and you can't always be bowling at the optimum like that. And today, I think he would have expected the ball to swing a little bit, and his accuracy hasn't quite been there.
So Australia, can they find something here in the second hour? Stark up, bowls to Bettingham, off stump line, again into the onside, gets 1 to mid-on. Might be 2, misfield, from Cummins, rare as it is, but no, they don't consider taking on Captain Pat's arm. He's got form with direct hits.
He's been a wonderful fast bowling fielder, hasn't he, Pat Cummins? And Mitchell Stark. Yeah, top echelon, great athletes. Nathan Lyon is a wonderful fieldsman. Talk about run-outs, that James Vince one. At home Ashes years ago, wasn't it? I think Vince got into the 80s. His career never really got going after that, but Nathan Lyon direct hit from the covers to run him out.
Yes, there's that famous line one. There's the Cummins getting rid of Pajara, wasn't it? Late on a day in 2018.
Yeah. Hey, Hazelwood as well. I think Hanuma Vihari, I think it was at a crucial time.
Yeah, he's a big man, Josh. But he's mobile.
The man facing right now, Temba Bavuma. Perth in 2016 when he ran out David Warner with both feet off the ground. Big part of the modern game, hitting the stumps. Can Stark do so here? Last ball of his over. Bowls to the captain, goes back and rides the bounce, deflects into the pad, into the offside. Ends the over. 5 runs coming from it on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Bettingham 22, Bavuma 36. They're 4 for 92.
Hi, James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals. We often get asked by client families whether a fixed price funeral plan will affect their pension payments. As the investment cannot be accessed, it cannot be used to generate income for you. Therefore, a fixed price funeral plan will not affect any pension payments and is not subject to the income or assets test.
Chat with your accountant or financial advisor first before making a decision. Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Seeing some lovely shots on the TV broadcast where they've left a couple of strips on the nursery ground for kids to play on, which is just fantastic. I mean, think about getting a hit on the nursery ground at Lords when watching a game of cricket. You can sync up to the TV with us, by the way. 34 seconds is the gap on the app. It's not too hard to do with the toggle function on there. Every single ball of this World Test Championship final. And as foretold by you two gentlemen, it's going to be Nathan Lyon bowling from the nursery end. He bowled 1 over last night for 1 run. He'll start with a slip and a short leg, and he'll start, interestingly, from round the wickets. Trying to get it to slide on down the slope, perhaps, to Bettingham on 22. He's faced 50 balls. Lyon, first delivery of his second day, does exactly that. Slides on, no spin. Telegraphing his punch.
There's a little bit of turn from the pavilion in last night, so, when he gives one a little rip, he should be able to turn it against the slope.
Travis head at short leg. Smith at slip as ever. Lyon bowls, bit of turn there, back towards the off stump, well negotiated by Bettingham. Pushing to cover, he wanted one, Bavuma didn't, he sent them back.
You just mentioned Travis head at short leg. the other day was talking about it. I said, like, do you think you're going to get out of shot? Like, he's been trying for the longest time. He said, yeah, I don't even practice it anymore. But they still put me in there.
He needs a young batsman to debut, doesn't he?
But Nathan Lyon did save Fleming a few years ago. Till the time he's playing, he's not letting Travis Head go anywhere.
You're in trouble, Trav.
I think Head said something about Constance doing it at Melbourne, and Nathan's like, no. So line up away from us at the nursery and delivers to Beddingham round the wicket, pushes to mid-wicket where there won't be one. Labuschagne Fields.
Ball guys.
So he's starting without a deep point. So he's giving him that gap, noting that he's trying to slide it from time to time down the slope. 4 on the offsiding. That includes the slip, which is Smith. Lyon once more bowls here off stump line, and again Beddingham from the off stump line gets it into the onside for runs down to long on where Hazelwood's position. 4 for 93. He's up to 23.
Smart play, isn't it? That's where the gap is.
Come on, guys.
Let's see how Bavuma goes with Nathan Lyon. Bit trying to get that overspin.
Field remains the same. Bavuma facing line for the first time, flat. Leg stump, can't quite whip it away though.
That's a missed opportunity, isn't it, for Bavuma? He doesn't bowl many half-trackers, Nathan Lyon.
Come on, lads. Come on, guys.
So line up to complete his first over of day 2. In defence is Bavuma. 2 mid-wicket, end of the over. The captain's 36, Beddingham's 23. 4 for 93. They trail by 119 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Step into Chemist Warehouse for stunning skincare and savings. Grab Thayer's anti-blemish treatment 15ml for $15.99. Soothe skin with Aveeno Skin Relief Moisturising Lotion 1 litre, $17.99. Try L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Filler Day Cream 50ml, just $27.49. And for a bright smile, try Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO3 Series Clean and Whiten, now $99.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Pat Cummins to replace Mitchell Stark. Stark, the leading wicket taker so far for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. And Cummins from the end that traditionally he loves. On our screen, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Lots of big names here this week. Mike Gadding was on there before, former England captain. Big feature here at Lords. Bowls here, Cummins' first ball of a new spell right on the money.
Certainly big. Didn't get just love playing here at Middlesex. Oh. And, this is the best lunch you can possibly have. But captained a Ashes winning team in Australia, Gat. I mean, he gets... I think a lot of his questions are about the Gadding ball and the reverse sweep in the final. But he was a legendary player in his own right.
Yeah, had a remarkable record at this ground, as you say, for Middlesex. I interviewed him in the pavilion a few months ago and asked him about how he deals with always being described by his size. Cummins in, bowls to Beddingham from the off-stump line, works to the onside once more, but Mitchell Stark's there at mid-on. And he basically said, I've learnt just to accept that it's always going to be one of the first things people say about me. He just had to concede defeat on that a long time ago.
And talk about the lunch there, actually, in 2001, I was 12th man. About an hour before the game, I thought I was playing, or was rumoured to be playing. So running out the drinks and all that, and lunch, I don't know what day it was. We go up there for lunch, both teams. I look, and the guy to my left, I don't know who he is. I go, what are you doing here, mate? He goes, I just said I was the physio. Right?
Cummins up, bowls here, Beddingham, middle stump line out to mid-on again.
I went, actually, well played. You can stay here. So this punter has just said to security, I'm a physio. He sat next to me. He enjoyed the Lord's lunch. So he'd probably the only non-cricket person, player or off-field staff to dine with the Australian cricket team at Lords, and he tucked into the prawns, and I think there was lamb. Without the gumption, and that was the same series in Headingley. Remember that guy that used to have the pads on and just walk out to the middle?
He got out to the middle a couple of times, didn't he? Cummins halfway through his over his 12th. Beddingham beaten on the outside edge, so he gets it just to nip up the slope. Lovely bowling from the captain. We saw once
He was
here
a prankster, wasn't he? He was dressed, he'd do it at sporting events. I remember him walking out and I gone, if it was Rampler, that's not Rampler cash. and he got about halfway onto the field, didn't he?
There was a guy that did it here about 20-odd years ago and stood for the team photo. It happened at Lord's. Of course, there was a serial pest who did the rounds here. I'm not even going to name him because he's an absolute imbecile.
That's different.
He ended up getting... did he do time? He certainly got found guilty of being a... anyway.
Yeah.
2 left in the over. Bowls here, Bettingham. Leg stump doesn't... I think Cummins thought that might trail up the slope, actually, watching his body language, but it didn't. It hit him on the pad and ballooned out to the onside where there's no short leg, no run.
It's funny you say that, Flem, because you spoke about Mike Gatting yesterday when he was waiting outside for one of our colleagues to hand over the accreditation. Graham Booth was stopped outside Lord's. They said, we don't know who you are and you need the right accreditation to enter. Poor Gucci wasn't very happy.
I'll say one worse than that. 2007 World Cup, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'm on the bus with Sir Vivian. We go through and he didn't have the right accreditation. And I'm going, this is his ground.
Cummins to finish here. Bettingham playing through the inside part of the bat rather. It gets to find leg for 1.
How does that happen?
He'll retain the strike as well. Bettingham up to 24. It's 4 for 95. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
This weekend, don't just take a punt. Bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head by turning you into an expert tipster. It's so easy. Just make your free account so punters can follow you. Submit your tips whenever you're ready. And if your tip pays off, you'll earn a payout. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Live here at Lord's with Nathan Lyon about to restart to Bettingham. 4 for 94, my apologies. I was 1 run ahead of the board. I've got a theory about Lord's and how this plays out with respect to people flagging their way in. I reckon that there's a view that you wouldn't dare try and sneak in somewhere at Lord's. So when people show a bit of confidence, a bit of front, they just get let in. It's part of the vibe. Line in here, bowling to Bettingham. Over the wicket, change of angle. Pushes to mid-off. No single. Yesterday I was in the coffee queue with Stuart Broad. I very much enjoyed when they said, so what's your name? When he was getting his coffee cup taken. And he said that when he retired a couple of years ago, he came to Lord's to do a Blasts game on commentary and they wouldn't let him in because his pass had the big cross through it. If your pass doesn't work, Lion bowls here, going back is Bettingham and defending to Travis Head at short leg. So despite the fact that it's got on the pass, Stuart Broad, England cricketer, no. Your pass has gone red, you're not getting in. So a week after he finished his international career, he was being knocked back from domestic games at Lord's. A line up, slipping a short leg. Bettingham goes back again. This time sneaks it past Travis Head to his right, but he won't get one. Starts on backwards square.
Turnstile games. There was Aussie cricketers that would jump the turnstiles to get in.
Come on, guys. It's not a bad topic. 0433 98 11 16. What is the best thing you've snuck into? Have you snuck into a grand final? Lion bowls here. Shorter, but spins. It really spins. It's kept out by Bettingham. Smith at slip. Thought it was pad then bat. Illingworth wasn't interested, nor was Lion, but it's an emblem of how this pitch is dry enough to turn.
Yeah, that's... if I'm Travis Head, I'm keeping low at bat pad. He's going to get a catch at some stage.
Line in, away from us, over the wicket. Bettingham goes back and rides the bounce again. So we had to go really full to him from over the wicket, but the one that was just a little bit short of a leg spun a lot.
Yeah, he didn't get any turn from around the wicket, so I think this is good play because he's still got the slope to be able to get that straight one to challenge that outside edge.
Last ball, Line here, Bettingham again, leg stump line catches the call, but Travis Head's in front of square, not behind square. So there is no catch. Great maiden, though, from Line. It stays at 4 for 94. Bettingham stays on 24. Bavuma 36 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed this end of financial year with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13-IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Watching that last ball back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, what gorgeous seam position from Nathan Lyon. The dip, the seam position towards leg slip, the extra bounce he generates from the work he gets on the ball, and nearly had a catch in play.
It probably just hit 10 centimetres higher on the bat than he was expecting. Very good bowling.
Cummins, pavilion end, bowls to his counterpart, the captain Bavuma, who comes forward in defence. Lyon now 553 test wickets. He's 10 behind Glenn McGrath, 7th most all time. So he's within 51 of Broad, and that'll vault him into the top 5 ever. And you would say at this stage, Lyon, he said very openly that he now wants to play in England in 2027, wants to go back to India in 27. So who knows where he might finish, provided his body stays intact, as it has for most of his career. Cummins up here to Bavuma, who drives to cover. What a catch! Marnus Labuschagne to his right. Had plenty of work to do. Had to time the dive. Did so perfectly. Cummins gets a second wicket. Australia's first of day 2. It's the captain Bavuma falling for 36. He drived on the up multiple times inside the first hour. It's been his downfall. 5 for 94 South Africa.
Gee, I said shot off the bat. He's absolutely hit that out of the screws, but as you said, there was just a little bit of elevation, and Marnus having to dive flat out there at cover takes a brilliant catch. So big wicket for the Aussies. Bavuma is the type of batsman that could bat through the innings, and after a slow start, that's a very, very handy 36. He'll be disappointed he didn't go on to get a big one. And Cummins, well, he deserves this wicket. He's been unrelenting yesterday. He's backed it up again today. 2 for 23 off 12.2. And first wicket down for the day, Colo.
An important contribution from Bavuma in context of what's so far been a low-scoring game. But if you get a start, you've got to go on with it. I suppose it's the way he played on day 2. Far more assertive. 33 runs in the first hour to take the initiative. But he's back up the stairs now through the long room, and so it goes as he's replaced by Kyle Verreynne, who has been a bit of a ton machine for South Africa. He's the definition of boom or bust, as Andrew Sampson was detailing on the new ball earlier this morning. Now a man of some experience as well. Made runs here at Lords back in 2022 and walking out with South Africa still 118 in arrears.
Yeah, they still need at least one decent partnership here, South Africa, and these 2 players, if they get going, the runs should flow. But it's been hard work for all batsmen so far in this test starting. There is some movement, particularly off the pitch more than in the air here at Lords. The slope we always keep talking about, and just such a great bowling lineup. Cummins has led with the ball again. Interesting, they're still going with the mid-wicket first ball. I'd like another catcher in there. But the big problem here could be the nip-backer down the slope into the stumps.
So Verreynne, his first ball, Cummins to him. He's got 2 for 23 close to the stumps, and he defends from the middle stump line, immediately asking a good question. So Verreynne averaged 38 in the World Test cycle, but 300s and 150, so it kind of goes to the player that he is. When he gets a start, he tends to be able to go on with it, the South African number 7. Watching back on the replay screen, Marnus's catch had to run a couple of metres before launching into the dive, showing his wider worth there, and Cummins was fired up as well. It was a wobble seam delivery, and Labuschagne got there about 2 feet above the ground. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Cummins in, Verreynne, the new man, goes back and defends again.
In hindsight, Bavuma actually could have got more elevation on the shot, couldn't he? He just stopped his shot. He actually would have been better flowing the bat through the ball and not stopping when he hit the ball.
So Cummins only takes him, what would have been, 8 balls after changing ends to get a wicket. And Labuschagne, such a menace for opposing teams out there in front of square. Cummins bowls, Verreynne drives, and Labuschagne again to his right. This time along the ground, saves a boundary, or what would have been a boundary had it got past him.
That's well struck, isn't it?
Again, it's a sort of a sign here that South Africa this morning have taken a different approach to what they did last night, when it sort of felt like they were playing for stumps for way too long. Served the sitting Ducks, and Bavuma has got them going, but still 118 in arrears. They need to string together a couple of partnerships here. Cummins 3 slips, last ball of the over. Bowls to Verena, who defends back down the pitch. A wicket maiden for Captain Cummins. Spy for 94. Bettingham 24. Verena, the new man yet to score. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, you trust the tyre experts.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Our coverage for Henley Holmes, bit coming through on the text, Flem. The best thing you snuck into, 0433 98 11 16.
Oh, yeah,
One I reckon you're going to like off the top from Lenny. Line away from us, Nursery, and slipping the short leg bowls here, going back, Bettingham defending. That's his first mode of defence against Line. He wants to get deep in the crease. Lenny says, I managed to sneak into the Hawthorn rooms after the grand final in 2014, having beers with the players. Then the wife calls asking, what are you doing on the telly? Great stuff.
Well played.
That would have been a fun night. The perfect day, the 2014 grand final. Line bowls here, slip the short leg back again, pushing into the onside, no run.
2015 was pretty good too.
13 wasn't bad. 08 wasn't.
Yeah.
Good day as well, Flem, yeah.
I like 91.
Yeah.
89 maybe the best
game of footy ever played.
88 maybe the most complete game.
Yeah, 96-point victory. A few lots to choose from.
86, 83.
Yeah.
Cheers.
11 of the 13 on colour television. Line bowls here, going back and riding the bounce into short leg, which
We're losing listeners as we go.
I once snuck Damien Fleming into a sportsman's night. No name on that. Snuck you into a sportsman's night. Don't know why you weren't allowed in. Usually you just smile at the bouncer and you let in anywhere.
I would have thought I was the main act.
Tunnel nightclub stuff from you. Line bowling here. Forward comes Bettingham. So a change of approach here. Extra dip from Line. Work on the ball. Bowling nicely from our end. One here. I snuck into Lasers nightclub at the Waltzy when I was 16, our part of the world there. Does that count? Cheers, Peter.
Well, that was my local Peter growing up in Springvale. Lasers. Wow.
2 left here. Goes back. Bettingham back to plan A. Pushes to mid-wicket. No run.
I'd imagine he wasn't the only 16-year-old that snuck into Lasers.
You know
back
what?
in the 80s.
I snuck into a nightclub the day before I turned 18, day before I had, the right to go into one. And I spent that night at the bar badgering a bloke who was a footy journo called Craig Hutchison. Our boss these days. Line bowls here and defending into the onside. End of the over.
Where is Hutchie?
I think he's here somewhere. 5 for 94. That's on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen with Bettingham 24 for Verena yet to score.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
Got one here saying they crashed the men's hockey gold medal match at Athens in 2004 with Aussie Olympians flooding the turnstiles, waving medals around, and the attendants gave up and let them all in. Classic. Another one that relates to you here, Flem. As a teenager, when Summers at the MC, he was a teenager, this is John, in the early 90s at the G. Cummins towards us and towards Verena as well. The new man yet to score does so here. His first run, nicely placed out towards wide mid-on. 5 for 95. Dino, Merv, Pistol and Flem played, and I was thin enough to fit through the turnstiles. The other way to get in, it was the Shield summer of 91. Jones 200 after 200 and the fielding, and the only... I'm not sure what that means, that last... Let's just go with, he snuck through and did a good job.
Yeah.
Saw you bowl.
But I remember that summer, like Dino, I think he might have got 2 double hundreds and twin hundreds. And then the cricketing gods, first innings against India.
Yeah.
Second ball done.
Yeah.
Kapil Dev. And he struggled a bit, I think, through that summer. But he couldn't have been in any better form. And when Dino was in great nick, he was just in control of his game and the match.
Straight catching mid-wicket goes in with Verena. My apologies, with Bedingham facing Cummins. He drops the gloves on it and lets it through. Yeah, that was the ball from Kapil Dev that gets replayed on social media all the time.
Knocked over AB and then knocked over
consecutive
Dino. But it's almost like he used up all his runs before the Test series.
One here from, I snuck into a Hilltops Hoods gig at 16 at the Unibar in Adelaide. The next visit was 20 years later, where he legally bought a ticket to watch me do a podcast. Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. We did that with Stephen Finn at the Unibar in Adelaide.
Oh, wow.
Some years ago now. Great lad. He's here somewhere commentating for BBC, I think.
Well, he stands out a bit.
Yeah.
Stephen, he's very tall.
Cummins here. Straight catching mid-wicket for Bedingham. He goes square of that to wide mid-on. There's no run. 5 for 95. I snuck into the pavilion here in 09. I had CA tickets. Sat up in the Compton stand where I used to work. They gave me some throwaways. And I was with a mate. I had a nice jacket on. I had a tie on as well, I think, for a lunch.
Wow.
And I thought the Queen was coming out at lunch. And I thought, you know what? If I'm ever going to sneak into the pavilion, it's when all the attendants will be watching the field and the Queen's there. Why won't they? Walked straight in. Ended up spending the final session in one of the dining rooms upstairs, walking in like you're meant to be there. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. No one checks here. There's your tip. Bedingham facing Cummins, close to the stumps, defends it out to cover, no run. One here, last one I'll read out before we jump off comms. Snuck in to see Usain Bolt win the 100 metres at Beijing. Wow, what a thing to sneak into that would have been. We didn't have accreditation, so we just walked with purpose and looked annoyed if we were stopped. We waived our aquatics accreditation. Great night. Watched it 5 rows back.
That would have been electrifying.
I saw Bolt win the London gold in the 100 from the photographer's pit on the finish line. That was a little sneaky job as well. Got to be in it to win it with these things. God loves a blagger.
Likes his cricket.
Yeah.
Same bowl.
Yeah. Fast bowler, as you'd expect. 2 left here from Cummins to Bedingham. Bit wider on the crease. Pavilion end. Drives back to him, but Cummins equal to it. Sticking out a hand and just holding the pose and looking at Bedingham in his follow through.
I like that. It's just subtle changes of angle on the crease from Pat Cummins. And he does this a lot. Just uses the crease. Normal stock deliveries, wobbled seams. He's always hunting the batsman.
So Cummins, the man with the breakthrough this morning, breaking a promising partnership. Great catch from Labuschagne to get rid of Bavuma on 36. Last ball. Up to the crease here, and Bedingham pushes to that straight catching mid-wicket. Over complete. Changing commentary after the break. It'll be Daniel Norcross taking you through to lunch. You'll have Bharat Sundaresan for company. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, South Africa 5 for 95. Bedingham 24, Verena 1.
Searching for some supplements and healthcare to keep you moving? Then visit Chemist Warehouse for great savings like Pain Away Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Cream, 70 gram, just $14.75. Relieve constipation with Prunelax Constipation Relief, 80 tablets, only $12.99. Or try Movicol, 30 sachets for $14.99. And grab Bondi Protein Co, 800 gram range, just $29.99 each. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 5 for 95. South Africa, they've lost just the 1 wicket this morning, but it's a big one. That of Temba Bavuma. We were talking earlier about people blagging their way into games of cricket. So for this, I need you to remember the old style telephones. As,
we're going back in time.
We are. Lyon starts in the over. Forward comes Verena, pushes back to the bowler, no run. So they're the ones you used to pick up, but it had those two little latches on the top, and when the thing was sitting in its holder, it was off, and then when it came up, it was on. Yeah. So that's the backdrop to this as Lyon comes in. This could take 2 overs, this story. Down the wicket comes Verena, works it into the onside, doesn't beat the fielder, Webster, and there's no run. So there's a chap called Keith Allen, who is the father of Lily Allen.
Can I just also say the room is empty behind us, Daniel?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good for this. So you're familiar with Lily Allen?
Yeah.
His next delivery is defended to the ground, no run. I think his son, is it? Or his son was in Game of Thrones as well. Alfie Allen. And I was interviewing him for a feature called View from the Boundary, which is frequently on Test Match Special. This is going to go into the next over, I can assure you of that. Lyon is in. This is worked off the back foot again to Webster at short mid-wicket, no run. And he told a story of how he managed to make his way into the Oval in 1991 for a test match. But not just any old part of the Oval. So he arrived at the ground thinking, I haven't got a ticket, feels really full, England to play in the West Indies. So he pretended. So Lyon is in again. That's defended solidly by Verena, back to the bowler, no run for the front foot. That he was really good mates with Ian Botham, and Ian Botham had invited him to come to the pavilion. And so at the ticket office, he said, "Can he just call the changing room?" Hence the phone, right? Last ball of the over. He's worked into the onside. Bo Webster fields again on the Tyre Power scoreboard at the end of the 43rd over. South Africa 5 for 95.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream Ambi-Heat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
SEN Test Cricket World Test Championship final. And we are at Lord's. Josh Hazelwood is about to come back into the attack. And yes, so I was telling you before about Keith Allen, how he blagged his way into the Oval. So he gets him to ring on the phone, on the old antiquated phone. And the guy's saying, I can't get hold of Mr. Botham. He's not available. He said, hang on a minute. This Hazelwood is in. This works it back to the bowler. There's no run. So he says, pass me the phone. Pass me the phone. And then he puts his finger down on the phone. Yes. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he told me to. Yes, that's. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, Ian's not there, but I've spoken to the dressing room attendant and he says to come in. The guy says, okay. So he lets him in. He walks into the pavilion and it's just as lunch is starting. And as he walks in, the players are coming off. And he finds himself funneled in with the players.
Oh, wow.
Hazelwood with 3 slips in place bowls. This is driven into space by Benny, and he's going to get a couple of runs. He gets it to the right of cover, the left of extra, and moves to 26. South Africa 5 for 97. The deficit now just 115. And he finds himself just funneled in, and as it happens with the West Indies players as they're coming off the field, and he just stays in the middle of their pack and keeps going all the way up into their dressing room, and then spent the rest of the day sat in the balcony of their dressing room looking out, and no one in the West Indies camp thought to say, who are you, mate? They all just assumed that he was with somebody else. And he watched 2 sessions of play from inside the West Indies dressing room. Hazelwood's in again. That's played round the front pad and picked up at the sort of short mid-on position. The skipper has got an intriguing position here, which is it's you see it a fair bit. It's the very, very, very straight, short mid-on. It's not a silly mid-on. He's about 2 yards in front of the crease at the non-striker's end. And he's being very tall.
It's more foolish than silly.
Yes.
Position. Yeah.
It necessitates that the non-striker, though, has to stand quite wide, and there's quite a wide mid-on, or if you like, a straight mid-wicket, as well as a deep square and a deep backward square. Hazelwood's in, Bedingham defends, back to the bowler, no run. Then
I think
flicks it to Green, who's at that short mid-on.
It's wonderful listening to Flem and Colo and your story there, Daniel, but when you look like me, you can't sneak in anywhere.
You're not really, sneaking's not going to work. I mean, what sort of event could you sneak into? It's a really good question, isn't it? Some kind of weird flower power cult?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I do.
If you'd want to.
At times I felt like I wanted to. But I do generally just walk with confidence, so people believe that I belong.
I think people would just follow you, actually, more. As Hazelwood is in again, this is pushed into the offside, up towards mid-off, off the back foot, and there is no run. Yes, I think this situation would be more awkward for you, in that it's not that you sneak into places, it's that you turn round and you find like 9 worshippers in canting.
You know how it is.
Well, not really, no.
Well, look, I either raise suspicions
yes,
or people just back off and say, it's best we don't check you, just go through.
Hazelwood's in again. That's wide of the off stuff. A really awful waft from Beddingham, which he's able to smile at because he was miles away from it. It's the end of the 44th over, just a couple of runs from it. South Africa, 5 for 97.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
World Test Championship final, Australia against South Africa at Lords here on SEN Test Cricket. We just had a look there on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Just how truly diabolical that shot off the last ball was. They had nothing going for it. Had he got any bat on it, if you got the middle of the bat on it, it still wouldn't have gone anywhere. It was just a tentative waft. There's just a little bit of tension creeping in here as Bo Webster is going to bowl his first ball of the Test match. He's been brought into the attack with his military medium, and first ball is pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. Let's see the speed gun on Webster here. What are we looking at? Mostly 75, 76?
124.
77.
Yeah. 77, yeah. So,
yeah.
Just the shot of the last ball kind of came about because of the pressure the Australians have built on Beddingham. He was scoring a lot freer 15-20 minutes ago.
Here is Webster. This is just defended suspiciously by Verena. Back to the bowler. Almost as if he was taking his nose away from the ball as far as he could. It didn't do a great deal, but I suppose he's got an awkward custom with a height.
And he's taken so many wickets in Shield cricket, mainly with his medium pace, but as we saw in Sri Lanka, he can always turn into the off-spinner, giant off-spinner. Tallest off-spinners you'll find, almost in a Tony Greig kind of mold.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah. Webster in again. Wide of the off-stump, tempted, slapped away, but now to deep point. There's a fielder out there. Nathan Lyon is strewn with zinc cream across his face. One more to the total, 5 for 98. And I've had a text come in. It says, Baz, you need to tell Daniel about sneaking into the whacker in the construction site to watch India training. So you
That
can
is
sneak.
correct, yes.
You can sneak.
I forgot about that. Yeah, I even had someone reach out to me from the construction site. I'll show you a picture. And he brought all the construction gear for me, including the helmet.
Webster's in. This is pushed into the offside. It's going to get a run as it goes slightly to the left of a stumbling Cummins at mid-off. One more to the total, 5 for 99. The deficit 113. Was this when you were doing your sort of your net whispering?
Yeah, I was from afar. So this is last summer when India were there, and obviously in classic India fashion, they blocked out the media from watching any of their training, their centre wicket training.
Webster rocks in, right arm over. Edged and bounces just in front of a diving second slip. Didn't carry. There's quite the pace on Webster's deliveries, but Steve Smith, he had to dive in front of first slip because it was dying. I don't think it carried even to him. It just bounced just in front of him, but it's a genuine, authentic edge. Seam just wobbling ever so slightly. Just taking a look here. Oh, so close. I just said, oh my goodness me. That is one of the most unlikely looking people to see at a construction site. I've just been, Shabazz has just shown me a picture of himself in the full gear. So Webster's in again, off the pads, tucked away, down to fine leg. It's a single that'll bring up 3 figures for South Africa, 5 for 100. There's a time yesterday it didn't look like they were going to get there. End of the 45th over. South Africa, 5 for 100.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes here, and we were just talking about Sundaresan just showed me a picture of himself in hard hat gear in a construction site at the Wacker, and the pièce de résistance is a combination of the extraordinary shorts, mostly bare legs, and then these chunky boots on the bottom covered in cement. As Hazelwood's in again, forward in defence comes Verena, pushes into the offside, no run, with this wonderful sort of luminous yellow, what do we call that, waistcoat, tabard?
Yeah, vest almost, yeah.
The hard hat's an interesting one because it's perched on what is obviously a lot of your hair. So, if you don't mind me saying so, you're wearing it a little bit like the England woman cricketer Sophia Dunkley wears her helmet. Do you know what I mean? Slightly at an angle, a jaunty tilt.
There is a tilt.
Yeah, a bit like Private Walker in Dad's Army. Yeah. So, Hazelwood comes in, 3 slips in place, and that's all. Tried to play that off the pads, did Vereen, gets in a tangle, and then picks the ball up. You've got to be careful doing that with Aussies around, and then throws it to a fielder.
So just a little more context. So India were having this training closed doors.
What year are we talking?
This is just last summer. Just last summer. So I reached out on social media if anyone could help me get onto the construction site. So a kindly gentleman said, yes, I'm going to bring you gear as well. Then he put what you see in front of you on me and said, yeah, I don't think I can take you into the construction.
Right. You didn't pass muster even with a gear. Right. Hazelwood's in this. He's defended late into the offside. Goes square of the wicket. I'll pick up a single. Verena moves to 4. South Africa 5 for 101. Jeremy Coney's just been shown this remarkable sight. I love the Wacker because it's when I think I did the last Test match there, the 2017 Ashes game, and it's this wonderful venue, isn't it? It feels like it's held together by duct tape and elastic bands. It's the Wacker, yeah. I'm very fond of it. So what are they constructing at the Wacker? Are they rebuilding?
They're rebuilding it. So
who plays there now? Did Western Australia play at the Wacker?
They do try to get some games in there. They do play some domestic cricket on
women's games as well.
Yeah, and some domestic cricket.
Nice pitch for women's cricket. Hazelwood is in. To Beddingham, who pushes in firm defence up to mid-on, and there is no run.
So eventually, I had to give up on the construction site idea, and then I found a parking lot 500 meters away, which was on an elevation. And I stood there on this empty parking lot for 3 days just watching India train through my binoculars, through a bunch of trees. Yeah.
That is dedication, isn't it, Jeremy? Or madness?
Madness. From afar, by the sound of it, too.
Hazelwood still's got those slips in as he bowls to Beddingham. Beddingham comes forward and defends. Better this time, a bit more languid. Ball comes out of the middle of the bat, back to the bowler, there's no run.
The Wacker had really good practice strips.
Did it? Yeah.
Oh, they were quick and they were bouncy, and I remember a couple of hours just our guys getting hit on the head leading into a test match.
Oh, great for the confidence.
Yes, exactly. Just put the head straight down, right off the middle, bonk, and off over the head. The ball disappearing onto the ground, actually, because you're actually off the ground for the practice pitches.
Last ball of the over. Hazelwood in, pushed off the back foot, finds point. That is the end of the 46th over. We've got about 10 minutes to go until lunch. South Africa 5 for 101.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Get the best in heat pump and solar hot water and government rebates.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
It's the World Test Championship final, and South Africa are showing some doughty display here today. 5 for 101 as Bo Webster starts nursery end goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. Don't miss game 2, by the way, of State of Origin next Wednesday, live from Perth Stadium, right across the SEN network. You can pick your call: Blues, Maroons, or unbiased. SEN, your home of sport all year round. So it is Maroons. I've got to say Maroons.
Everything, it's a different dialect.
It is. I was wondering if
that'll be one of those questions.
Bo Webster is in left alone. Gently swinging delivery goes into Carey's. I was only suggesting to Colo actually earlier that he might want to think of setting up a language school here so we can all learn to speak Australian.
Before you head off to the Ashes.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's some vernacular that goes right over my head.
And often it is sounds. Like the other day, Mitch Scott, our wonderful head of cricket, back in the studio when we were on an ad break, said, "Oh, you become Australian." You said, "Nah," a couple of times.
Webster's in, tucked away into the onside, finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. There'll be a couple. They'll turn just for the 2. They'll stick at the 2. So 2 more to Verena, takes him to 6, and South Africa 5 for 103. The deficit 109. They're nearly halfway. Didn't look like they were going to get anywhere near it yesterday, but it's a no ball, so they're even closer to halfway. 5 for 104. It's quite a big one as well. It's a problem if you've got very long limbs, I imagine, because we saw it a bit from Janssen, didn't we? And we talk about the oval here. I think that the oval, the Lords here, the slopes. Andrew Sampson talked about that as Webster's in. That's a late dab, say, from Verena. He waited for it and then just chopped down it. Gets a single to backward point. Moves to 7, 5 for 105. I think he said
likes the back foot, doesn't he?
Oh, he does.
Verena, especially off the quicks.
Yeah, but I mean, Webster's bowling at about 75 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's a little dangerous.
Semi-quick then.
Yeah.
But they're trying to sort of trap him LBW, aren't they, at the moment, by the look of it, getting well back. Seems to watch the ball quite closely, though, Verena.
Bedingham now on strike on 27. He tucks this into the onside. It won't be the diving head, but actually the diving head in his sprawl slightly spills the ball, so they're going to get a single. Bedingham to 28. He's known for being an aggressive, attacking, flashing stroke maker, but he's only scored the 20 runs this morning in the 79 balls he's faced. So he's been watchful. It's been Bavuma actually more than anybody else today, who's shown a bit of.
And as you say, he's got a reputation for actually wanting to hit, hasn't he, Bedingham?
Yep.
And so he's been kept relatively quiet.
Webster into Verena. Verena drives. The ball does come back into him.
Wow.
And made a horrible plinking noise. It rolled up to Cummins at mid-off. It didn't sound very healthy at all.
That came in late as well.
Yeah. And up the slope. It had everything you weren't expecting, didn't it? Hence the noise. Is that an Australian noise or is that a legacy of your Indian noises?
I don't know anymore, Daniel. They've all been mismatched, crossed together,
mingled into a glorious
concoction
stew. Webster in. That's pushed away off the back foot, past the diving cover. It won't reach the boundary. Fielder Nathan Lyon trots round from deep point, and they amble through for a couple. End of the over. 5 for 108. So now the deficit is just 104 runs. We've had the 1 wicket today. That was Temba Bavuma just driving on the up off Cummins. Caught well by Labuschagne with a little bit of look at me. There's a bit of a back flick.
Wee bit of that, but I think two things I thought when I saw that was, one, as a fielder, you always want to be in the game, don't you? You've got to want to be in the match.
That's where we went wrong. Yep.
And secondly, the bent knees. If you notice the bent knees, like a wicket keeper, so you've got power, in other words, to push off to get yourself to that catch.
Hazelwood starting what might be the last over before lunch, might be the penultimate over. He's in short, pulled away down to long leg for a single. Yes, it was a good catch. Good catch, no doubt about it.
Tidy catch.
Tidy
yes.
Catch. And it means that Cummins, our sole wicket taker of the session, wicket takers with Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations.
And those are two things Manas.
He does it every ball.
Every ball. He always wants the ball to come to him.
Yeah, I mean, he's great. He's a great guy to have at his side, isn't he? I mean, I dare say moderately annoying, but in a good way. You know, just eager. As Hazelwood is in, this ball's pushed up to mid-on, no run. By which, I mean, you know, we hear that he likes to natter and that kind of thing. But if he's on your side, you know, you're probably just all kind of feeling quite fond of him, really.
Yeah, but also I think even on that, he's matured quite a bit. He isn't the same can't help himself and has to keep chattering away character he was even 2 years ago. So he's matured, he's become a father now, he's become a father second time. He wants to be involved in the game, and even if you see him at practice sessions, obviously it's always a lot of talk of how much he bats, but the amount of time he spends then, once he's done batting, throwing balls at teammates, he's always the last to leave in that sense.
Hazelwood is in. This is just defended by Varane with no foot movement at all, but very easily, which hints at the pitch being quite simple, isn't it? I mean, that's a ball from Hazelwood, and he's really done nothing other than go, okay.
Yeah, well, if this pitch is getting easier, less seam, less swing from Stark, I think we saw this morning, less bounce. We just saw a catch at the far end, didn't quite reach Smith at second slip diving across. And so really it's very important from South Africa's perspective they get close as possible to this total.
Hazelwood is in. This is worked off the hip into the onside to the right of mid-on, who Cummins, who fumbles it. In fumbling it, actually, in the picking up of the ball, he's tossed it a further distance away, allows him to get back for a couple when it should only have been one. He means Varane keeps strike and moves into double figures. He has 11. And South Africa, they're on 5 for 111. Nelson, if you're of an English persuasion, you get it superstitious. These are Kiwi superstitions. I mean, we've got the 13 below 100.
Not really. Not really.
You're ultra rationalists, aren't you, you lot?
You can't win in this discussion, can you? There's nothing good coming out of that mouth.
I think it's a compliment.
You ultra.
So went in, forward in defence, pushed into the offside, picked up in the covers, no run. Is there an Indian superstition numbers? There must be loads, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a particular
every number depends on, but because numerology is such a big thing in India,
yes,
whether it's adding an A or a vowel to your name or numbers, it's everything is a superstition in India. So
well, in China they've got an issue about a certain number, haven't they? So actually the hotels, often you see it in Australia and in China, won't have that floor number. And I mean, when I was in communist Russia, they used to do the same thing. That was slightly different because one of those floors would be a surveillance floor. As Hazelwood is in, it's defended into the offside. There's no run. Because I know this because I was staying in Leningrad and then Moscow back in 1987. 5 for 111 at the end of the over. And I was 18 years old, and as a result, fearless and therefore stupid. And in both of these hotels, it had gone up to like number 12 and then was missing 13, or it got up to 14 and then missed 15 before going to 16. So they got out at the floor below on each occasion and walked up the fire escape. And there was a fellow with a gun and lots of machines whirring away in the background. And then I noticed that in my room, it wasn't a sprinkler after all. It had a wire running to it. It was a bug. So they were listening in to the fetid ramblings of an 18-year-old. High as a kite on vodka and no food because the food was dreadful. So I don't know what they gained from it. 10 days or 12 days. Yeah.
You sure you still don't carry that wire on you now, Daniel?
I don't, well, who knows? I wouldn't say either way, would I? Those for Daniel. If I suddenly just go into, yes. Here's Bo Webster started the last over before lunch. Keeper standing up. Carey's right up the stumps as that's guided into the gully region, but will be picked up by Green. Fielding there. There's no run.
There's something Alex Carey started doing more and more and more in recent years, standing up to the stumps. He does it to Scott Boland quite a bit.
Well, keepers of the past, they took it as part of their whole game, didn't they? They would stand up to the quicks.
Jack Russell, of course, famously would, yeah.
Take stumpings.
Webster in down the leg side, clipped away, out to deep back to the square leg. They should get a couple this time. as Hazelwood ambles round to his left, and South Africa are off Nelson. They're 5 for 113.
I think a New Zealander actually is the wicket keeper called Trevor McMahon.
Oh yeah,
Silvery McMahon was
Silvery.
He kept for a local side. I played against. Everybody had been stumped by Silvery McMahon in the whole of the club competition. He would wander up to the fast bowlers and he would stump you as you sort of overbalanced.
Wonderful.
And I think he's the oldest.
Webster in, and Jag's back, and this gets into an horrible tangle. And the Australians say, wait a minute, what's going on there? They're asking the question.
Handled ball, are they?
Are they? Or obstructing the field, I suppose it would now be. So I think they've changed the definition.
Well,
Carey doesn't need another one of these. Now then, the umpires are having a chat.
I think he wanted to check if I asked Pat Cummins if you want to appeal for it.
I want to take a look at this on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Usman Khawaja just saying you used your hand, and the umpires just walked up to Pat Cummins and said if they want to appeal.
Well, he's gone. I think that's a sign for dead ball. So I wonder. Right, let's take a look properly here. That ball's jagged back a long way, and then it's got stuck in his pad flap.
Yeah, but he's got an edge on it, hasn't he?
Yeah, but you can't be out of that.
And he dropped the ball.
But then he picked up and dropped it.
But it was in the back of the pad, lodged in the back of the pad.
Yeah. So once it's got in there, it's dead.
It is.
As Webster is in, this is driven firmly straight down the ground. Not perfect timing. Fielder's in pursuit, but he's not going to get there as it just sidewalks onto the sponge. Fine shot that from Bellingham, full face of the bat. Takes him to 35. South Africa 5 for 117. 2 balls to go to lunch.
And he needed that, David Bellingham. Just Australia have squeezed him in the last half an hour or so, maybe even longer. He needed a release shot, and he's driven so well down the ground throughout this innings.
Yeah, from outside off, wasn't it? Just on the onside.
Webster is in. That's defended well by Bellingham. Back to the bowler. We've got 1 ball to go until lunch.
But just mentioning, going back to Silver and McMahon, is that I think he's the oldest living Test cricketer at the moment.
Is he? That's a distinction.
New Zealand, went in 1955 on the tour to India and Pakistan. Yes.
Well, he won't be young,
No. Still very alert and alive and following. He'll be following.
Still standing up.
Oh, absolutely. They all stand up and used to bat number 10. Didn't they? All the keepers used to bat about 10 in the order. That shows you a major change in the game, actually.
Webster, last ball before lunch, driven beautifully for 4. Through extra cover, over pitching, long half volley. But Bellingham has ended this session on a high.
Same as end of play yesterday.
Absolutely. 2 balls off the last over. That's when he's at his most dangerous. 10 runs have come off that last over. South Africa, they began the day at 4 for 43. They've added 78 runs in 27 overs, which is the sort of rate that's acceptable. It's around about 3 and over. It's what people were crying out for them to try to do yesterday. Yeah, they've been a bit claggy at times, and Bellingham got into a bit of a rut. Verena has 11 from 30. The one man to go is Temba Bavuma, who showed a very different approach today from that which we saw yesterday. He's actually was batting pretty well until he was caught by Marnus Labuschagne in the ring, playing a ball on the up of Pat Cummins. It's the only wicket to have fallen today. Bavuma himself made 36 off 84 balls, and when you consider he was on around 3 or 40, that represents something of an acceleration, Bharat.
Yep, and much like they did yesterday in the first session, the day's play, they showed spirit, they showed energy, intensity, and they showed that they can compete against this Australian team. Even though Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins really were toying with them last evening, or they were allowed to do that by the South African batters, and it started with the captain. It had to be Temba Bavuma. Drove really nicely inside out a couple of times, and that ferocious hook shot of Pat Cummins for 6 felt like a statement. And just when it felt like those two could drag this first innings for South Africa closer to where Australia were, the wicket came from nowhere. It was just on the up, very similar to the boundaries that Bavuma had scored through the offside. Sharp catch from Marnus. But Bellingham has done his job. He has been put under a lot of pressure by the Aussies. There have been no freebies on offer. But when the freebies did come from Bo Webster, in that last over, he picked them off and finishes that session really well.
What he's done, Jeremy, is just start to put some miles in the Aussie legs as well, hasn't he? I mean, looking at the bowling figures, Stark 2 for 38, didn't get anything like the movement that he got yesterday. He's only bowled 5 overs today, actually, Stark. Hazelwood's bowled 8, Pat Cummins has bowled 7, so Hazelwood's 15 overs, 1 for 27, Cummins 14 overs, 2 for 24, and we just saw maiden after maiden after maiden yesterday. Today, they've been asked a few more questions, and the pitch looks to have eased, as we kind of predicted it would.
I think that's the main feature of the morning for me, that the bowlers have had to work a great deal more hard and a lot more effort to get anything out of the surface. It is easing, there's no doubt about that. The bowlers have had to change ends, haven't they? Fielders have been moved around a lot more. Bowlers have changed and moved around and had to go at the nursery end and then the pavilion end. And so there's been more questions asked by South Africa generally this morning. More runs, as you've mentioned. A shame for the South Africans. Bavuma just pushed out a bit far with the bat, and as soon as you do that, you tend to lose control of the stroke just a little bit more, and it was just that half chance, and there was Labuschagne to take a good solid catch. So yes, 91 behind. They've really only got Janssen left in terms of the batting, and so it's still on the edge, this innings, I think. And so it's just a question of how long. Can they restart after lunch? Can they then keep going and get up to this total? It's very important they do.
This ball is 49 overs old as well, and it's been such a weird test. We had 4 wickets in the first session, 1 wicket in the second, 9 in the third, and 1 in the fourth. Yes. So by that logic, the next session is going to produce probably at least 5.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Bavuma will be back in.
Yeah, could be. But what I would say is, I don't know if we're going to get a full session. We may have a lengthened day because the clouds are just beginning to bubble here, and they're quite a sort of brooding presence. Very much like the interior of a very swish bathroom in central London. Design, they've got a good interior design. Elephant's breath, maybe French grey. I don't know. It's one of those colours.
Yes, a little bit like the batting yesterday, really, wasn't it? It's like a mirror that needs to be cleaned.
That's exactly right. But it's lunchtime, and during the lunch break, you're going to be hearing very shortly from Damien Fleming, who's halfway through a mouthful of chicken, and Adam Collins. Adam Collins is going to be there. So, that's the lunch break. That's coming up after this break.
Is up to 5 for 121 after dismissing Australia for 212 yesterday. They're 91 behind. David Bedingham batted through the session. He moved from 8 to 39. He's there with Kyle Rayner on 11. They added 78 runs in 27 overs at a run rate of 2.9. The 1 wicket they did lose was the captain, Temba Bavuma, who was caught at cover by a diving Labuschagne from the bowling of Cummins for 36. He put on 64 with Bedingham. So they've laid a bit of a foundation under their innings after being reduced to 4 for 43 at the close last night. At one stage, 4 for 30 late in the day. So at 5 for 121, Adam Collins, Damien Fleming jumping on to pilot the lunch break. South Africa within striking distance of Australia's first innings tally. Hello.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic session for South Africa, and just their intent from the start, their rotation of strike, boundaries when the opportunity come from Bavuma and Bedingham as well. So it's been dogged batting. It's been what we did expect in a World Test Championship final, isn't it? And I suppose for Australia, it was the lack of swing. Yeah, it looked like really good swinging conditions. The ball was in that, 23rd, 24th over when the lacquer goes and you shine it up. But if Mitchell Stark's not swinging it, the rest of the Australians won't. And obviously he doesn't have the controlled accuracy of Hazelwood and Cummins, so he battled a bit. But Cummins and Hazelwood were good. Nathan Lyons getting some turn. So that was the session I thought we'd get in a World Test final. It was a really good battle, wasn't it?
Well, they're entitled to play well. I think sometimes we lose that in reflecting on sessions of cricket that don't go the way you expect. They batted really well. Bavuma was far more enterprising. We saw that from the get-go, driving in an elevated way through the offside a couple of times. It brought his downfall, but it also brought him 33 runs inside the first hour, which did to shift the energy. I talked in the pre-game about, can you put the Australian bowlers under just a little bit of pressure. And I'm not saying they necessarily felt that pressure. Australia's still in a good position, but it felt different to 4 for 30 last night, that's for sure.
Yeah, Bavuma actually hit a lovely elevated cover drive off Hazelwood, and then for the dismissal, he hit it out of the screws, but he sort of played a bit of a check drive. I think he could have actually gone the elevated shot again and comfortably hit it over Marnus's head. Good catch from Marnus.
Yep.
Deserved reward for Cummins. Cummins has bowled beautifully there, but no, I think Bavuma showed some real leadership there, and Benningham, 39, he's batted tough. You know, he's got some technical issues, which, you know, I think he can get into problems at time, but when he decides to go, he's a very strong man.
And the importance, Flem, of having had that experience playing in this country. I know that batters who come here the first time can often be... I mean, Marcus Harris is a good example of that. He speaks about when he first came here in 2019, how he was still sort of learning his game. He's played years and years in England. He seems to have had it all sorted out over here. It happens to many of them, though. And in the case of Benningham, playing years in the championship and now being here in a test match, it isn't as big of an adjustment as it would have been had they gone to a kid.
Yep, certainly so. And you see the South Africans, a lot of them play county cricket. Well, the two batsmen out in the middle now. So this is not foreign conditions for them. It's probably not foreign conditions in the scoreboard that they see there, and they're batted accordingly there. So, and the Australians are very experienced. The bowlers are very experienced here at Lord's. So, no, we've got a game on here. If South Africa win this next session, you know, they are well and truly in this test match. The only problem I can see for South Africa will be their first seamer.
Yes.
Can Nagidi put that first innings behind him and bowl at the standards Rabada and Jansen were? Because Maharaj is going to get more and more turn out of this. So the spinner's going to be no problems. It's the drop-off after that opening spell.
And it may well be that we have a rain effect. I'd be surprised if it wasn't rain affected. The radar's not crash hot. It's getting darker by the minute here. So let's hope they get back on after the 40-minute interval. But with the probability of rain, it's all the more important that South Africa just keep their cool here and get to safe harbour whenever it may well be, in order to, again, to sort of change the vibe of how this test might feel. Because, I mean, I think we both rocked up this morning thinking Australia were a half-decent chance of rolling through them inside a couple of hours. And now that's not happened. They've earned the right to change the way they play after lunch.
Yeah, I want the batting intent that I saw last night. I thought Australia would knock them over before lunch.
Yep.
And probably under 100. So then Australia are just in a total dominant position, and really it was just how well Australia batted, whether it'd go into even day 3. Whereas now we're looking, if it's around par, you know, we could have a really tight test match that goes another couple of days.
The best test matches are the ones that are about 200 against 200 odd, and then the second innings is a bit of a shootout. So we could get there's something like that, a thriller.
You know, this pitch looks dry, and it looks pretty. This should be best for batting in the next day and a half. So we could expect bigger scores in the second innings.
The last thing, Flem, before we go to our break, I'm not sure if I'd describe it as a moment of controversy. That'd be overplaying it, but it's ticking along pretty big online about where that ball lodged in David Benningham's pad, and he removed it before the point where Alex Carey would have conceivably been able to have caught it. But as I understand it, with precedent, once the ball's caught in there, the ball's dead, isn't it?
As long as it's, well, it'd be hard to adjudicate that. As long as it's not still moving.
Yeah.
Once it's lodged, it is dead ball.
Yeah, it felt, again, we didn't get a million replays of it, so we were kind of, my instinct watching it live and then watching it again was that it was lodged, which therefore means that he was entitled to remove it. But still, they moved on from it. Put it this way, the umps didn't even send it upstairs. So we're very aware of Alex Carey at moments of controversy at Lord's Day, Flem. That's not lost upon either of us. We were on commentary for that a couple of years ago, as we will be after our break. So a quick round the grounds in the NRL. The Sharks defeated the Dragons 30-18, and in the Aussie rules, the Bulldogs lead the Saints 106-58.
They fought back the doggies
early in the final term. So the Dogs, having lost last week, look like they'll return to the winners list. Our coverage here at Lord's is thanks to Henley Holmes. We'll take a break. On the other side of it, you'll hear from Tom Harley, who's got a promotion or a new job overnight, which has been reported by our very own Tommy Morris. And then back to us as we'll welcome in new audiences around the country and pick up our live commentary of the World Test Championship final. Lunch day to South Africa. They're 91 behind at 5 for 121. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Adam Collins now joined by Jeremy Coney. Mixed signals here, Jeremy. The sheets have gone away from the bowling run-ups, which were brought out for about 2 minutes. But Kyle Verreynne and David Bedingham have gone back upstairs to their dressing room, so I'm not quite sure what to read into that. Umpires Illingworth and Gaffney have been out there with their umbrellas, as is the custom. They didn't put them up. They did some prodding, and they walked straight back. And it feels to me, I'm keen for your perspective as well, it feels to me like we aren't far away from them giving us a restart time, although we are now 6 minutes late after lunch.
Yep, as you say, bowling areas have now been removed. I can see the one New Zealand contact really in relationship to this game. Meg Lay, there she is down to our right, walking out from Christchurch. Arable farmer, was an arable farmer, harvested peas down there, and then decided to leave New Zealand, which a few people do. And then she arrived at Bristol, and she got a job at Gloucestershire because she loved the grass and loves sort of working with sort of land and so on. So she got a job, and then she moved from Bristol. She went to Edgbaston. She became the head groundsman for the women's tests out there in the Ashes, and had an all-women's groundsman actually at that, which was excellent. Yeah. And now she's here with Carl McDermott. So she's one of the main people here. You can see her there at the front. They're about to move the hovercraft.
She does great social media work for them as well, doesn't she? She does the video.
She does.
She goes into great detail about how they prepare each wicket here, which, for people that love the game, that's priceless stuff. And that's the hover cover, which is leaving the building. The sun is out, the cover's leaving, and we've now got a restart. Restart's 1:20, so 3 minutes from now. So they'll be coming back down the stairs of the South African dressing room in a moment. That's the home dressing room this week. To our left, as we're looking at the pavilion, the Aussies in a familiar room for them, the away dressing room here at Lord's. Andrew Sampson with us as well, as he's been jumping on roughly this time of each session to tell us what he's seeing in the numbers of the game. Hello, Samo. What's doing?
Hello. Well, I can tell you the numbers of the game. I've just walked all the way around from the Coronation Garden, so halfway around the ground, and I didn't feel a drop of rain.
Right.
So, as far as I'm concerned, the rainfall is zero. But they were obviously off for the cover or something. But
meteorology with Andrew Sampson. That's exactly what we've got you.
That's been good for me. But anyway.
Is there anything going on that would pique the interest of JB Coney and me? It's a subjective question. I appreciate it.
I might have to think for a minute.
That's okay. We'll leave you to think. You can do what you do. You can set up your devices and that type of thing while the Aussies prepare to do as they did about 10 minutes ago or so. Nathan Lyon is holding court with Richard Illingworth and Chris Gaffney, the two standing umpires this week. He's been bowling from our nursery end, Jeremy, and he bowled 5 overs for 2 runs and he gave away absolutely nothing. A lot of it was around the wicket, trying to work down the slope to an extent, bit of natural variation. Then he swung around Nathan Lyon to over the wicket and was generating some real turn back to Bedingham. So that's a sign that if this test match does reach full maturity and we see a day 4 or even indeed whisper at a day 5, improbable as it is, that Lyon could be a massive factor in the 4th innings.
Definitely. He's going to be, I think, later on in this innings as well, as we're starting to see, particularly when you get left-handers in and particularly when you get lower down in the order. Don't forget, this South African side really only has Jansen of true batting. Yes, Maharaj can hold a bat as well, but really to get runs, it's one more wicket, and that's what Australia really have to sort of think about, even though you'd have to give the first session of the second day to South Africa, I think, because they played so poorly in the end of the first.
Well, you look at it, they won session 1 yesterday. They, in some respects, split session 3. It's easy to focus on the 4 for 43, but they did take 5 for 20. And Australia won the middle session yesterday fairly comprehensively, losing only Stephen Smith, adding about 120 runs. And South Africa have won the first session today. So if you're looking at it in those terms, we are broadly at parity. However, so much relies upon this pair of Kyle Verreynne and David Bedingham, both with a lot of experience in England, and then Marco Jansen, who's carded to come in at 8, made a half-century here at Lord's back in 2022 in a test that South Africa won inside 3 days. So as the sun now beats down on Lords. It's perhaps the brightest it's been throughout the Test match. So the weather's changed very quickly for the better, and it'll be from the pavilion end. I think looks like it's going to be Pat Cummins to take up the attack once everyone gets into position.
Bowled well in the first session, I thought today as well. He just was threatening all the time, bowling relatively straight a lot of the time, not at a length that you could drive. And if you went back, he's fast enough, and with the slope and with a little bit of seam, wasn't much seam this morning, I didn't think, but the odd one squats just a little bit, and if you're like a Verena who comes in early and goes back, that's a dangerous kind of combination, I think. So, I think this is a good move to get him in again early. He's picked up the one wicket so far to fall for Australia today, and so I think it's a good start with him.
So the ball, a nice close-up on telly there, the Chemist at Warehouse replay screen, nice and shiny, although the riding is off it, as you'd expect after 49 overs. Belatedly, the second session begins. Cummins here, first ball to Verena. He defends comfortably out to the offside where there won't be a run. Our coverage for Henley Holmes as we begin the second session on day 2.
The thing when you play Australia, it's just that continual demand to be at your peak. If you make a mistake, if you have a bad half hour, if you have a bad session, they eat away at you and they'll take advantage of it as well in any point in the game. And so it's a very tiring match when you play against the Aussies.
Cummins towards us and towards Verena. Bowls here, pavilion end, fraction fuller, fraction wider, pushed out to line at mid-off, no run.
I mean, even when we played them way back, and probably Australia were a little bit weakened when they had some players go away to South Africa, I think, for some rebel tour.
Yep.
And but I mean, Alan Border and people like that were still playing against us, but we had to work really hard, and we had Richard Hadley, our best player. 33 wickets in 3 tests. And he got good support, as I say, from everybody else, and that's exactly what South Africa have to do.
Have to work together. Cummins here, can he set the standard? Inside edge from Verena, back off the seam, down the hill, just where he wants to be early in a spell.
Yeah, I gave you a chance there to come in with 33 tests. Yes.
Can I give you my favourite Rebel Tour stat, Australian Rebel Tour?
Please.
Kim Hughes got 3 first ballers in 1 game.
Okay.
One was a no ball.
King Pair. And he went out as a runner for Rodney Hogg, the Wanderers against South Africa. And Hogg was out first ball. 3 first ballers in 1 game. Anyway.
It rather tells the story of the late career Kim Hughes arc, doesn't it? Towards the mid-80s when it kind of went off a cliff for the former Australian captain. 3 left in Cummins over the first after lunch. Bowls here. Verena plays late under his eyes. Out to point, gets 1. There's a gap there. Well played. Moves to 12. 5 for 122.
Not sure whether I like the guy back early on, to be honest. Has he brought him in, has he?
He does, for whatever reason. I don't.
If he just drags one down there?
He just likes to bowl with a deep point. Look, it's more with the left-handers, in fairness, but in that 23 Ashes series that we covered here, Jeremy, I don't think he bowled a ball without a deep point.
No, I think you're right.
It's just is it a psychological thing with some bowlers?
Maybe.
Perhaps?
Maybe if early on in his spell, if he does drag one down, rather than get a boundary, just a single. Maybe. So
points in now, 2 left, bowling to Bettingham on 39. His first ball of the session's defended to mid-on. He went back and played it under his eyes as well. Mentioned the TV coverage and all the camera angles we're getting here. This is the biggest ICC TV production ever. They've got 180 people working on it, 54 cameras in operation.
Really?
54 cameras, including a camera on every single player on the ground at all times. So all 13 right now have a camera specifically trailed to them, just in case. The wonders of modern television.
Goodness me.
I love the long room camera yesterday. It went all the way into the dressing room pretty much. Last ball of Cummins, first over. After lunch, bowls here. Nice shot from Bettingham, off the front pad through mid-wicket, or rather to wideish mid-on. Diving stop required from Hazelwood, keeps it to 1. 2 runs from the over, 50 gone, 5 for 123. They trail by 89. Bettingham into the 40s from 97 balls. Verena 12 on that tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Nathan Lyon, I think, is going to get the job. He is. So Nathan Lyon from the nursery end, which has always been his preferred end here at Lords. He's played a lot of cricket here now.
Has he bowled this in much in this match?
He bowled from this end before. He bowled one over from the pavilion before yesterday, rather. So
likes that slope going away, eh?
He likes the natural variation.
Slides on,
He knows you'll turn it. It's just a matter of, I suppose, the amount of deception that can be created from getting a batter slightly off balance, perhaps. He'll start with a slip and a short leg, a 4-5 field, backward point cover mid-off, a long on to the right of our commentary position, deep square leg in front of the grandstand, a mid-wicket, a short leg, that's Travis Head, and a man around the corner at backward square on the 1. Line over the wicket to Bettingham on 40. First ball here, defended after coming forward, no run.
Well, let's just wait and see if he can get that little bit of drift, or he's more often actually it's overspin, isn't it? It's a dip and a dropping delivery, so you don't quite pick the length.
That's his biggest weapon. Line bowls here, Bettingham forward to the pitch. He's never been the type of off-spinner who sort of spins at square. I mean, obviously, sometimes conditions will facilitate that, but with Lyon, it's been huge overspin.
And bounce, therefore.
Accuracy. To complement that, Lyon in the long sleeve jumper bowls here, a fraction shorter and worked into the covers. Diving stop there from Labuschagne to his left, keeps it to 1. Bettingham gets a single. He's 41. 5 for 124 the score. Bettingham's faced 100 balls.
Well played, Bettingham. He gave himself just a little bit of room when he saw the length was a little shorter. And of course, as you just mentioned, only sort of 3 men fielding to save runs out there. There's gaps.
Verena faces Lyon. He's on 12, goes back, makes room, bunts it down to long on one-day style. He's 13, 5 for 125. So Lyon, again, we talk about fielders that they like to have. I think Lyon sees long on as a catching fielder more than a run-saving option a lot of the time.
Well, if he is dipping and dropping it, sometimes a batsman will think he can drive it. That'll go in the air.
Lyon up. Bettingham waiting, a bit shorter. Also tries to squeeze it through to long on, but Bo Webster's there and cuts it off at mid-wicket. That was 96 kilometres an hour, so a little bit quicker by Lyon standards. Often you'll see him...
Normally 90, isn't he? Round there, just below?
Just about 90s where he tends to peak for a stock delivery. A bit slower sometimes. Lyon again, bowls here, flights this one up. So some variation to finish. That was down at 88 kilometres an hour. Ends the over. 5 for 125. They trail by 87 with Bettingham 41, Verena 13. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN a test cricket for Henley Holmes. Pat Cummins, the captain's got 2 for 26 from his 15. South Africa trail by 87, the number in the corner of our scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Saw some shots on the screen out the back on the nursery grounds. Chock-a-block with fans who are enjoying the sort of carnival atmosphere back there, as is always the way at Lords. Verena facing Cummins, bowls here. He's hit on the thigh pad. He's to his knees momentarily. Soft balance, but he bounces straight back up. So it doesn't look like it's full here. I think it's a paper sellout today, Jeremy. I don't think you can go on the ICC website and necessarily buy a ticket, but the resale market is liquid as ever, and it feels like on both days there have been a lot of tickets purchased but not utilised, probably due to the fact that India didn't make it, and there would have been a lot of people expecting to have rocked up. They released these tickets about a year ago when India was still top of the championship. They were a lot more expensive then too, I hasten to add. Cummins towards us and towards Verena on 13. Bowls here, leaves alone. It got down to about 40 quid for a ticket this week. Now, I think I'm right in saying the cheapest ticket when they first came out was about 150, which is obviously an outrageous number.
Yeah.
And later this year, when England host India here in a test that's played in July, again, about the same, 130, 140 as a minimum to get through the gates. Huge amount of money. something that is inconceivable, I'm sure, to Australian listeners. That's the better part of 300 Aussie dollars to just get in the gates.
And that's for a child as well.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what the kids' rate would be, but that's just a stock standard seat in the public areas here at Lords. And most test grounds now, for that matter. Cummins up close to the stumps. Bumper, rarely spotted in this test so far. Verena thinks about having a go at it, but it's so high that he couldn't possibly reach it. It probably should be a wide, given how high it bounced, but it's not signalled by the square leg umpire. I think that the cheaper, it is a no ball here, sorry, must have been a front foot no ball. So called now by Chris Gaffney in collaboration with Richard Kettleborough. 5 for 126. I think the cheapest tickets you get now for a test ground up north, Leeds, Manchester, might be 70 or 80 quid, something like that.
70 quid, the ones up for Manchester for the Indian test.
Yeah,
70 in the kind of normal stand.
Still pretty punchy.
Yeah.
In again, Cummins has got the 3 slips. Bowls here. Hits Verena on the pad. Shout for leg before Chris Gaffney. And he's run into him in his appeal. It's given not out. And running backwards to appeal, Verena was coming down the pitch as well. And they've collided with each other. Now it's been given not out. Cummins goes up to Carey to consult. Are they going to send it upstairs? He is going to send it upstairs. At DRS for Imar. For Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR, all happening after the collision where batter and bowler both hit the deck. We'll see that again momentarily on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Extraordinary, wasn't it? Well, Cummins, you can understand, turning to the umpire is expected to, of course, if you ask for the decision, and it must have been Verena too. It's close to the inside edge.
It's going to be two things to look at here. Inside edge will be very close. That's the first thing they'll go through. You can see some of leg stump where impact is made. Balls hit in line with, well, if you were taking guard, middle and leg.
Yeah.
But will it be straight enough to get more than 50% of the ball hitting leg stump?
And the back foot, of course, is on that popping crease. In other words, he hasn't gone far forward whatsoever.
Richard Kettleborough, the third umpire this week, going through his deliberations. Yet to see the Snicko show up. That's the first thing they'll do here, I think. Or are we going straight to ball tracking? We are. There was no edge. Into ball tracking. 2 reds and hitting! The Cummins review has worked. Enough of the leg stump being collected by the ball. Verena is going to be given out now on the field by umpire Gaffney. A great review by Pat Cummins. Overturned leg before, 13 for him. South Africa now 6 for 126. Cummins knew the score. He's got 3 for 27. He's up and about, Jeremy Coney.
Big blow, and I mentioned he's just such a difficult customer, always at you. And there's the collision between the bowler and the batsman, both looking towards where the ball has gone, or certainly the batsman has, and then the bowler, of course, turning to make the appeal to the umpire at the bowler's end. So they both collided, and now that exactly what Australia wanted. Start of a new session. Verena's gone for 13, 126 for 6.
As you say, start of a new session, Jeremy, just where Australia needed to find something early here. A partnership that looked fairly healthy for 32 as well. They weren't plodding along. They were looking to play some shots either side of the long break. And now, well, you wouldn't say that Jansen is a bowler. He's an all-rounder, a bowling all-rounder with credentials. But nevertheless, that was where the third umpire was called upon to get rid of Verena. And here we go. The third umpire for Imar.
They're the tradies, mate. That's Imar.
There we go. Sometimes these things work. And Jansen, yes, walking in at number 8, the second wicket of the day to fall as Damien Fleming jumps in as well. Flem.
Gee, with the slow-mo going down, I thought it was maybe just going to clip leg.
That me
so
too.
It would have been not out.
But it's actually been hitting flush, hasn't it? When it's
a bit like the bit of WWE wrestling in the middle there too.
Yeah.
I think Cummins with a knockout. Good. That's a good review though. You know, the two best umpires in the world, you've copped a nod out, but you've backed yourself.
Yeah.
That's why we want the review system.
And Verena, you know, they've pursued the fact that he goes back and doesn't get far forward. And
so Cummins, new batter here in Jansen to bowl to, and he beats him right away, trending up the slope after hitting the seam. Classy stuff.
3 for 27 off 15.4 now.
He's always that batsman, isn't he? And that length, not much really to drive, but you go back and I think he's quick enough that if it does anything, if it squats a bit, if it nips a little bit, and that hard to catch up with.
I reckon he gets less cut than any fast bowler I've ever seen. Because it's that natural in slant, and then he changes the seam, the wobble seam, and then it seems away. But it's all around third to fifth stump line.
Cummins 2 left in the over, bowls here, and he beats him again with an identical delivery. So Cummins just immaculate line and length, same pace, same spot, same movement, same result.
Jansen is trying to hit them.
Yep.
They're good deliveries. I mean, you played with Sir Richard Hadley. I mean, it was unrelenting with his line and movement as well.
Yeah. It was.
That's a big wicket. That I thought that partnership could have been a chance. Jansen obviously is an all-rounder, but another hour together. That previous partnership could have been ugly for Australia.
Could have got them towards 200 or so. Now, as Cummins bowls to Jansen, back to him, caught and bowled twice in the over. What a leader he is, Pat Cummins. He's got 4. He's bursting open this World Test Championship final. It's a 3-ball duck for Marco Jansen. Cummins goes bang, bang. South Africa, 7 for 126.
Yeah, that's amazing. We were talking about what a great fielder, fast bowling fielder Pat Cummins is, and he's equally good off his own bowling. Went to his knees, but in the end he had the fingers up to the sky in front of his eyes. You don't get a lot of those caught and bowled, so they're appreciated, and the Australian captain is now ripping open this test match.
Looked like Jansen to me was looking to play that into the leg side, and so it's almost a leading edge going back to the bowler. And whether it's actually held its line a little bit, maybe, don't know, but it didn't go where Jansen was expecting it to go. He got well forward again. It's another example of pushing out a wee bit and losing control of the stroke as the bat gets further away from you.
Yeah, I think the toe of the bat was in front of the hands, so it was always going to go in the air as opposed to, getting your gloves further to the ball and the toe of the bat behind that. But that's a big wicket because we're talking up Jansen's batting. Maharaj plays the shots. He can be very inconsistent. He can be a little bit ugly to bowl to, but brilliant start after lunch by Australia, led by the captain.
So Keshav Maharaj walking in at 9. And, what can you say? Pat Cummins, 4 for 27 from 16 overs. He's picked up wickets in 3 different spells. The 1 wicket to fall this morning, 1 last night when he bent back the stumps of Tristan Stubbs. Or my apologies, that was the wicket of VR Mulder, wasn't it? And now 2 in an over. A man who looked fairly set in Verena. Great review. And then the athleticism to keep his composure and his follow-through to take a caught and bowl. This guy is everything to Australia. So back to Nathan Lyon. Can he play his role as well? He's been tidy so far, giving them nothing. Only 4 runs from 6 overs. He changes angle to Bettingham round the wicket. Bowls here, Bettingham plays back to him. Just feels like in these big finals, Flem, there are moments, aren't they, where... There are moments we've seen them in all 3 finals so far where one team just runs away with it. And we saw it at the Oval back in 2023 when Australia's fast bowlers got busy. Line here round the wicket, lunging forward and playing to mid-wicket. No run. Yep, diving stop from Bo Webster. It may well be that we're in the middle of it right now. If Cummins can keep going, 3 wickets to get, they could be batting again in an hour.
Come on, guys. So he's sniffing a 6 or 7 for here, Captain Pat.
Round the wicket line, Bettingham plays out in front of his pad to mid-off. Quick single. Keeper's end comes the throw from Cummins. He's falling over now, Maharaj. Another one hits the deck. He ran into the stumps. The zing bails went. He was committed to the bit. Couldn't stop. Had to get to his ground.
That's some seriously awful cricket from Maharaj. Why he was not backing up?
No. He was having a little look, I think, and so he left late, and then he got in really a tangle when he got to the other end, didn't he? Didn't want to run in the line of the throw. You can't do that. And so he's tried to go to his right.
And he ran into the stumps.
He's ran into the stumps, and also the keeper, I think Carey's also had a bit of it as well.
Well, he's tried to jump over. He's jumped into Carey.
Yeah.
Almost trying to take an Aussie rules specky over the former Australian rules player, Alex Carey.
So Lyon around the wicket, wide on the crease. Maharaj, his first ball, he goes back and defends to cover. So the throw from Cummins is curious here on the replay. We'll see it for...
It was a good throw, wasn't it?
So he would have been home, and he actually got over the stumps until his back leg kicked it, and he ran into Carey. So players colliding into each other. The Australians exerting a lot of pressure after lunch. This could be a decisive passage. Line to Maharaj, averages 15 at test level with the bat. Slip short leg remain. Bowls here round the wicket, gets behind it, gets one to cover. Well played, off the mark. 7 for 128 becomes the score.
They were happy to allow that, the Aussies.
Very happy.
Captain Pat.
Yeah. You have a little
bowling
go
to
at
the
Maharaj.
tail.
Yeah.
And we saw the way that Rabada ran through the Australian lower order. The Aussie skipper will be looking to do the same.
So Lyon to complete the over to Bedingham, stays around the wicket to him. He works it into the onside and gets one himself. He needed to keep the strike there if he could to absorb Cummins next over, and so he does. So that makes South Africa 7 for 129, 3 from the over. Bedingham 43, Maharaj 1. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Daniel Norcross coming in for me.
At E&S, it's our biggest ever end of financial year sale with big savings on brands like Miele. I believe Miele makes some of the most durable and reliable kitchen and laundry appliances in the world. And right now, Miele are offering an unbelievable 10% off almost their entire range. And they're increasing their warranty to an incredible 5 years. Our consultants are Miele experts, and we won't be beaten on price. So visit one of our 10 showrooms today or shop online and get value the E&S way. Sale on now, terms to play.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. And Daniel Norcross alongside me, Jeremy Coney, Damien Fleming. These two sides do know that cricket is a non-contact sport, do they?
It's turned, as I said, into a bit of WWE wrestling after lunch.
It's very weird. Bedingham
twice
on strike. Cummins with his tail up and he pushes into the offside, picks out cover. There's no run. Maharaj can hold a bat, but when you've got a bowler like Cummins coming in like this, if you're Bedingham, it's counter-attack time, isn't it?
It's big damage very early on in the session, exactly what one side wants and the other one doesn't. You've worked hard all of the first session of the day to try and bring yourself back into the game, and suddenly a lot of that has been, just destroyed really in one over.
Yep. Cummins is in, and Bedingham drives into the onside, takes the single, so there's absolutely no hint of trying to keep Maharaj off strike, which would be fine for Cummins. I think they've got to play it that way. You can't with 7 down, can you?
Yeah, I think he'll wait till one more wicket to really start to take the attack to the Australians. I mean, he's been able to put away the bad ball here, but Maharaj, if you're averaging around 15, 16, you can bat.
Yeah, he's got 1,200 test runs.
Yeah.
He's got 550 plus scores as well in there, the top score of 84, so... Yeah.
Pat Cummins yet to get a fifer here at Lords, so opportunity to get on the honour board.
He's got figures at the moment of 4 for 28 as he comes in good sunshine now. Bowls to Maharaj, who defends a full ball up to short extra cover. There's no run. I mean, actually, Rabada's got over 1,000 runs as well. It's Ngidi they really want to worry about.
What's Ngidi providing?
Very little. He's got 97 runs in his career.
He could bring up his 100.
He could. Well, his average is 4.8, so he ought to just creep over.
So he'll just get there.
Look,
do they have an honour board for
100? I don't think so.
Different type of 100, really.
He's not Ebadot Hussain and he's not Nahid Rana, my two favourite batters in world cricket at the moment. Nahid Rana, an absolute stonker. I'll tell you all about him in a moment. Cummins is in. This is defended the offside. No run. Nahid Rana broke the world record set by former England women's coach Mark Robinson at most consecutive noughts and naught not outs. Okay. So Mark Robinson managed 12 in a row. Nahid Rana, he looked at that record. He said, "Hold my." Well, he probably didn't say "hold my beer." I'm not sure. No. I'm not sure that's his style. He might have said, "Hold my mango lassie." Okay. As then he proceeded to unfurl 19 consecutive scores, and then it was broken in the most extraordinary fashion. Flam, I'm going to tell you all about it in a minute. Cummins is in a bouncer, sails over the head of Maharaj, playing against India. And he's on a strike against the best all-court bowler in the world, if you like, Jasprit Bumrah.
Yes.
His entire first-class career at this stage, he had scored 12 runs in his entire first-class career. And I think in his Test career, he might have got about three. So no boundaries. In 3 balls, he hits 11 runs off Jasprit Bumrah. 2 4s and a 3.
Like backing away and slogging?
We're a bit behind the stumps.
Thick edge down to deep third. There was a genuinely interesting slog over deep mid-wicket. I can't remember where the other one went. I'm fairly sure Andrew Sampson would have watched it. We were all glued to it, Nahid Rana fans, as he's driven by Maharaj. Can't beat mid-off. Labuschagne moves well to his left. End of the over. I'll continue the story after the break. South Africa 7 for 130.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify Support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, spend $999 or more on any mattress and get free local delivery to your door. Hurry, stock is limited. Ends soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Yes, Nahid Rana, he's a hero. Have you managed to get him up there on your screen?
Yeah, let me try. And did it unearth? Has he gone?
No. He's gone back. Yeah, mercifully. I think we've had 3 or 4 consecutive ducks now.
He's gone back to type.
He's reverted to type. Yep. Lyon is going to come around the wicket to Bedingham as he starts the new over from the nursery end. Pushed without timing off the back foot into the covers, quite square. And they'll amble through for an easy single, 7 for 131. The thing is, the lad can bowl. He bowls at 90 plus miles an hour. Yeah. Bangladeshi fast bowlers, there are a few of them around. They were instrumental in that amazing whitewash of Pakistan, weren't they? But they do have a tail. You know, so you get 6 Bangladeshi wickets out, and you're basically home and hosed. It's done. Line in, is tucked into the onside again. There's no run.
There was some English teams like that, wasn't there?
There were Mullally, Malcolm, Tufnell, Giddins, that sort of thing. One
series I played in Australia, I think they had Steve Rhodes at 6. You know, they thought he was going to be a batsman keeper, and I don't think he averaged double figures. But we might have been looking. You know, Daffy DeFreitas was a good bowling all-rounder.
Line in again, defended by Maharaj on the front foot.
But I think we had a little, like, Gus Fraser 9, Devon Malcolm 10.
Mullally or Tufnell, something like that?
And Tufnell 11. There was a real...
Very encouraging.
Once I got to see down, you really wanted that ball.
Yeah. Come on, lads, 1 brings 5. Line in, round the wicket, down the wicket comes Maharaj and scoops it up and over.
He likes this.
Over cover. Is it going to make it to the boundary? It just does as it goes down the hill. So 4 for Maharaj. I don't think Nathan Lyon will mind seeing that little dance down the wicket, but good bit of enterprise. 7 for 135, 77 now.
That's his go, though. So, you know, you want to be proactive. Gets in outside or inside the line. He hasn't got in the middle, but he didn't need to.
Well, field's up, isn't it? It's classic. As I said before, a bit like power play batting, isn't it? Gets up and over.
Tuffers didn't play that shot.
No. He would have had to be playing it from square leg.
Yeah.
That's quite a big stride, isn't it, to get back onto the pitch?
Lyon is in once more. This is defended at the offside.
In Melbourne, he walked past me and he said, "This is going to be funny." And I went, "I wasn't expecting this in a test match, someone to say that." And I think he backed away and got bowled. And we're running in, he goes, "I told you it'd be funny." In the middle of a test match.
Lyon tosses this up as defended into the offside. There is no run on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, South Africa, at the end of the over, 7 for 135.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection. Billed from only $227,900. Right. Cummins is going to continue, and you would expect him to. He's in the middle of a very effective spell. 4 for 28 he's taken as he comes into the right-handed Bedingham. 3 slips in place. Short. Was sort of thought about the pull and then ducked out of it, really, at the last minute. This is not a bad ploy, though, is it? You've got a guy there who's feeling he needs to be aggressive. We've got a deep square. We've got a long leg out there for the hook.
It
there
can
is
bring
a deep
runs,
point.
though, can't it, with the gaps?
Can do, yeah.
But we love a good tail ender, don't we? You know, either being, dangerous,
Chris
playing
Martin,
shots, or,
Yeah. Who is? I mean, Australia seldom have
Glenn McGrath.
Glenn McGrath, yeah. But even
he went from averaging 2 to 6. So as he said, that's like, about averaging 150.
Here comes Cummins, beats the bat. Oh, has he? I think he might have got an edge on that. He has. Well, I never. What a brilliant piece of bowling from Pat Cummins. It's his 5th wicket. He's on the honours board and he's bowled a beauty to get rid of Bedingham for 45, zeroing in on off stump, and then it just left him up the slope, takes the edge, and a really good diving catch from Carey. And now Australia are right on top. South Africa 8 for 135 as Pat Cummins,
look at him go,
raises the ball to all corners of this ground. It's a superb spell he's in the middle of here, and he deserves all the applause he gets.
And great bowlology too, wasn't it? With the field settings, it would suggest that he was going to get bombarded by some short deliveries, and he goes full and caught on the crease. He batted really well here, but great to see that the ball getting shown. It was here in 2001. Us as a fast bowling group come up with that concept, and the great Glenn McGrath was the first person to do it in a test match here, in a test match back in 2001.
Is that right? Didn't know that.
Yes. I was actually the first to do it once we decided in a tour game in Somerset. And even then, you get a nice little crowd, but
You
not
showed
like a
it
test match.
to the 5 people.
And you look now, the legacy, every team does it, doesn't they? At whatever level.
Yeah.
There was one.
You guys started it?
Yeah, we started back in 2001.
What did people think when you did it the first time?
Well, there was... mate, it was... with the fast bowling cartel, don't get along with the batters so much, and we think you get to raise your bat to 50
point.
or 100. Why can't the bowlers do that?
No, it's a very, very, very good point.
So we got a win there. So next team meeting, I come up. If you bat 9, 10 or 11 and you score 25, you should raise the bat. Right?
Yeah.
Steve Ward took control and said that's not getting through, right? So I was angry for 20 years. And 2 years ago, I got into Nathan Lyon about this concept. What do you reckon? And he goes, yeah, okay. At Melbourne, he was 18 not out in the morning. I said, are we on? He goes, yeah, but where are you going to be? I go, mate, doesn't matter. You look up at the media scoreboard, right? And you'll see me, okay? So he gets to 24, and I've told my boss at Channel 7, Chris Jones, about it. He hits a single, and he goes, get in there. So Langer and Kadich, who were on that 2001 tour, who were against the rule of raising 25, I grab the thing and go, what a significant moment for Australian cricket. Nathan Lyon raising his bat for the first time for 25. What a great occasion for Australian cricket. And then there's video cam.
As Cummins comes in to Rabada, the new batter, who pulls at this. There's a short leg. If he wants to be careful, he's lucky it just plops in front of that short leg.
So there's video cam of Langer and Kadich just looking at me and yelling, that's crap, you can't have that sort of stuff. But to see their astonishment when I ran in to call it. So it's still on my X profile, big Nathan Lyon raising his bat. So he did again last summer. What about that? It took 23 years.
You're a trendsetter, Flem.
What a good idea, though.
Yeah.
How many times do you get left 20 not out or 13 not out?
Cummins in again. This is defended by Rabada, rather backing away somewhat.
Actually, we
Pushed
might
it to the
even get
onside.
Andrew to
Error.
look up how many times a number 9, 10 or 11 have made 25 in the history of Test cricket.
Well, I mean...
Could, but more importantly, Pat Cummins is on 299 Test wickets at the moment.
So he's on the board for Lords. He's raised the ball.
He's raised the ball.
Yeah.
And he might get to 300.
He's got 2 balls this over to maybe get it. 46 of them at 17.8 against South Africa at the moment.
He likes playing against...
He does. He started against South Africa, of course, famously.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Man of the match, wasn't he?
Yep.
18. He's of age.
Around the wicket. Into Rabada.
Oh, God.
It was a bouncer, and he's hit him. Now, Rabada said, I'm fine. I need to...
Nah, they'll have to check that.
Yeah, I'll need to take a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen and see if that's hit head or whether it was shoulder. I think he's saying, no, I haven't been hit on the head. If it's a head, they have to send someone out. But the umpires aren't questioning that judgment, so I think
Yeah.
might have been shoulder. Let's see.
Geez, it was right on the money, wasn't it? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, it's front shoulder.
It is. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Yeah, we've just seen it thud into his right shoulder.
Well, Rabada knocks over Cummins for fun when Cummins is batting, so this is on here.
Cummins is in. Oh, and it's got short again. And that sounded altogether more clanky. And now they will have to send someone out. Cummins is bowling a brilliantly hostile spell here. He's just delivered a fabulous wicket maiden. He's got figures of 5 for 28. And we're now going to have the physios come out there because it bowled 2 bounces at Kahisa Rabada. The first one hit the shoulder, but there, on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, that has gone straight into his grill. That is, I say it's nasty. It's cheeky, isn't it? Sort of the cheeky area, would you say?
He took his eyes off the ball. That's always a dangerous thing. If he'd stood up and rode that delivery, I think he could have played it safely. But once you take your eyes off the ball, it's guessing, and you're hoping it doesn't hit you.
I mean, it's been a while since the Fast Bowlers Union existed. I mean, in the 70s, this just did not happen. Oh, hello. This is marvellous. The studio's falling apart. We'll be fine. We'll be back. You just put them in their half as a general rule, didn't you? But nowadays, it doesn't work like that. You see a number 10 come out, you can bowl a bouncer, you bowl it at them.
Yep. I think the helmets and protection have come in. I think tailenders, as a general rule, bat better than they did years ago. Often they'd come out and just play their shots, wouldn't they?
Do you know, the first time I really remember it, which must have been like the cusp of this changing, 1978, Bob Willis hit a Pakistan spinner called Iqbal Qasim in the face, broke his jaw. And it caused consternation. It was seen as like this was a complete act of underhand skullduggery by Willis, because you just weren't supposed to do that.
Particularly a spinner. I don't know.
I know.
What can they do?
Spinners are supposed to bat though, aren't they? That's the idea of them.
Tuffers?
Yeah.
Tough.
No, I know, you're right. Well, yeah.
Where is Tuffers? I haven't seen him floating around.
No, I don't think he's doing this game. I think he's off on holes. He'll be back on the tools for England's Test series against India, which begins next Friday at Headingley.
Okay, all right.
So, he's out. I saw him the other day. Did a one-day international with him. He was in terrifically good form.
Yes.
Right, Stark's in the attack. Now we've got 2 tail enders in. Off you come, Nathan. Let's bring in Stark and Cummins. First ball of a new over is just defended. Back up the wicket. They're going to go through for the quick single. Every run feels potentially precious here. That deficit 76. They could just squeeze it down below 50. That'll make them feel they're still clinging on to this game. Bharat Sundaresan is alongside me.
Good afternoon.
What a dramatic afternoon we've had.
Well, Pat Cummins, how often does he do it? It just changes Test matches in the space of 15, 16 deliveries. He's done it all around the world. Pakistan with reverse swing, he does it in Australia for fun. But also, when one of these 3 fast bowlers picks up a 5-wicket haul, it's always special because they don't get to do that very often. They always have to share the wickets around.
Yeah.
It's unlike what you see with the South African attack. If you're just that one strike bowler, you get more opportunities to end up with 5 wickets.
I mean, that's why Joel Garner hardly in. Did he have any 5? Was it,
he had a very low percentage and a low bowling average of 20.
Exactly, because it spread around. Mike Hendrick was similar when he was part of a sort of 4-man bowling attack for England.
He was a great bowler in English conditions, wasn't he?
He was. Stark in. Played beautifully by Rabada, actually guided it down the deep backward point. Gets a signal after being hit in the mush. 8 for 137. I realise that might be an English word, not an Australian one. Do you use the word mush in Australia to mean your mouth? Hit in the mush?
Oh, yeah, mouth.
Mouth, you say, yeah. Interesting. He was telling me about this word mouth.
Yeah, it protects the teeth. And you use it to make audible noises.
Designed to protect the teeth. Right, we can welcome our audiences who have joined us for the first time tonight. More of that in a moment as Mitchell Stark is in to Maharaj, and our keen-eared audiences that goes through to the bowler will realise that means that wickets have fallen. There's the joining us for the first time tonight after AFL and NRL broadcasts around Australia. I'm Daniel Norcross, Damien Fleming alongside me, Bharat Sundaresan, and well, the day began with South Africa in all sorts of bother. You'll remember they were 4 for 43 overnight. They had such a timorous display. They were frankly woeful. This morning they came out with a lot more purpose. Only lost the 1 wicket before lunch and went into lunch at, what was it, 120 odd? 121, I think it was, for 5. The 1 man to go 10, but Bavuma of the bowling of Pat Cummins caught in the covers well by Labuschagne as Stark's in. It's a shorter ball which actually dies on the keeper, goes through to Carey, no run. Daniel Bedingham was batting well. All was sort of, well, not well in the South African camp, but the fight back was on. Just the 1 wicket fell. And then after lunch, it's been all about Pat Cummins. He's cleaned up 3 batters, Bedingham the last of them to go. He's done for, well, you have to remind me who he's done for Verena, as well as Bedingham.
Jansen.
And Marco Jansen with a caught and bowled chip back to the bowler.
His first 5 for here at Lords, and he's on 299 wickets.
On the cusp.
Can Starkey just bowl a few wide ones so Pat can get 300 test wicket and a 7 for.
And South Africa are now languishing. They're 8 for 137. They're 75 runs behind South Australia's, what felt under par, 212. And Australia are massively on top as Stark comes in around the wicket to Maharaj, who clips that away nicely on the leg side. They pick up a single. They're going to come back for a second. This could be tight. Oh, now I wonder, this does look tight. I think he might just have got home, is my initial feeling, but it's a risky second to take. They're going to go upstairs. Oh, where's your money? Unfortunately, it's the other end of the ground for us, so it's our judgment is not to be trusted.
He's not a great runner.
No, he was not getting there at all.
I don't know why he did that.
I mean, he started running the second, and the fielder was almost at the ball. Here we go. Oh, I don't want to look at this. Oh, he's in. He's out. He is out.
God, that was needless. That dismissal.
Wasn't it? Keshav Maharaj has run himself out, basically. It was his call. The ball was tapped nicely into the onside, picked up the single. Didn't feel like a second was on. For a quicker man, it might have been, but for Keshav Maharaj, it wasn't. And he was run out by a couple of inches as the throw came in. A good throw. Carey just whipped the bails off. And Maharaj has tossed away a wicket that South Africa can ill afford to lose. They are now 9 down, with just Rabada at the crease and then Gidi to walk out. And Pat Cummins needs Gidi to survive a ball so he can get his 300th.
Yeah, I don't know how Damien Fleming feels about a fielder who's just pulled off a run out holding his cap up like Travis Head did there. Because it was his throw that came in, and you could see him. He just held his cap up towards the Australian balcony.
That's not on. If you're already a batter, then say you get all the hullabaloo. I think that's what Flem's talking about. Batters get everything. They get the adulation. Yes, if you're wondering what we're talking about, if you just joined us and you're wondering what we're talking about, Flem was telling us about how he and the bowling group of 2001 was responsible for the waving the ball to the crowd when a bowler gets a fifer. Because we've seen it today in the shape of Pat Cummins, who's bowled really superbly. This game is following a very bizarre pattern in which you get quite a lot of wickets in one session, followed by just 1 wicket in the next, and a lot of wickets, and then 1. And this is a session where there's a lot of wickets, and this bodes very badly for South Africa, because if Australia have an afternoon and an evening on a pitch that looked pretty placid to me before lunch against a bowling attack that only finished bowling, well, less than a day ago, then the game is very much tilted in Australia's favour, and you can see a bit of merciless punishment on the cards as we just see that throw.
Good piece of fielding. I mean, Travis Head with the shin pads on, chased it down.
But that was part of the problem, wasn't it? We had one person running a little slower than they otherwise would, and then a batter who was running a little bit slower than other batters might. Last ball of the over, Stark is it, the new batter, Lungian Gidi. And then Gidi keeps it out. He drives up to mid-off, maintains the pose. At the end of the over, another successful wicket-taking one for Australia. South Africa languishing on 9 for 138.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
SEN Test cricket for Henley home. South Africa 9 for 138 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, and it's not been South Africa's afternoon. It was South Africa's morning. Andrew Sampson is alongside me.
Yeah.
Wickets are going in clusters in this match.
South Africa quite good at languishing, but from a South African perspective, could we get back to talking about Naheed Rana?
Yes, please. Yeah, I love Naheed Rana. We were talking about Naheed Rana, for those of us who just joined us, who is sort of the apex of batting ineptitude, a man who managed 19 consecutive scoreless innings, and therefore a man that we all love, instinctively love, don't we? Oh, now what have we got here? We've got a fly slip. A backstop almost. More than a fly slip. So I wonder where this ball's going. The fielder's spread far and wide. Deep backward point, a deep extra cover. Forward short leg, deep gully, no slips. Cummins into Rabada, bangs in short, and he's got a hold of this. High in the air, and taken. And that is Pat Cummins' 300th Test wicket. Rabada the man to go. South Africa bowled out. Well, we think that's the case. The umpires are coming together. The fielder, well, no, the umpire has given it as out. Umpire on the field has given that as out. And that means that South Africa have been bundled out for 138, giving Australia a lead of 74. It was the first ball of the short ball ploy. I did think it might last a few more balls than that. But Gidi went for it. He kind of had to. And it's just a superb catch. Wonderful, wonderful catch from Bo Webster, running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary, diving forward. He's a tall man, but he's taken it about 2 inches off the ground. But Pat Cummins, they've just shown it on the big screen here. 300 Test wickets for his champion bowler, the Australian captain. He's picked up 6 for 28 today. He does this so often when his side is struggling to find a wicket, when there's doughty batting from the opponent. He breaks the game open, and he's done it today. It's a hell of an achievement, 300 wickets for a fast bowler. The first fast bowler to do it is Fred Truman back in the day. But when asked if anybody would break that, he said, they said how might they feel? He said they'll be bloody tired. Well, Pat Cummins, he's taken 300 and he's raising the ball to the pavilion. He's raising it actually around the ground. He's walking up those steps, and he'll be a very, very satisfied man, because after just 57.1 overs, which is 3 balls more than than Australia faced, Australia have bowled out South Africa, and they have a very handy, healthy lead of 74, Bharat.
Yep, I mean, just what an achievement. A career that started against South Africa 14 years ago. 18 years old Pat Cummins was when he hit the winning runs in Johannesburg famously, and then didn't play a test match for nearly 6 years. And the way he's just taken world cricket by storm from 2017 onwards, and in the last few years as test captain. And what a great catch from Bo Webster. In Australian cricket, they say don't hit the ball anywhere near big ball and you're gone. And he actually, if you see the replay, Daniel, he lost sight of it. which is why he had to put in that dive in front of him and pull that catch off. And as it's happened so often during Pat Cummins' career, he sets a plan, sets a batter up, often doesn't need too many deliveries to then dismiss that batter. It took him one ball to get rid of Rabada there. And he just turned the game around. All 5 wickets to fall today, or all 6 wickets to fall today, or 5 of which goes to him, and then the run out. So cometh the hour, cometh the man once again.
Yep, quick summary. 4:43 South Africa began out. They've added 95 runs today, but their last 5 wickets have fallen for 12 runs at 5 for 126, I beg your pardon. A deficit of only 86. They really would have hoped that they could have achieved parity, maybe even a slender first innings lead, but despite 45 from Beddingham and 36 from Bavuma, only Ryan Rickleton with his 16 yesterday and Carl Verheyen with 13 even got into double figures. Pat Cummins, a pick of the bowlers, 6 for 28. Mitchell Stark, 2 for 41. Hazelwood, 1 for 27. The other wicket takers along with that run out. We are going to go to a break. When
Thanks,
we come back, we will have Andrew Sampson, and he will have all the Pat Cummins numbers, and Alan Collins will be back
batting pretty well,
in
so
the chair.
pretty happy to have a decent lead this first innings.
Yeah, don't answer it as a captain. It's individually you at the moment. I mean,
Okay, let's talk about me.
The bowling was brilliant. To get over that 300 milestone, it was obviously something that would have been in the back of your mind heading into this test match. You would have thought if I can get 6 wickets in the test, I'd be happy. You've got it in 1 innings.
Yeah, it's way more than I could have asked for. So really happy. I think, for any fast bowler, 300 is a big number. It means you've kind of battled a few injuries and niggles and got through it, and played well in different conditions, so pretty happy.
Tell us about the surface. What were your plans individually?
When the ball got a little bit softer, it wasn't too much in it, but it still feels like the odd ball's nipping a little bit. So, it feels like if you bowl well, it's tough to score runs. Bit in it for both.
Okay, well, thanks for your thoughts. Well done in your award. Get up to the dressing room, go and give them the final instructions, and you've got a nice lead to go with it.
Beauty. Thanks, Polly. Cheers.
On the biggest of stages that you get in Test cricket, and so it proves. 18.1 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 28. And that last 4 coming in a clump. A collapse of 5 for 12 in 35 balls. Adam Collins with you. Our coverage for Henley Holmes, Bharat Sundaresan with me. I just want Andrew Sampson to set up where that all sits. The 300th wicket. Just go for it. Tell us everything, Samo.
Everything. Well, the first one, no, we won't go through them all. The first one was actually Mumler, by the way. Third one, Jacques Callis, and the fourth one, A.B. de Villiers. Famous spell in the debut test in 2011. But he's the 40th overall, so there's quite a few have joined Freddie in the last 57 years. 8th Australian. In terms of matches, 68 matches, which is joined 14th quickest, so not spectacularly fast. Joined 14th with a chap called Imran Khan.
All right.
His figures of 6 for 28, he's third best. So he's got a 6 for 23 and a 6 for 27, so he's pretty close to that. Also the best figures by a captain in a test match at Lord's.
That's a good one.
Beating good old Bob Willis, who got 6 for 101 against India in 1982. And in terms of Australian captains, there have only been 3 better bowling figures for an Australian captain. 3 7-fers, Monty Noble, Ian Johnson, and
Alan Border?
Correct.
Yep. I had to think about it for a sec. The 7 for Sydney in 89.
7 for 11 in the match,
Well, there you go.
So,
Well, thank you, Samo, for bringing us up to date with that milestone. In terms of the game situation here at Lord's, South Africa, that was quite the collapse. 5 for 121 at lunch. And you press fast forward 8 overs, 8.1 overs, and all out for 138. But boy, it happened in a hurry. It was all in 1 over, really. The Verheyen wicket, the leg before, where he ran into him as he took him out. They took each other out when he was going back appealing to umpire Gaffney. It was turned down, overturned on review, a savvy review hitting leg stump. Not easy to judge those ones in the follow through. And then from there, 3 balls later, Marco Jansen, all important, the all-rounder, caught and bowled off a leading edge for a 3-ball duck. David Beddingham nicked off for 45, the third in the sequence. The run out coming back for 2, Maharaj, that was Head and Carey, the South Australians in tandem. And then Kagiso Rabada, having been hit in the previous over, sure enough, was bounced out. An outstanding catch, lunging forward, Bo Webster, Cummins 6th, 6 for 28. And now Australia get to do it all over again. Kagiso Rabada, ball in his hand. And Australia starting the second half of this grand final, if you like, 74 runs ahead.
And we're back to the Manas Labuschagne as opener experiment, or the Inquisition, if you want to call it, to see if it works out the second time around.
He'll face the first ball of the second innings. All by Rabada, knocked on the head out to cover. Wait on and know is the call. So Australia, well, it's a very easy story, isn't it? With the sun beating down on Lords an hour ago. Remember that the session started with a little bit of rain. That feels an eternity ago when South Africa enjoyed a pretty good first session, and we were talking about could they reach parity. Well, they're 74 behind at the halfway mark, and now they need to get busy. What would you say? They'll need to bowl Australia out inside 2 sessions, realistically, to give themselves a sniff in the fourth innings.
They have to be batting tomorrow at some point.
Yeah.
Early.
Rabada away from us. Bowls here. Labuschagne down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. Wouldn't have wanted to either, with Verena prowling and diving. So let's give them 2 sessions. They're getting about 25, 26 overs a session in with the quicks so far in the test. 50-odd overs, and then, of course, ignoring how much time will be left in the game at that stage, it might leave them somewhere in the order of 250 to win the match. That's their route to victory.
Correct.
As for Australia,
just bat.
They can bat and bat and bat some more. Rabada away from us, nursery end. Bowled so well yesterday. Bowling here to Labuschagne, who steers. Soft hands through the gully where there isn't anyone. They'll get 2. Labuschagne off the mark. Australia away in their second innings, leading by 76.
Yeah, very different batting conditions now for these 2 openers. It was a struggle yesterday once South Africa won the toss. And a fresher and more fired up South African bowling attack. Rabada will still be a challenge, but these 2 will know. If they can somehow see off Rabada and Jansen, batting does get much easier.
Rabada halfway through the first over. Bowls to Labuschagne here, squares him up a wee bit. No runs the call, just trending down the slope ever so much. Slightly, I should say, off the seam there from Rabada, which is what he's trying to do from this end, like he did yesterday.
He is, and a little more energy from Manas in the middle. Just even the couple of no runs we've heard.
Yes.
We haven't seen that from him for a while, so he wants to be into the contest very early. How much would he love a boundary to get this innings away, get some rhythm going?
It's a game within a game, isn't it? With Labuschagne facing Rabada here. Leg stump line. That's good from Labuschagne. Times it out to the rope, but races out. Thumps into it in front of the grandstand. That's a shot of some confidence. He's there to be hit, so we've got to put it away. Labuschagne 6 from 5.
And there is that boundary he wanted, and it's come in an area where he doesn't score as often as he used to when he was at his peak, just whipping that ball off his pads through square leg. And already a fielder is dropping back. And this is what happens when you've conceded in what has been so far a low-scoring game, a lead of 74 runs.
So Rabada bowls here. Labuschagne again gets 1 to play through the onside. A man goes back a deep square leg. I don't know why. They only get 1. 7 from the first over of Australia's second innings. It advances their lead to 81. Labuschagne has all of them. Kawaja yet to score. Tyre Power scoreboard. For those joining us for the first time tonight, you can sync the SEN call up with the TV using SEN Sync on the app. We reckon in Melbourne the sweet spot is toggling to around 34 seconds on the app. To have a crack at that. It's not too hard to do. Once you're in there, you can go up a second, down a second. But if you start at 34, you're in pretty good nick to link us up here at Lords with whatever you're seeing on the telly at home. All that coverage from here at Lords is for Henley Holmes. And Marco Jansen will get first crack from the pavilion end. And we saw him pick up a couple in a hurry yesterday, which included Labuschagne, who edged off. What they would give to get one early here with the new Duke's ball.
I think the game needs for South Africa to strike early. If they don't, it's only going one way. Pitch really not offering as much as it seemed to be doing yesterday under gloomy skies. It's just the energy levels, you can see hands on hips here and there around the South African camp. That's what Pat Cummins does to opposition teams, though.
So Marco Jansen, 2 slips in a gully, bowls to Labuschagne, goes back and defends to the offside, knows the call. You're right about the calling. So we talked a little bit in the pre-game about his gesticulations had vanished. Well, we're already hearing the sort of extravagant waits and no's, and maybe that's a decision on his part to try and get himself into that mindset again.
He tried doing that last year in New Zealand. I remember one of his first next sessions in Wellington. I could see him anyway being more audible and just trying to get himself going.
Up here is Jansen, close to the stumps. Labuschagne balloons up off the thigh pad, around the corner, probably league buys. Looking over to umpire Illingworth, of course, changing ends to the pavilion end now. It is a league buy. 8 for none. Australia lead 82.
And I asked him right after whether it was intentional, and he said it was. And, you know, some people used to find it annoying when he was at his peak, and or especially if you were umpiring or just you're involved in junior cricket around Australia, Adam, for a couple of years. All you saw kids do was the no run when they weren't batting or bowling in the middle. But that has kind of gone away. He's trying to bring it back, intermittently anyway.
First ball for Khawaja. Got a duck in the first innings yesterday, down the leg side. It did swing after passing the stumps, and his bat wasn't close enough to it to get any runs. Yes, you could hear it around junior cricket, as you point out before. A lot of wait, no run, no run, and the lightsaber leave, which was a bit of a thing for Steve Smith, that he would roll out, as he kind of described it, when he needed extra focus. That's when said that it was the Pune innings in 2017. And then the Brisbane Ashes 100 later that year, which was a corker of an innings to start that series. Jansen bowls to Khawaja, who leaves alone. We didn't see it between times. It was only when he felt like he needed an extra level of concentration. And then slowly but surely it became a huge part of Smith's game, and then subsequently Labuschagne's too.
Yeah. And he'll be the first to admit, Manas, that he's an overthinker. And he has gone through the gears. He's tried different things, whether it's with his batting technique or these extravagances he has around his batting, getting rid of them, bringing them back. But just energy-wise, and Steve Smith spoke about it yesterday, Adam, about he thought he was impressed with the energy Manas showed at the crease before he got out. And very small sample size so far, just 8 balls, but some positive sides.
So Khawaja trying to get off the pair, facing Jansen, 3 slips the gully, leaves alone again. Not tempted by that, playing on his terms so far. Tell you what, it is warm out there now. I went up to the top of the Compton stand when off air to catch up with a few mates, and it's the sun is beating down. Khawaja still batting in the short sleeve jumper, as is his wont, but it was cloudy, and it felt like it was about to tumble down with rain at lunch. It was very dark. Now, glorious blue skies here in North London. Last ball of Jansen's first over into Khawaja, who again is able to leave. Not a great over to start from Jansen. Got to make him play early on. Australia, none for 8. They lead by 82 with Labuschagne 7. Khawaja gets a score. Bharat jumping out. And our coverage is for Henley Holmes.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Over begins with Rabada bowling to Labuschagne. He goes back and defends a ball that just comes back off the seam up the slope a little bit, as we welcome Damien Fleming back in after a very, very busy passage of play here at Lord's. Hello, Flem.
Yeah. How are you, boys? Going okay?
Sorry, you've just been turned off, I think, or maybe you haven't. Oh, your mic's just your little mic's just turned around in the on the headset there. Rabada overstepped with that first ball. We'll try that again. Australia none for 9. We'll just pause here while Rabada considers where his run-up should be. Hello, Flem.
Yep. Hey, boys.
Now we're back. Since you've been on, Pat Cummins has achieved something very special. 300th test wicket.
Yeah, fantastic.
And the style and the stage. Rabada bowls here. Labuschagne leaves on length. It goes over the top of the middle stump.
He broke it open in that session, didn't he? Like, geez, he just bowls such a massive percentage of threatening deliveries.
He just didn't give him a chance, did he?
Doesn't get hit square through the offside very much. His bounces were on the money, hit Rabada twice. It's a shame he didn't get 7 for. Maharaj's running has messed him up.
Still, as Andrew said before, the third best figures ever for an Australian captain. 6 for 28. Here is Rabada. Hits Labuschagne leaving. That is jacked back off the surface in addition to the swing. Up the slope. So counter to what you might expect from this nursery end.
Yeah, Rabada will just go, that was a bit short. But that is threatening. That did look like legitimate swing, didn't it?
The kind of ball,
seam against the slope.
The kind of ball that back in the day would bring short leg into play. We don't see them too often these days, do we? There was a short leg for a bit yesterday, but feels like South Africa, who are behind the game, they need wickets here. Run preservation's only a smaller part of the story. Rabada in, Labuschagne leaves. We know how important the new ball is and how crucial Rabada is. Well, 2 out for the short ball. No short leg, no third slip. Point basically on the 1. By that I mean not really in a catching position. So
it's just a big opening spell, isn't it? Because unless Ngidi just finds something from yesterday, there is just a big drop off in pressure, isn't it?
And Jansen didn't start well there either, did he, Flem? So
he wasn't fantastic in his first spell. He actually got better as the game went on.
Rabada bowls, Labuschagne back defensively, wait on and knows the call. So Rabada needs friends. Rabada needs some mates to go with him. I wonder how long before we see Keshav Maharaj as well. Probably from the pavilion end.
Yeah, I mean, Mulder's handy.
Yeah.
As a batting all-rounder. But Maharaj might have to do a job and they'll rotate the quicks to the other end. But he'll enjoy bowling here. There's plenty in it for him, isn't it, the spinners?
Totally. Saw that with Nathan Lyon, clearly. Rabada up bowls here. Labuschagne over the wicket, leaving alone a ball that's well wide of the off stump. 1 left in the over. Leads 83.
But you feel like they need at least 2 wickets in this first spell with the new ball, don't you?
We were saying before you jumped on, like maybe if they bowled out Australia in sort of 2 sessions, they might be able to restrict things. And look, on the basis of what we've seen, Australia were all out in 56.4 overs and South Africa 57.1. So if they repeat that, well, the game will still remain. You don't want to overplay it, but there'll be something there that's viable to chase. If Australia is still batting this time tomorrow, different story. Rabada in here, leaving alone Labuschagne, a ball that swings after passing the stumps into the gloves of Verena. Labuschagne 7, Khawaja's none. The lead's 83 with Australia, done for 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed this end of financial year with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest, that really is sharp, the sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13-IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies' mate. That's IMAR.
SEN, a test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Jansen, pavilion end, bowls to Khawaja, still on naught, defends out to the offside.
So he's still on a pair.
Run. Still on a pair. He's been batting
He's batted a fair period of time too, hasn't he? In both innings.
42 minutes in the test match by my count, all up for no runs yet. So an eye on that for Khawaja. Just with Cummins, the fact that he's been able to do it on this stage, Fleming, there's got to be extra weighting to a grand final, doesn't there?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you back him in the big contests, and the great thing, having a fast bowling captain, which really we haven't had over the history of Australian cricket.
Jansen up, left arm over, gets big on Khawaja, keeps it down and gets off the mark to cover point. Bavuma does the tidying up, but he's off the dreaded pair after the better part of 45 minutes in the game. None for 10, and by that I mean yesterday's duck and today's brief innings.
And great work from Marnus too. He was backing up. He knows what it's like to be on a pair, and you feel relieved. But going back, often when he feels like it's in the game's in the balance, he grabs the ball and tries to and he enforces himself on the game. Pat Cummins, it's been a feature of his captaincy.
The cheer you can hear around the ground on the scoreboard as it's flashed up. That was Usman Khawaja's 15,000th first-class run, averaging 45. In a long career now, 216th match, 4,100s, a lot of them for Australia. Jansen bowls to Labuschagne, who defends out to the offside. With that Cummins where does he sit? I mean, of course, as a fast bowler, I think you said it best earlier, Flem, that he's right there with Lilly and McGrath in an Australian context.
My time watching cricket. I mean, you know, the older players, people, Ray Lindwall,
of course.
You know, it was probably after the First World War where bowlers bowled with a fair bit more pace.
Yeah.
You know, even seeing the old footage of Larwood, you know, he looked fast.
Yeah, and Gregory and McDonald here in 21 and others who have done special things, but here's Jansen bowling to Labuschagne. But yeah, you're right. If you're restricted to stuff that we can actually see where Cummins, but I wonder where he'll end up being thought of as a captain, provided they go away and win this from here, and they should. Winning this twice.
Oh, it's got to be massive.
Winning the 50-over World Cup against all expectations, against the odds.
I think winning an Ashes, you know, for all they said it was COVID and everything like that. But India's the big one too, isn't it? You know, if they tick them off, not everyone from this team will make it there, but you know, I think they can be rated.
In here again, bowling and leaving alone outside the off stump.
Without great teams. Because they've virtually ticked off everything, haven't they?
Yeah, certainly increasingly feels that way. I mean, the away Ashes, the retention here will gnaw away at Cummins, but that was a fair result. We were here, Flynn. 2-2 was what that was good and proper on the basis of the way that series played out. Australia retaining.
But you put more credence on away, even draws.
Yeah, totally. And then the India story, not winning in India, and they were 2-0 down when he, of course, had to leave India on that trip. That'll be something that he would love to rectify as captain when they go there in the January and February of 2027. You'd assume he'll still be captain then. But it does give him the opportunity to, if he isn't already, be seen as one of the truly great Australian captains. Days like today bolster that argument.
Yeah. Yep, this is just another one of those moments. I said it's a feature of his captaincy. You know, we weren't in trouble, but
last ball of the over, Jansen around the wicket, change of angle, but Labuschagne's able to work it comfortably to find leg for one. End of the over, he's 8, Khawaja's 1, none for 11, leads up to, make that number 12, leads up to 85. Actually, front foot no ball, sorry, it's going to pause here. They'll tidy up the scoreboard and they'll go back to where they came from to let Jansen do it all again.
But, you know, South Africa were annoying the Australians, so Cummins took the ball and just knocked him over, basically.
Yeah.
Geez, Jansen bowls big no balls. He was well and truly over the line there.
Did it a number of times yesterday, didn't he?
Big ones.
For most bowlers, they've gone further back since the TV umpire took over the front line. Tries again, last ball, Khawaja defends. Now it's over. None for 12 Australia. 4 overs into their second innings. They lead by 86 with Labuschagne on 8. Khawaja on 1 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Beaumont Tiles end of financial year super sale is on. Floor tiles, wall tiles, all tiles on sale. Super specials, all 50% off. Rush in before June 30. When they're gone, they are gone. T's and C's apply.
In 1610, Galileo discovered Saturn. Sadly, he never lived long enough to discover Macca's new McWings. Experience peak chicken now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes as Rabada starts a new over away from us. 2 slips the gully. Bowls to Labuschagne. Inside edge. That's the decision that has to be made by umpire Gaffney. There was an appeal from the bowler. They come back for 2. Keeper's end through. Has he hit directly? I reckon they'll go upstairs to check. So it was Rickleton that came and took the bails off. All happening here at Lord's. First and foremost, are they going to review the leg before? The umpire won't tell us whether it's leg buys or not first, because it's not the umpire's role to tell them whether to review or not. Was there an inside edge? Bavuma's not going to review on that front. Will they check the run out? I don't think they will. So all's well that ends well for Australia, but a bit going on there. A ball that jagged back off the seam. Rabada thought it hit the pad first. Got given as runs. See it back on our replay screen, the Chemist Warehouse screen in here. It was off the thigh pad, off the back thigh pad.
Much, didn't it? Against the slope again.
And the throw, had it been a direct hit, he was still home comfortably. Rickleton took the stumps when Labuschagne
That's
coming
how
back
you
for the
run
second.
between the wickets, Maharaj.
2 leg buys, so signalled eventually.
There's
leads
a lot
88.
to unpack, and nothing much happened there, Colo, did it?
Yeah, indeed.
You had to check about 3 different things, didn't you?
For 2 league buys. Right, so it was going over the top for what it's worth as well. They've already got the projection up on telly. Rabada in to Labuschagne, back of a length, left alone. Question in off the text, 0433 98 11 16, with both Cummins and Rabada claiming fifers, in Cummins' case a 6-fer. Will their efforts both be put on the visitors' honour board? Now, I think I know the answer to that. That was, there's only one cricketer whose name's on both the home and away honours board. I'm pretty sure it's Gordon Greenwich. Made 100 for MCC when playing against Rest of the World.
Rest of the World, 1987.
1987.
Okay.
And then he made 100 for the Windies against England. So he did it in both rooms. Edged and doesn't make it to the keeper, Verena. Well bowled Rabada down the slope. Labuschagne went back and got the thick edge, but didn't quite get there.
So what's the answer?
So I think
I didn't think about that.
Therefore, I think that in the case of Rabada, he'll go up on the home dressing room, having previously taken a fifer in the away dressing room in a test match here in 22. I'm fairly confident that's how it'll play out.
Yeah, you can take the kids to both rooms. Have a look at that.
Surely he'll be the first to have done it in test cricket, because of course the MCC Rest of the World went test status. Rabada bowls here, Labuschagne tucked in front of square for 1. They were seen as test matches at the time, but they weren't really test matches. None for 15.
No, that game was a bicentenary match.
Yep.
So it was never a test match. It was just a kind of celebration of 200 years.
Was that the Roger Harper catch?
That was the Roger Harper run out.
Run out. Graham Gooch,
yes.
That's right. Getting pics now on the screen of that visiting dressing room where the Aussies are pretty chilled out. Michael Divinito, Bo Webster, Travis Head, he's got the whites on. They'll want a very quiet afternoon, that lot.
Yep, put the feet up. So Rabada coming around the wicket to Usman Khawaja, and Rabada dismissed him in the first innings with, it was a wideish half volley. You know, the tough thing is Usman's got to take into account the angle from around the wicket, the slope.
So Rabada, round the wicket angle to Khawaja on 1, gets behind it defensively. 1 ball left in the over before we say goodbye to Andrew.
Yeah, just quickly, Cummins in terms of average.
Yep.
So 300 test wickets, the 40th to get there. He's the 6th best average. Malcolm Marshall on 20.94 was the best. Followed by Kirkley Ambrose, Fred Truman, Glenn McGrath, and Kakisa Rabada is currently on 21.85. So right up there with that.
If you say like 25 is very good, like 20's insane, you're great.
Yep.
So finishing here, Rabada. And Khawaja, short ball pulls out to mid-wicket, and it is stopped. Otherwise, it would have been 4. Rickleton has been very good in the field. Ends the over, none for 15. Khawaja 1, Labuschagne 9. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
This end of financial year, don't just get your tax done, get your backyard done with Australian Outdoor Living's end of financial year sale. Enjoy huge savings off our range of Australian-made roller shutters. Save a bundle in your backyard at Australian Outdoor Living.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. We've got Marco Jansen in operation from the pavilion end. Damien Fleming with me. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in as well. Hey, Bats.
Afternoon, boys.
So Jansen, 2 slips the gully. Into Labuschagne here, and he beats him from round the wicket with a ball that straightens up off the seam.
We saw that in the first innings. Marnus nicking that. So not unlike Rabada's doing to Khawaja, Jansen from around the wicket, angling the ball in. The slope is helping, but he's got that ability to make the ball straighten. So Marnus really needs to be diligent of where his off stump is, not being forced to play deliveries he doesn't need to.
Here's Jansen, wide on the crease, bowls here. Labuschagne tucks. Easy single, gets the double figures, so that's another tick for the Queenslander, who would give anything. He would give anything to make a meaningful contribution here. None for 16 Australia.
Yes, bowlers have given him a second life, really. where he can bat. There's still pressure. 74 is not a giant lead. They can bat with a little more freedom. And just speaking to Matthew Hayden at the back of the box, he's either, in the last few years when the runs have not come, he's either been so intent on leaving balls or he's played at those that he shouldn't have. I think it's just a mindset thing that so far in the short innings he seems to have had the right kind of mindset.
Yeah, can you tell me?
The bottom line is though, boys,
Sorry.
you know, he's playing for his career.
Yeah. Yes, in the short term, absolutely.
He gets 100. There's a chance he'll open in the West Indies.
Yep, and there's a decent chance that Constas will be denied in the Windies in that scenario. I agree with that.
And you, Josh Inglis, they'll want to play him in the West Indies.
Yep, absolutely.
And the fact that there are all those guys waiting in the wings, his return to the team won't be straightforward either.
So here is Jansen, bowls to Khawaja, and he's got a bottom edge. Question asked him up by Illingworth, keeps the finger down. So he went for the pull shot. It got through to Verena. The Cordon were enthusiastic. They heard something, and Temba Bavuma backs them. We're going upstairs for IMAR Insurance. For Trusted Tradies, call 13 IMAR.
Yeah, they were in unison, wasn't it? That wasn't a pretend appeal. They were synced up. They heard something.
So it was the ball after they got rid of the third slip. It went a bit shorter. And immediately Khawaja got into that familiar pose to pull.
Khawaja was shaking his head as he walked up to Marnus.
So we'll see here, how close is he? Well, that replay's inconclusive because we haven't seen the first bit, but it looks on that he's a mile away, but we'll see again when they get a bit closer to the frame that will matter. Or is that it? Is that the only one we're seeing?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Richard, here we go. Here we go. We're going to get so it's gone just before the ball goes past the bat. Looking at Snicko, ultra edge, I should say. Nothing on there. Well underneath. Khawaja's fine. South Africa burn a review on the back of the... Well, maybe they just really, really wanted to hear something that mattered there.
But it looked like they all heard something.
Yeah.
Click of the handle. Something.
Yeah, Usman didn't look too stressed. I think he was shaking his head to Marnus that I didn't hit that. But he's showing he wants to play the pull shot, isn't it? It's a strength of his. He's just got to make sure he picks the right ball. A few of those deliveries have been too full to play the pull shot.
So Jansen's up. He's bowling to Khawaja, who decides to play inside the line and not offer a shot. Mentioned before, no third slip now, Flynn. They put a cover out there. So the lead's up to 90. Extended session, half an hour left before tea due to the 6 minutes that we lost earlier to rain.
The ball's swinging. I think the pitch is flattened out.
Yeah.
But it's still good bowling conditions, isn't it? I just don't think they've nailed enough balls into that avenue of apprehension here.
So Khawaja waiting patiently, tapping his bat on the turf. No real noise around the ground. All eyes on Jansen as he gets to the crease, and Khawaja tucks his second run out to deep backward square leg. Protection out there. They come back for two. Assertive running and through comfortably. Excellent work from the Queensland pair. Puts Khawaja up to 3, none for 18, lead 92.
They have batted a lot with each other. Very different styles of runners, Uzi and Marnus. Marnus always wants that extra run, but I think it helps that spend a lot of time batting with each other for Australia and definitely for Queensland. Yeah, just on that Marnus thing, you're right, Clem. These selectors have shown also the thing that once they bring someone in, they like to give that batter or bowler a long run.
Last ball here and beats Khawaja with a good one. So Australia, none for 18. They lead by 92. Our leading wicket taker in the match is Pat Cummins for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. After the break, it'll be Daniel Norcross taking over from me and taking you to tea.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
SEN test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Right, Rabada is into Labuschagne. 2 slips in place. He covers up in defence very stoutly. Plays back to the bowler, and there is no run. Damien, Fleming and Bharat, Sundaresan alongside me, Daniel Norcross. The threat of rain has gone. The threat of the pitch is largely gone. Largely, but...
You were talking thunderstorms.
Yeah. Well, I did say that somewhere in London it would get it. I said...
Did they get it?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, reliably informed.
Name towns.
Reliably informed that Thames Mead had it. As this is played off the inside half of the bat into the offside of the front foot up towards square leg. They'll get a single. We got the very tail end. A tiny little... almost like the sky sneezed on us, but just the once. If you can imagine such a thing without using a hanky.
You've got to be careful what you're saying, because people will be rocking up thinking thunderstorms, and now they need sunscreen. They need
they will.
So they didn't bring sunscreen because Big Dan said...
Well, the height of summer...
they might have brought an umbrella.
Yeah, well, you should do. Yeah. I actually have brought my brolly. Genuinely have. Round the wicket, Rabada to the left-handed Khawaja, who drives elegantly into the offside but can't get it past mid-off, and there is no run. It's been a very, very disappointing session for South Africa. They fought so hard, didn't they, to get back in this game. In that first session of the day, they showed a little bit more ambition. They put it back to Australia, and at 126 for 5, they would have thought parity was definitely on. Yeah, when you think, they thought it was on.
Yeah,
it was on. But now they're staring down the barrel. The lead is out to 93 as Rabada is in. This is driven into the offside. There's no run. Fleming, I want to ask you, because you're a fast bowler of yore and the past. It looks fine. You only bowled 56.2 overs, but then you're back out bowling again.
And you're in the negative.
Yeah. What is it? What do those legs feel like now?
Character building stuff. Because you want wickets early and they haven't come. So, no, you've got to dig deep here. Dig deep.
Rabada is in, and Khawaja is just negating him with a defensive shot to the offside. And Australia are brilliant at this. I'm trying to think, was it the 2013 season? Game after game after game in that Ashes, Australia would have a sizable first innings lead. They'd go back out to bat, and they wouldn't throw it away. They wouldn't, go, all right, we're so far ahead, we'll go at 5.5, 6 and over. They would go methodically at 3.5, grind you into the dust.
They'd already worked backwards.
Yeah.
And it was more about time.
Yeah.
When they wanted to declare. Yeah.
And it's giving, their bowlers will now get a rest. Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne as Khawaja defends back to the bowler, no run. They'll be perfectly happy to go at 3 and over. End of the over. 7 gone in this South Australian second innings. Australia none for 19.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. It's the World Test Championship final. Australia against South Africa. Australia in a very strong position. But as I was saying just before that short break in the last over, the way Australia are going to go about this now, your fancy is Jeremy Coney sits down alongside Bharat Sundaresan. Damien Fleming's taking a break. Is really to take any sting out of these South African new ball bowlers as Labuschagne drives really rather nicely through extra cover and up to the boundary for 4. Had to reach for it a little. It was a little wide, but it was very full. He got it past the right hand of extra cover. Australia now none for 23.
Yeah, another positive sign for Marnus. Won the clip of his bats for 4 in the first over of this innings, and when he's leaning into a cover drive in that fashion and also hitting it in that gap between cover and extra cover, that's when he's batting at his best. Still very early days, but
it's more of the bat on it, isn't there? It's not that skewing square of the wicket.
Sounded good as well,
didn't it? Jansen is round the wicket to him. He lets this go by in his idiosyncratic fashion and does a few twitches.
Even that is a good sign, just the fact that he's doing all of that.
But you know what I mean, Jeremy? The Australian way here is, as Damien Fleming just said there, is you count backwards. You want to give your bowlers plenty of rest. You can bat here for, well, a day and a half, no trouble at all.
And they could bat all tomorrow if they wish to do so.
Yeah, today.
If they can
and
do
all
that,
tomorrow.
yes.
Yeah.
And also with the 6th day, you can use it if it gets rained off one day.
This is squirted out to the offside. Think about a single, it isn't there. What is the actual way that works, though? Because they only use it if a whole day is taken out, isn't it?
90 overs.
So I don't think that's even on the cards. But effectively, they can give themselves 2 days to bowl out South Africa with a lead of, well, let's do the maths here. 45 plus 90, 135. Even if you only go at 3 and over, that's 405 onto this. That's 502. Now they naturally, if they bat that long, going to go a bit faster. So they could pull out with an hour to go tomorrow, have 2 bites of the new ball cherry and set South Africa 550, couldn't they?
And you've then got a pitch.
Jansen in wide of the off stump, left alone. Goes through
that
quite
is
low
starting to turn, and so then Lyon comes into the game, doesn't he?
And fresh bowlers who they bowled a bit today, but not a lot. Let's be frank. They'll have bowled 30-odd overs to 34 overs, I think it is today. Have the rest of the day off. If they have basically all of tomorrow off, that's 2 gorgeous sleeps before you've just got to go at it again.
Yeah,
why am I thinking of my bed, Jeremy?
You are a little. You are a little. With your eyes closed when you say it.
It's Khawaja and Labuschagne. They make me think of my bed. Jansen is into Labuschagne, who defends, but in such an extraordinary fashion. He's turned completely round, and if you took a picture of him there, it would look like he was actually defending a ball thrown from fine leg. But that's Labuschagne. Yeah.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's a move in the bossa nova.
Yes, it does look like a rather excellent Botafogo, doesn't it? Yeah.
Isn't that an ice cream flavour? No.
Well, I wouldn't know. I don't do ice cream.
Oh, right.
No.
Oh, no, this conversation for the last session.
This is the last
Fundamental.
session. Yes, fundamental, the great Middle England rapper.
Correct.
Yeah.
We'll leave that for last session.
I will explain what we mean after this ball. As it's wide and down out the side of the off stump, goes through low to carry. That is the end of the overall tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Australia after 8 and none for 23.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. Tipper is the real-time marketplace for punters and tipsters, bringing you expert tips on demand. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. Just flip an expert tip when you want one and never pay for a losing tip again. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
World Test Championship final on SEN as Rabada continues around the wicket from the nursery end. It's clipped away nicely by Khawaja down towards fine leg, long leg really, for a single, none for 24. Yes, yesterday in the evening session, for those of you who are still awake, who are still going, Bharat Sundaresan is here to answer all of your problems. My problem was that my wife had failed to put Dijon mustard into our shop, despite having lived with me for 28 years and known how important Dijon mustard is to me. Bharat offered some very sage relationship advice, and I took him up on it and chatted to Catherine about it, and we buried the hatchet.
No.
Well, we buried the hatchet in the back of my head. As this is now an inside edge onto pad. The ball comes dribbling back up the wicket. Rabada is doing the teapot because he thought he'd got through, got it past the inside edge of Labuschagne, but he hasn't. It was a very loud noise. As that.
It's inside edge, but
it was inside edge. Was inside edge onto pad. So the score remains done for 24. Big inside edge.
But Manas was super upset with himself because he wanted to whip that ball through square leg again. Second time Rabada has got him in a spot of bother in the last 2 overs with that delivery.
4 and over a touch. Now then he gets one off a thick outside edge. Thinks of a run, it isn't there. And the throw comes in. And it's backed up. It's all very scrappy cricket in the end. Not a great shot, not a great throw, and not great running. But at the end of it, absolutely nothing has happened. So yes, what I was meant to say was that Bharat is here for all of your problems, are big and small. He can And if you want to text us, 0433 98 11 16.
Yes.
Not just marital.
Not just marital.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be issues of what you pair with what,
Yes.
either food-wise or clothing-wise.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Yes. I mean, he's a very sage man. He's a Renaissance man, is Baz. In comes Rabada. This is worked up to Maharaj at short mid-on. And there's no run. For example, Julian has written to say that he missed 45 minutes of the coverage because my mum called from overseas. I missed the Cummins Masterclass. Beginning to question picking her up from the airport tomorrow. Correct. I mean, that's exact now.
That's exactly. Yep.
Baz?
Look, you could have still spoken to your mum, had the TV on, or pretended to be on your way to the airport. But obviously you prioritize a Pat Cummins spell.
Here comes Rabada. He tries to play that ball through the onside, and it's whipped past the outside edge, I think.
It has.
I want to take a look at this on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen because we're going to get to see it again. It's a very beautiful ball. Yeah, he's gone to play it onside. He's miles away from it.
It's a beautiful ball, but terrible shot.
He's lucky. It's just that bit short, isn't it? So it's beaten the bat.
Yep, just that little bit.
Yeah.
So intent on.
I guess you could advise perhaps some of the bus routes.
Yeah.
she could perhaps.
Rabada into completely over. It's short, doesn't get up much. Labuschagne gets down on his knees and lets it go through to Carey, end of the over, none for 24. I mean, what I would say, was that Nick, I think? I can't remember who texted that in, is that, you're Julian, was it? You're able, Julian, to go, when you hear it to your mum, and obviously you're picking up in case it's important, and then it becomes, from what I remember of my late mother, it would become very clear within about 20 seconds that it really wasn't important.
20 seconds?
Oh, maybe even less. At which point you can go. So that's basically the phone's not working.
Yeah. The Wi-Fi
so then you press stop, and then you send a message saying sorry, really bad reception. I'll get back to you. Whenever.
When the cricket's over.
I know, what cricket? There's no cricket.
or just try doing what I do, just video call, and then they can see what's happening, and then it's no longer about what they're saying.
Vian Mulder is into the attack, and he bowls a short ball, which is played by Khawaja. Not brilliantly, but he gets it into the ground, and it goes to wide mid-on. So this is early for a bit. It feels early for Vian Mulder.
Yeah, it is.
Well, because it would have been Ngidi. It was yesterday, wasn't it?
And
Ngidi had such a bad day.
I think Maharaj, in the circumstances, for me, I think I would look to him first before Ngidi or Vian Mulder.
Hope that he finds a groove.
Just have a look and see. Yes, exactly.
If he can.
Left-hander, and there's some little areas there that he might be able to show some interest in. I just feel altogether openers like the ball coming to them a lot more.
Yeah.
They've got to wait a lot more for it. So it's worth a look at anyway.
For sure.
You can always pull him out if it doesn't really work after 2 or 3 overs. You haven't lost anything.
Mulder is in around the wicket this time to Khawaja, who clips this away out to deep square leg as easy as you like. Takes a simple single on offer, none for 25. Khawaja moves to 5. Labuschagne back on strike on 15.
With very little swing and not too much movement, just the occasional, but you've got to hit the track pretty hard, I think. Harder than Vian Mulder hits it. He spends some time on the surface. Then I think that kind of just plays players in a wee bit who have both failed in the first innings undetermined. They're going to start well in the second.
Right.
I also do wonder with Mulder bowling this over. Ngidi bowled most of his overs from that end, the pavilion end, and looked toothless. Maybe they think they want to give him a go from this end.
Well, he went nearly for 6s.
He did.
Mulder's going round and round in circles at the top of his mark, waiting to bowl. Finally, he's done it. He'll be dizzy, I should imagine, as he runs in this incredibly long run. And the ball is left alone, goes through to the keeper, no run. It's a remarkably long run for not a great deal of pace. And as you say, he doesn't so much hit the pitch as sort of whisper sweet nothings to it, doesn't he? Sort of little blandishments. in a South African accent, would you like to move off the scene? It's not quite demanding it, is it? You know.
It's not Rabada, yeah.
No, move.
One word, yeah. He is a man of few words, Kagiso.
He is. He is, yes. Whereas Mulder has to do more caressing and cajoling. Yeah. 2 slips and a very tall gully in place. This is, again, Labuschagne's looking to work the ball into the onside and repeatedly not quite getting it. This time a leading edge. Doesn't go in the air for any length of time, but does go to short square, what do you call it, extra cover, and there is no run.
I mean, 2 sides.
Oh, a no ball as well to compound the misery. Another no ball.
And 2 sides to it. One, it's a good sign that Manas is looking to score runs. That's part of his repertoire. But just in the last couple of overs, getting a little desperate. The 3rd time now that he's closed the face of his bat without really being in position. Almost like he's predetermined as soon as he sees the line of the ball to hit there. Yeah, hitting it straight down the ground would be better.
Here's Mulder defended on the front foot by Labuschagne, back up the wicket to the bowler.
But again, the fact that Mulder's bowling now and
the game feels like it's gone to sleep.
It has.
And it suits Australia for this game to go to sleep. They'd be perfectly happy for it to remain snoozing until late tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, because they have access to the bed. South Africa don't.
Good. Oh, do they?
I think they do. They are in commanding position at
the
this
home
moment.
team has a lovely massage table I've seen.
But
they have a whole bed.
But the entire team is out there in the outfield.
Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Yeah, fair point, yeah. Mulder is in, this is clipped away. Fine, down to Kagiso Rabada at long leg for a single. That isn't the end of the over because Mulder has bowled a no ball in there. It just doesn't look like there's a great deal happening there. How long will it be before he goes to Maharaj? Which end would you be putting Maharaj on, Jeremy?
Well, the breeze, well, the flag on the mound stands is saying to me that it would be this end if you wanted to bowl. Yeah, the nursery end, which is where Lyon also bowled from, wasn't it, as well? And there are some areas perhaps to look at, the right arm overs.
Mulder in to complete the over, clipped away out to deep square leg. It'll just be another single. That's the end of the 10th over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Australia none for 28. By the way, don't miss game 2 of State of Origin next Wednesday, live from Perth Stadium.
Between?
Well, it's right across the SEN network, Jeremy, and you can pick your call, Blues
or
Maroons or Unbiased.
Unbiased, huh?
SEN, your home of sport all year round. It's an SWV, and that's New South Wales to me, versus Queensland, the biggest rivalry in Australian sport.
It is.
So I always thought that Victoria against New South Wales and the Sheffield Shield was the biggest rivalry. To talk to the likes of Jared Kimber, you would be believing that was indeed.
Be careful who you speak to.
Well, yes, especially in this press box. Rabada is going to start another over, his 6th. Maharaj is waiting, Bavuma desperate for a wicket from Rabada, and his first ball is full, driven without timing up to Bavuma at mid-off, and there is no run.
Maharaja, I think he's going to be needed soon. Umpire looking very much at Rabada's follow-through, wasn't he, which he just carried straight down the pitch.
Which isn't that helpful for his team. Because if there's going to be turn, it's going to happen more as the game progresses. There hasn't been a lot of turn at Lords this summer so far, as Rabada is in as he edged and gone. Khawaja has to go, stuck on the crease in that in-between area that Khawaja so often gets befuddled by. He just pushed at the ball, not too far, but away from his body, and a really good low catch by a diving Verena. That's the breakthrough. Khawaja goes. Australia 1 for 28.
Well, very reminiscent of how Usman Khawaja has been getting out of late against fast bowling. Jasprit Bumrah was all over him alongside Mohammad Siraj throughout the home summer in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, and once again around the wicket these fast bowlers just operate on that 4th and 4.5 stump. outside his off stump, and he just can't help himself. And because so often he's on the hop these days, his hands just betray him, and they follow the ball, and once again he's been nicked off.
Outside the eye line, the left eye for him, which is the outside one, and just pushing away at it, not really looking to score at all. And it's not threatening the stumps. If anything, it just held its line and maybe just went just straightened slightly, because the angle naturally coming around the wicket comes in towards the left-hander, then just held its line and went away and took a little villainous outside edge.
Is that the effect of the slope a little when you're batting and you're sort of fighting the slope and you see that round the wicket, you play at a ball because you think it's going to come back into you a bit more?
Yeah, and maybe the body wants to go with the slope a little as well. I don't know, but I was never here long enough. Out in the middle. I spent a bit of time here, but yeah, look, it wasn't a stroke that you would say, boy, you know, I could have played that a lot better. It actually didn't really need a shot at all, did it?
I think it's just, I guess you go through phases, don't you, Jeremy, as an opener, as a top order batter, where your hands start betraying you. Virat Kohli, towards the end of his test career in Australia, had the same issue, getting out the same way over and over and over again, and it unfortunately seems to be following Usman Khawaja around. Had a great tour of Sri Lanka in very different conditions.
But he felt like a terrific lever on previous tours of England. I mean, I seem to recall
long innings, I remember, in the Ashes, don't you?
Hours, Edgbaston, perhaps. He batted for hours and hours and hours and left ball and made the bowlers bowl straighter at him. New batter Cam Green is at the crease and always beaten outside the off stump, one that goes through low to Verena. So there's just a little bit of tension leading up to tea. This is not a great time for poor old Cam Green to come to the wicket. He got a freebie in his first innings off his first ball, a little glass down the leg side for 4, and then was out very shortly thereafter, caught in the slips, looking to push the ball to mid-on. Just didn't get it quite right. And with tea coming up, we think in 7 minutes, we've been told. We're just seeing on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen exactly how he was out in the first innings. Really good catch from Markham and slip. At that point, South Africa were riding high, but they're not now. They could do with a double strike before tea. Australia's lead 102.
3 slips in now.
Once again, Kagiso Rabada keeping South Africa alive in this contest. He spoke about this potentially being his last over in this spell. They needed him to do something.
Might squeeze another out of him now, you never know. He's into Green, who is edged and gone! Green goes for a duck, he's caught and slip, it is a double strike for Rabada. He goes bang, bang! And South Africa are just about back in this. Australia 2 for 28. Green goes for a duck.
Well, can't keep a champion down for too long. He did it yesterday, got rid of Khawaja and Cam Green in the same over. I wonder how often that has happened in Test cricket. The same bowler getting the same 2 batters out in the same over in both innings. What a champion, Kagiso Rabada. Perfect bowling, just where you want to be to Cam Green early in his innings. Poked at that one. This time with a straighter bat. And Cam Green's return to Test cricket hasn't gone the way a lot of people thought it would. Number 3 probably isn't where he should be batting.
This reshaped Australian top order just hasn't quite worked, has it, for them? Yeah, just pushing again at the ball. That's a little bit short of the length. The hands follow the ball, similar in the way that Khawaja did as well. Hands going towards the ball. And he's edged that comfortably, the 3rd slip. Easy catch. That sort of waist high.
Well, this is a surprise. Yesterday when Steve Smith walked out to bat, he walked out to mostly cheers, but today he's walked out to just a little dotting of boos. I don't know whether that's South African fans are in here, or is it those skullduggerous MCC members?
I think it is them. I mean, this would make no sense.
They're organised, that mob.
This will make no sense to the 2 of you, but to all the wrestling fans listening back, it feels like John Cena has walked out to the middle.
I think I might have heard of that name. I mean, look, we should point out that it was 11 by cheers, but there's a little mixture there, wasn't there today? A little bit of a mixture. Now, Steve Smith, He's batting already the second time in this match, and it's not even 3:15 on day 2, which tells you something about the speed in which this game is travelling towards its eventual destiny.
It feels like Rabada versus Australia at the moment. Can he break open this game even more? Can he get 3 in an over?
Rabada, he's into Smith. 3 slips weight. He tucks into the onside in that classic Steve Smith fashion, moving across his stumps. Everyone thinks he's about to be LBW. Comes out of the middle of his bat and goes to short mid-wicket. No run.
Well, Smith got the better of this battle yesterday, and Rabada will want to get his own back today. And he's got maybe one more ball in this over, and should be it for him in this session. But if he gets Smith out with this delivery, South Africa back in
this place will erupt if he manages that. Rabada, last ball of the over, into Smith, who drives straight down the ground, the onside of straight, and it's going to run up to the boundary for 4. Fine shot. He forces you to bowl straight at him, and then he unfurls the drive like that. He's underway. He has 4 from 2. Labuschagne 16 from 42. Australia, the end of the over, a 2 for 32. And this match, we've seen a lot of high-class bowling, but it's becoming a bit of a shootout between Pat Cummins, who picked up 6 today in an explosive afternoon session. I can't believe this is still the same session that we're talking about. Goodness me. I mean, South Africa were 5 down at lunch. And then they've been bowled out, and Australia are 2 down. We've had 7 wickets in this session. 5 of them to Pat Cummins. He's our leading wicket taker with Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. But in the match, our leading wicket taker is still just edging ahead now. Kagiso Rabada.
13 of the 22 wickets have gone to either Cummins or Rabada.
End of Weir Mulder.
Thankfully.
Yes, Jansen is back in the attack. The last over before tea comes round the wicket, down the leg side. Labuschagne needs to be careful there, and he doesn't get anything on it. The tumbling take by Carl Barrena.
Once again, put his head up in the air, Manas. Something he's been worried about, even while practicing to face Marco Jansen, just ensuring that ball which is just under his left armpit doesn't go chasing that and get a nick or a glove.
Horrible way to get out. If he was bowling for it though, Bharat, as Jansen is in again, this is defend on the front foot up to mid-off, no run. You would expect there, wouldn't you, to be a leg slip or a leg gully or something of that sort. Though I think that's one that just slipped out, but it might encourage him to think about bowling there a bit more.
And he had a leg gully or a short leg gully and then a leg slip for a large part of Manas's innings yesterday. This time they've decided not to use that.
Well, do you need the cover? And that's the question, isn't it? Whether you want that extra catcher on that leg side.
Jansen in around the wicket, driven up to mid-off. There's no run, absolutely. I mean, there's 3 balls to go until the tea break. Frankly,
4 runs doesn't really. I mean, the wicket really matters, doesn't it?
Yeah, help yourself, have a go if you want. And you imagine that he wouldn't.
Just how good was that shot from Steve Smith, though, to end the previous over?
If he missed it, he was out, LBW, so I didn't really mind that from Rabada having a go there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, attack those stumps and run up to tea. Jansen is in. Labuschagne's beaten under his bat. Did they go under his bat? I think it did. Labuschagne is staying unmoved in that pose, just letting everybody know that he thinks his bat was in the right place. The ball was just in the wrong place.
Correct. It's the ball's fault.
Well, it's the ball's
It's the ball,
fault.
it's not me.
What have we got? Long leg and a deep square. Don't know how relevant they're going to be either, frankly. A wide mid-on, mid-off, that extra cover that we think is superfluous. Cover point, gully and 2 slips. Might be glad to get another one in. We've got 2 balls to go until tea. Jansen is in, left alone outside the off stump, and Labuschagne does. Well, how many degrees was that? I'd say 270. It's a reflex angle he's managed to produce there. It is leaving of the ball, spinning round, not a full pirouette.
It's more interesting than the actual shot itself, or the no shot, isn't it? To see what happens after the ball has passed him.
It's a window into his soul, Jeremy.
Well, I reckon he's got 2 partners out there that he's trying to decide.
Last ball before tea. Here we go. Janssen into Labuschagne, who looks to turn the ball into the onside, gets a thick leading edge, it flies to expert cover, but luckily for Labuschagne, it was not in the air for long. That is tea on the second day of the World Test Championship final here on SEN Test Cricket. But Henley Holmes and Australia go to tea, 2 for 32. That sounds perilous, doesn't it? It isn't that perilous because they have a lead of 74. How this game has turned on its head, I wouldn't say turned on its head, but it feels decisively in one direction. 49 runs have been scored in this session of just 20.1 overs. 7 wickets have gone down. It has been undoubtedly Australia's session, the Pat Cummins session. He registered the best bowling figures by a captain in a test match at Lord's. He's up there on the honours board, and Kagiso Rabada is as well, and he has the extraordinary distinction of being one of only 2 men to be on both honours boards, on the visitors and in the home dressing rooms, after Gordon Greenwich. Yes, what a time to be alive. However, Kagiso Rabada has just about given South Africa a ray of hope. The issue is going to be after tea, can they find another couple of quick wickets, and can they get rid of Steve Smith? Quick summary from you boys, and then we're going to head to the tea break.
Well, masterclass of fast bowling in that session. Pat Cummins leading the way. I call him the ultimate Grinch in world cricket. Every time the opposition thinks they have something to celebrate, he comes and ruins it for them. And he did that again. South Africa looked like they could get close to Australia's total. And then in the space of 16, 17 deliveries, Cummins said, nah, not on my watch. And then just when it looked like the game was drifting away and Australia were well in front, Kagiso Rabada in his final over before the tea break, 6th over of his spell. He bowled a few magic deliveries in the previous over. Just found a way to get rid of Usman Khawaja, and for the second time in 2 days, then got rid of Cam Green in the same over.
The next session's always key, Jeremy, but for South Africa to stand any chance, they've got to win this next session.
They do. 106 ahead now, is it? I think overall. 2 down. They'll need another 5 wickets if they can possibly get them in the next session. Who? It has to be really Rabada has to come back after tea. Has to come back and try and break before any partnership starts to build. I think he's the key as far as the game, to keep the game going rather than Australia just pushing ahead.
Labuschagne and Smith are going to resume after tea.
Final session of this second day, SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes and Australia. Still with some work to do at the tea interval, reaching 2 for 32 with Kagiso Rabada going bang just before tea in a spell of bowling reminiscent of what he achieved yesterday when dismissing Khawaja and Green, both caught behind the wicket inside the same over. Rabada, the entire game at the moment seems to revolve around what he's going to be able to achieve in the remainder of this spell, provided he keeps bowling, that is. It's hard to know. Now, the other factor to consider since we returned from tea is that it is currently very gloomy. So that might end up being a factor before we get too deep into this final session. There's going to be Rabada initially. Well, he's not, my apologies. It's going to be Lungi Ngidi replacing him. So they have made the change at tea. Lungi Ngidi, who flattered to deceive in the first innings. 55 test wickets at an average of 24. Had an outstanding start to his test career back in 2018. But in the first innings yesterday, was comfortably the least effective of the South African seamers, finishing with none for 45 from 8 overs. So an opportunity may present itself here to Smith as he builds himself into an innings, along with Marnus Labuschagne, who's 16 from 48 balls. So the final session of day 2 begins under cloudy skies at Lord's. Bowling here in Ngidi, working into the onside is Smith, who works an easy single, moves to 5. 2 for 33, takes the lead up to 107. So Khawaja was caught behind by Rabada for 6, and then 2 balls later, Green walking out at number 3, much as it was in the first innings yesterday, not getting through that same over. Ngidi operating from our nursery end. Don't expect it'll be long before we are talking about rain again. 2 slips to the gully. on the approach bowls here. In behind it defensively is Labuschagne. Gets a single though. Thinks about 2 for reasons best understood by the Proteas. Brains trust there are 2 men out for the short ball. Can't fathom why that would be to start the session. Can't imagine that Labuschagne's going to unfurl a lavish pull shot. We'll get a chance in a moment to ask Jeremy Coney his thoughts on that as well. Good afternoon, Jeremy.
Oh, Adam. Well, what do you think of this Ngidi coming in first up straight at the start of
surprised.
Yes,
leaving alone outside the off stump here is Smith. Surprised. I genuinely thought with where the game was placed, and I'll take your view on this more than mine as a former international captain, that there might be sort of 3 or 4 routes to victory for Australia from here. There's probably one for South Africa, and it's KG Rabada. It's KG Rabada.
It is. And maybe if Janssen can find his mojo a little more, he's the other one, isn't he? Those 2, South Africa are very much reliant upon for claiming wickets. And that's why I was surprised when I saw Ngidi.
Who's bowling here, going back, is Smith in defence. He's 5 out to mid on, no run.
I suppose you have to bowl him in a sense, but do you need to bowl him at the start of a session where you've got 2 new batsmen really sort of restarting in a way? I mean, Labuschagne, yes, he's been there 49 balls already, but when I say starting, I think he hasn't really dominated things, has he? And Smith certainly on 5 is just starting, and you really need to try and get rid of Steve Smith, I think. And the most likely man is Rabada. He can't bowl all the time.
Smith waits for Ngidi. 5 from 5. Busy as always across his stumps. 1 to mid on. Just great batting. That's the way to work yourself into an innings. Singles inside the ring in one-day terms.
It's a lovely way to get off, and get away and get it up the other end. As you just get a shortish ball coming in, angling into you. And because you've moved across your stumps, you just push it into the onside. Full face of the bat, no risk whatsoever. And just take a single just immediately, straight after tea. It's a good start.
Part of the conversation, I'm sure, in Australia will move to Usman Khawaja, the veteran opener in this team, and Ngidi to finish his over. First after tea to Labuschagne, who turns into the onside. There'll be at least 2 wide expanses, deep pockets here at Lord's. Happy with that. So 19 for Labuschagne, 6 for Smith, the lead up to 111. Australia 2 for 37. So Ngidi's first over goes for 5. The lights flash on at Lord's. It doesn't happen progressively the way that it used to here. I mean, they are occasionally erected. They don't always stand to attention. They sometimes bring them up before putting them on. There's only a limited number of days per year.
And can you be used?
You can have the lights on here at Lord's, which is often a bone of contention with the local authorities. But yes, the first over after tea from the nursery end, fair to say, did not have the same venom as the last over before tea. I can't quite place in my own mind. And look, had Rabada bowled this over, he's not going to. Janssen's going to continue from the pavilion end. If Rabada was coming down the slope and having a crack from this end, different story. But to spell him now and to allow the sting to go out from that end with Ngidi, it strikes me as a very defensive ploy at a time they need to have the foot down. So it will be Janssen round the wicket, has to strike, has to play his role. Bows to Smith. Smith pushing into the offside, out to cover, no run. Already I can see 4 shadows on each of the players, so that indicates that it's dark and the artificial light straight on top, so that'll be a factor as well.
Yep. Yes, I think if you were going to bowl Rabada, I think the way that he's been used, he tends to be used in sort of clumps, hasn't he? If I could use that noun. But for me, it would be 3 over bursts. Don't use him all up at once.
Yeah. 2 back for the short ball. Smith cut in half. He went back to try and ride it and play it through cover, but the ball went past his inside edge and Verena took it moving to his left. So good piece of bowling, using the slope to his advantage. The natural angle you'd be on that wide of the crease as a left arm around the wicket to a right-hander as well. Wasn't far away from the blade.
No, it's come in between body and bat and probably around about 5th stump. just a tad short too from Jansen.
He's a wicket taker. Jansen bowls to Smith. That's an inside edge. Goes to find leg safely. Smith wants 2. Labuschagne more casual in his approach to the first run. They'll have to be satisfied with a single. 2 for 38. It's Kyle Verreynne. He does run into the stumps when collecting the ball. Leads 112. So the Usman Khawaja conversation, look, let's keep it in perspective here. He made a double 100 2 test matches ago in Gaul, and a sparkling one of that, his highest score in test cricket. But the very nature of being 38 means that if you miss out, it'll be that way, I've no doubt. In terms of thinking about what's to come, he'll be better suited to the Caribbean, you'd think, with the way he plays in recent years. It's the moving ball and the seam in conditions which have been his undoing in the last couple of years. Jansen bowls here to Labuschagne, who pushes to point.
And who are the attending openers that would replace him?
Well, you would think that when Khawaja retires, that they'll be looking for a left-hander. I would think that Australian sides tend to like right-hand, left-hand. So there could be another opening for Marcus Harris. I think that procedural fairness, he needs to be talked about. He got left out of the Aussie team would have been in the Ashes of 21-22, having been the most important batter 2 tests before it. Jansen bowls here, and pushing into the offside away from his body is Labuschagne, no run. He got squeezed out when Travis Head got COVID. Khawaja came into the side. Khawaja got twin centuries.
That's right. Was it Sydney?
Yeah, and that was it for Harris. And since then, he's made an art form of coming over here and making bulk runs for Lancs. He's now captaining Lancashire, and of course does that role for Victoria as well at the top of the list. So I could see a world where he is a worthy entrant to the conversation as a left-hander. And then you go back to others who've had the chance before. I mean, Sam Constas more meeting the criteria as a right-hander. Here is Jansen bowling to Labuschagne, who leaves the lane. We'll come back to this. End of the over, 19 for him, 7 for Smith, 2 for 38 Australia. The leads 112 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Searching for some supplements and healthcare to keep you moving? Then visit Chemist Warehouse for great savings like Pain Away Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Cream, 70 gram, just $14.75. Relieve constipation with Prunelax Constipation Relief, 80 tablets, only $12.99. Or try Movicol, 30 sachets for $14.99. And grab Bondi Protein Co, 800 gram range, just $29.99 each. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney with you. Lights on at Lords. And Geedy has to have an involvement here, you'd think, for them in this spell. Bowls here to Smith, pushing into the onside. So 2 for 38. It's what they needed to do, South Africa. I think Damien Fleming said they need 2 before tea. They get 2. What do they need in this session, Jeremy?
3.
3 more?
Yes.
Yep, minimum 3.
Minimum.
Yeah. So Australia...
And break the back, because I think if Head gets away in this session, for example, I think that could be the game, couldn't it? If he does start scoring at a rate that we know he can.
That's the difference, isn't it? The run rate Australia went at compared to South Africa in their first innings. And Geedy bowls here, leg stump, line, Smith easy as you like. 2 men back, I don't know why. Smith 9, 2 for 39. It's not as though Geedy's bowling at the type of pace that would bother Smith even if he does go short, and he hasn't in the whole test match. What do you think about...
Well, why leg stump line? You've got a 6-3 offside field. You know, you're committing all your resources, double your resources on the other side of the wicket. So it doesn't make sense to be bowling that. That's a mistake, I think. And he went for what, in 5s, nearly 6 runs and over in the first innings.
Another fielder over to the onside as well. Cover's gone, deep point's gone back, and that's the way Labuschagne's able to work it to the deep point. Deep backward point by the time he collects it. Tristan Stubbs. Labuschagne reaches 20, 2 for 40, leads 114.
It doesn't seem a plan, does it? I mean, there doesn't seem to be... He obviously isn't feeling 100% after the first innings. I can understand that. But he needs to be working very much on what is the plan And if it is going to be an off-stump line, then bowl off-stump line. I mean, he's not overly quick, is he? You need someone of this pace to be really accurate.
He's got 2 slips in the gully as well. Delivers here to Smith, who, again, he's able to just go across his stumps as he does. He does pick out Rickleton at mid-wicket, but it's all a little bit too easy. I don't think we've seen a single ball that Smith's faced yet which hasn't gone exactly where he's wanted it to go.
Just the one perhaps to Jansen last over, wasn't it? Got the in between the body and the bat. It just bounced a little bit more. But other than that, no, he's looked pretty comfortable. He's got that step across, that big step across from where he sets up sort of just on leg stump and maybe just outside sometimes, and then that big step across to off stump.
So he's running away from us at the nursery end. 2 left in the over, a bit wider on the crease, and once again Smith picks out mid-wicket with an absolute minimum of fuss. A reminder too that you can sync up our coverage back home in Australia. You're in for the long haul tonight. What time back in the eastern seaboard of Australia? I think it's 1:49 a.m. Maybe at 12:49 a.m. It's on my screen here. So, you know, that's a really nice time of night to be listening to Test cricket, I think.
It is. It is.
If you're up late, maybe you're on the way home from a disco. No, probably not the Thursday night. I keep feeling like it's a Saturday, second day of the test.
You might do your Thursdays, that's all right, that's fine.
Speak for yourself, Jeremy.
Oh, dear.
Don't you start. Last ball of the over here goes back and rides the bounce. Smith stays on 8:40 for 2. Let us know where you're coming home from. 0433 98 11 16.
At Century 21, we understand that a house isn't just 4 walls. It's where life's most treasured moments unfold. From first dinners of the century to quiet mornings of the century. It's moments of joy like this that make a house a home. Searching for a local agent who will go above and beyond to take care of your property sale? Visit c21.com.au. Century 21, dedicated to the joy of home.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. If you're on your way home to your Henley home, what was Thursday night for you? Was it your uni night back in the day? There was a nightclub, I think, called Goo. I think it was in Burke Street. Maybe it was... I think it was the top of Burke Street. It was kind of a punk night when I was at uni.
Right. Goo. What's that? G-H-U? G-O-O?
G-O-O, I think it was.
Yes, okay.
But, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe someone's in a taxi on the way home from there right now.
They might be.
If you're listening to us in a cab or in a car or on a bus, not really night buses, aren't really a thing in Melbourne, but if you're on a night bus, on the Night Rider, that's a thing in Melbourne, the Night Rider bus that takes you from the city to the suburbs and then all the way through the evening. Let us know what you're up to on a late Thursday or an early Friday. Bailey says, just finished work at the local pub. Come on, Aussies. Which pub is it, Bailey? Give us some context. Thanks for writing in. He's in Greensborough. Jansen, new over, bowls here. Labuschagne, short sleeve jumper, pushes out behind point, no run. Oh, chap on the screen. Holy dooly, check that out. That is the most profound mullet I've seen. And by profound, it's got curl, it's got a perm on the front. It's Dermy circa 1988.
Not at Goo. You wouldn't see that.
But that is really, really long hair with the mullet. Please go back to it, TV, if you're listening to us. They've got 54 cameras for this TV broadcast. Have one focused on that man, please. He's wearing I'm not sure what sport it was, but it was an Australian top of some description. Jansen bowls here and leaving alone is Labuschagne outside the line of the off stump. 140 clicks from the big left armour, the all-rounder. He was part of that extraordinary collapse after lunch where South Africa lost 5 for 12 in 35 balls. Where Pat Cummins took his 300th test wicket, figures of 6 for 28, which is vaguely absurd. Altogether brilliant. Here he is. I've got him on screen again here. I've kindly been sent through from Mitch in the studio. Take a look at this. That is a haircut and some. That is wavy blonde hair. Proper mullet, old school. Jansen bumper, ducks by Labuschagne.
Well, when was the last haircut? That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, true. Good question. Big bushy beard as well.
Yeah.
That's instant
He's
icon
into the
stuff.
hair thing, really, isn't he?
Yeah. Mullets are vaguely back again, aren't they? They kind of, it's a cyclical thing. Did you ever have long hair, Jeremy?
Yes.
Which era did you have long hair in?
70s.
70s. When you were playing for New Zealand?
No, they'd
gone by then.
For that. Or was it the half dozen under my arm?
Round the wicket here, leaving alone outside the off stump. Goo was at the Palace, which was Metro. That's right. This is coming in on the text line 0433 98 11 16. Top of Burke Street. Alternative night. Yeah, I think it was kind of a sort of vaguely on the punk side of things. The more indie nights were on the weekend. That was at the Rochester on a Friday and a Saturday. I remember that well. Used to DJ there occasionally. And Ding Dong Lounge, rest in peace. That's no longer there. That was off Little Burke Street. That was a Saturday night affair. Weekender.
Oh, you worked
Razzmatazz.
I can see you working this whole area.
Oh, this was my old thing. Jansen bowls and off the hip goes Labuschagne round the corner. Gets one. Might get two. No, Smith says no to that. 2 for 41. One left in the over.
You'll be into the sparrow and your drumming.
Yes.
And your punk drumming.
But you see, Baz was too old when he arrived in Australia for this to matter. He missed out on all of this.
Really?
I did. And growing up in India,
you missed out on Little Burke.
all of that. Ding Dong was gone as well.
Ding Dong was gone. We actually did the last night at Ding Dong with a bunch of cricket journos because it was the night before an Australia-England one-day international in 2018. That was a proper indie night. And the last song played was the Smiths' This Charming Man, which I'd imagine you'd know, Jeremy.
Yeah.
And we were chock full with English journos. Like, what have we walked into here? Last night, chock-a-block. Jansen bowls here. Smith goes back in defence. Ends the over, 41 for 2. Labuschagne 21, Smith on 8. The lead 115 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. For just $1, you can flip a tip from expert tipsters on demand. And if that tip doesn't profit, you'll get your buck back. Get $5 free credit when you create an account. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
We're here at Lords with Henley Holmes. A lot of people have got involved with this, Jeremy. We've inspired the masses.
Well, they're all up. That's the first thing.
They are. They are indeed.
What is the time? After 1 o'clock in the morning?
Nearing 1 a.m. 12:56 on the eastern seaboard of Australia. Two in a gully here for Ngidi, bowling here to Labuschagne. He's just not bothered at all. He pretends he's going to pick the ball up. That might be a bit of a throwback to the first session. Got one here saying, Goo was the best, 3 floors, live bands, shut 20 years ago, and the venue shut in 2014. I remember that. One here saying, I'm burning the midnight oil working at Heathmont in Melbourne. Another one about Goo at the Palace. Driving the truck northbound Hume Highway, loved the cricket. I'm listening to the call at home. I'm not going anywhere, despite the fact that I've got an 8 a.m. meeting. Love that. Now, that's part of the culture of listening to cricket from England. You've got to put in the yards after tea and sacrifice the hours of sleep. It doesn't matter what tomorrow holds. Let tomorrow solve that. Ngidi bowls outside part of the bat, deflected into the gully where the 10-foot-tall Marco Jansen gets down. No run, stays at 2 for 41. I'm listening in bed in Geelong. Thanks for that intimacy. Finished work at the Grandview Fairfield in Fairfield. $20 Palmers tonight. Bargain. $20 Palmers. Wow. Long time since we've had them on the reg. Chilling and loving the coverage. Good partnerships. Helps me recover from the Saints getting caned by the Dogs. That's from Chris in the Basin. G'day, Chris, regular correspondent. Listening with the AirPods in while the family sleeps. Now that's a very modern. That's a very modern thing. That's from Adam. 4-hour drive to Euroa getting me through, says Pat. Good stuff. Drive safely, Pat.
Oh yes, please, sir.
David Bayswater baking. Don't mind that. Bowling here outside part of the bat again, and Jansen dives but can't quite deny the run this time. 2 for 42, 22 for Labuschagne. Or has he gone down on a finger?
Yeah,
he's gone down on a finger.
That could be
it's his left thumb. And immediately the South African medical staff are going to check this out. Given it's his bowling hand, it wouldn't want to be a dislocation. He wouldn't be able to bowl with a dislocated thumb.
It could be. It's pointing in the wrong direction, isn't it?
Ooh. Now, this is a moment here.
Is it a nail?
They need Jansen. In the absence of Ngidi doing anything penetrative and Rabada currently out of the attack having a breather, they need Jansen. We'll see it on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He goes, oh yeah, he's grabbed at the turf.
He's gone with the wrong hand, hasn't he?
And he almost overbalanced, didn't he, at the very last moment?
And he's used it to break his fall.
That's gone straight into the turf. Oh, yeah, that's bent back. That's definitely bent back. That's done.
Yeah.
Now, it's just a question of how badly is it done. It's hyperextended. If it's a dislocation, they might be able to do some running repairs. If it's worse than that, he'll have to go off the field.
If it's a fracture.
If it's a fracture, he's gone. Because you can see in that last slow-mo, Jeremy, where the thumb went too, it was too far. It was hyperextension.
South African coach looking very concerned on the balcony, Shukri Conrad. It just looks like it's pointing in the wrong direction slightly anyway. Wow, South Africa have relied so much on Rabada and Janssen. If there's no Janssen, already we can see after the break the bowlings looked a little toothless. Ngidi in charge, so just going back to some of those messages. What are you baking at this hour of the night? I want
question.
Yeah, someone's driving somewhere. That's okay.
I want the 4-hour drive to Euroa to be done very carefully with multiple stops. Adam's saying he had the ear pods in. It reminds me of, over the years, I've had the great pleasure of touring with Jim Maxwell. We all have. But great of the commentary game. And Jim talks often about what he did in 61, 64 and 68 as a youngster. And 61 was the crystal radio. 64 was the radio, the transistor radio, if you like, under the pillow. Quite relatable. And 68 he was at boarding school and listening with his mates at school. So you got those through lines of your childhood.
Yes, you have.
Cricket on the radio from England being a huge part of that. Jansen's fine. Well, I say fine. He's probably not fine, but he's going to stay in the gully. Good sign. The medical staff are now leaving the field.
So that's the crystal set you're talking about.
Yeah, the crystal set. Yeah,
I had that under the bed.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, definitely. Had to give it away, actually, for my first pair of batting gloves.
Oh, really?
Yeah, traded it.
Tell us more.
Oh, well, it's an important trade, really.
Very much so.
Yeah. Ngidi, after the delay, bowls here, going back Smith, and for the umpteenth time already, plays into the onside.
They were the cotton inners, the white, and then the green spikes on the top. So that's how old it was. Yeah, the green nipples.
Did they do much to the green nipples on top?
You sent them in for a retread every second year.
Did it mean you had was that the era when on the top hand you didn't actually have any... I mean, there was a time when the top hand didn't even have a piece of plastic around it.
No.
The thumb sat naked.
No. Well, then you went to those ones that had lots of elastic.
Right.
You've just gently put your fingers into the ends. And your open hand, open palm in the middle.
Keedy pulls the Smith. He cars at the deep backward point for one.
This is
He's
proper late night radio now.
And then you had about a yard of elastic that you were left with this dangling thumb that was down the bottom. Much worse, probably, than Janssen has. But, I mean, it was down, and so you wound it round and round your wrist 3 or 4 times, and then popped it on your thumb, and that's how you got ready. And then you had the clink of pads. These were the reasons I played cricket. The subtle sexiness of the clink of pads in the wash house that, was so redolent of linseed oil and those things. Yeah.
This is
brilliant.
This is why we love Jeremy. Ngidi to finish. Edging, won't carry to second slip. Soft hands. Soft hands, well played by Labuschagne in the end as he realised the ball was trending down the slope. Better over from Ngidi. He's conceded 9 in 3. It's 2 for 43, and that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
I agree. Much better over.
Help yourself to helpful healthcare and huge savings at Chemist Warehouse. Stock up on GastroStop Plus, 20 chewable tabs, just $8.99. Try Nexium 24-hour, 20 milligram, 14 tablets for $10.99. Pick up Wagner Professional Immunity Force, 60 vegetarian capsules, now $28.99. And LifeSpace Probiotic for 60 plus years, only $35.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
I'm getting a whack here from Bastian in Melbourne telling me that the Night Rider hasn't been in operation since 2015. Well, Bastian, I haven't lived in Melbourne since 2015. That might have something to do with it. Cameron here is about to walk into Red Lips nightclub in Vietnam. He's also got a 7 a.m. tea time.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's bold. Into a nightclub for a night on the tiles before a 7 a.m. tea time. I love it. Jansen bowls here, leaving alone wide of the off stump is Smith. He's 9
well,
from 17.
The swing should be loose, you'd say, on the first tee.
How about Red Lips nightclub?
Hot Lips.
Hot Lips. Rest in peace recently.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Is that in your
good
arc?
show? Good
is
show.
MASH in your arc?
No, MASH.
Did you watch that in Bombay growing up?
No, not really.
Okay.
The closest I got to MASH on a cricket field was when I was doing some commentary in the 1980s, and the New Zealand team suddenly we were 7 short.
Round the wicket, Jansen, Bossy to Smith. This could go absolutely anywhere. Please continue.
And Waddle, who was also working with me at the time on Radio New Zealand, alerted me at breakfast that there could be a chance that we could both be fielding. And he, of course, was very excited because he loves the game and so on. There's no chance that he'd actually make the New Zealand side. But here was one that might actually happen. And so general excitement.
Jansen bowls here, leaving well wide of the off stump is Smith.
And so I was more careful and cautious. And so I remember New Zealand had to get past quite an important thing first before we actually might field. And that was a thing called the follow-on. Quite an important line. And so out went a guy called Ewan Chatfield and Richard Hadley to bat and get these about sort of 20 runs, maybe 15. And extraordinary different landscape when you watch the two of them play.
Jansen bowls to Smith on 9. He moved to 10 with a single to mid-wicket. Did that pretty easily in the end for one that didn't go too far at all. Moves to Australia to 2 for 44.
Chatfield was okay. Richard very unwell. But he was the one who was most likely to score the runs. And so I remember a chap called Ayub, a very fast off-spinner, was bowling for India.
Arshad Ayub, yeah.
Yeah, and Richard was not really interested in anything pitched up. He just sort of cut, I'm just going to block that. And anything that was a little bit further up, he would just get into it. So anyway, he was scoring. At the other end, Chats was using a mixture.
Jansen 2 back for the short ball. This goes past the inside edge. Has he hit it? Has Labuschagne hit it? He has. It took a long time for the finger to go up. The South Africans were convinced. Labuschagne throws the bat up in the air in dismay. Jansen gets him again in the channel outside the line of the off stump. And just when this game was drifting, and not long after Jansen went down with that thumb injury, he's found the breakthrough 25 minutes after tea.
Well, that's a carbon copy of his dismissal in the first innings. And now the jury is well and truly out for Marnus Labuschagne as a test cricketer in the near future. Is this the final blow, Adam Collins? He was given a chance to open. Yes, he batted for 56 balls in the first innings, 64 balls in the second innings. But what do the selectors make of this? Pat Cummins said it was a one-off, Marnus as opener. But with Sam Constance breathing down his neck, you do wonder what lies ahead.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, isn't it, for South Africa? Labuschagne, actually, the angle that he played the stroke on, he's looking to cover drive that, when in fact the ball was slightly wider, wasn't it? And really it wasn't there to play the cover drive. He had to be looking to play that in front of square, actually, and just open the blade slightly, and so he's got a thin edge, and it's gone comfortably through to Verena. So, yeah, that's the third wicket. It's the first one that South Africa need, and it's not surprising that it's come from the end with Jansen bowling.
Well, missing out here, it leaves Australia still in a strong position, relatively speaking, leading by 118, but at 3 for 44, that scoreboard pressure is mounting and will get further. A partnership there of 16, which honestly, they were untroubled. There was nothing going on since tea.
Yeah.
And when Jansen went down a couple of overs ago, you could imagine a world where they were really doing a tough but stays in the attack, stays around the wicket. And as you correctly identify, Baz, Similar angle, similar shot, very similar dismissal, and it will lead to those very same questions that were being asked during the home summer, again now of Labuschagne. Great camera angle shows the deviation.
Seventh stump,
yeah,
7.5, very wide.
Can't believe it too. You can see from the way he threw his head back, acknowledging he knew he'd done the wrong thing, threw the bat in the air, and that resignation as he slowly made his way off the field. I think he knows now that the selectors, regardless of the result here, are going to be put into a position in the Windies where he will, in all probability, find himself out of that starting 11 as Travis Head takes guard. A fine record in big finals, and Australia need him to put in a shift here.
Very much so. And just on Marnus finally, Jeremy, now he's lost control of what happens. I mean, it felt like he'd done enough for the last 18 or so months to sort of have a say on whether he plays or not, but now it's completely up to the selectors.
Well, he's been a big player for Australia, hasn't he?
So Marco Jansen, successful in the over, gets one look at Travis Head, picked him up yesterday, bowls here, Head well in behind it. Ends the over that South Africa desperately needed. Australia 3 for 44, Labuschagne caught behind, he's gone. Smith still there on 10. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds, Fever and Swifts' new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Right. And Keaty is continuing, bafflingly. And he's into Smith, who just pushes into the offside. It's a great big gap. He finds an easy single in front of square on the offside. He moves to 11. 3 for 45. I'm somewhat perplexed by the use of Ngidi, I have to say, but as I just looked there on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, I'm drawn back to Marnus Labuschagne's indiscretion. At the end of the last over, it was a long way wide, and it's so unlike the Marnus Labuschagne that was so hard to bowl at when he first came in the side. I got to tell you, folks, it's grey, it's gloomy, the clouds have descended, the lights are on. We can't see, well, we can start to see shadows. It's when you see the foreshadows, that's when things get nasty and the umpires get twitchy, as Keaty is going to continue around the wicket to the left-handed Head, who pushes at this into another gap in the offside and takes the easy single. I don't like this field. I don't like what's going on here. For South Africa, they've just taken a wicket. They've got deep point out both sides. It allows both batters just to place bat on ball and take the easy single.
You would think that this is a key partnership in the rest of the game context.
Absolutely.
I mean, these two are capable of Head and Smith of taking the game away from South Africa here. This is where you want your two best bowlers operating. So Rabada, irrespective of how many overs he's bowled, he really must try to come back if he can.
When's South Africa's next test match? When is Rabada required to bowl again after this? Ngidi is into the crouching Smith, who shuffles across his stumps and pushes through the covers. And he's going to get runs here. He'll just get a couple of them, but it's way too easy for him at the moment. There's this enormous gap. It's been left there to tempt him in one sense, but Ngidi's pace isn't enough at the moment. His lines and lengths are not challenging enough, and he's just easy runs.
And going back to Rabada and Head, they got lucky to an extent with Head in the first innings. Some stats come up about Marnus on TV, but if we let Travis Head get away, he can finish this game or change this game at the end of the session. He needs 1 hour of Travis Head, and this game is out of South Africa's reach.
But you don't want to make it easy for him at the start.
Exactly.
No, absolutely not. Ngidi is in. Smith waits and just works to the short mid-wicket position where Bavuma is stationed. It's also, I'm sorry to say, but this is Lords. The up-down thing is real, and it's gloomy, and the umpires keeping you out there. You may not be out there for more than another 15, 20 minutes if they come off the light. So you can slip the handbrake and just go. you know?
Yeah, no, you can't. And Travis said in the first innings that Mulder and bowling at him when he walked out to bat, if you remember, and then Jansen had him just
leg side,
completely. So
I don't like the field. I don't like the choice of bowlers. They've just taken a wicket. You've got to be a bit more proactive in these moments. You've got to seize the moment. Carpe diem. Zangidi is in.
Oh, now there's Trump's bang in front. Surely umpire shakes his head. Ooh. If there's no bat on this, has he just got outside the line?
Yeah.
But Fuma's got to look. He's got to look, hasn't he? He's asking, is it too high? No, it's not too high. They say he's going upstairs.
Yeah.
Now then, what could save Smith here? The number of times we've thought, that's out surely. He shuffles across his stumps and the impact could be just outside. It could be umpire's call even on that. But he was struck on the pad and it fell in front.
You can always make out with what Steve Smith thinks of the appeal.
Ooh, it's close.
No, I think he thinks he's got outside the line. I think in his head, he thinks he's safe because he got outside the line.
And I think he might be just. It could be umpire's call on impact.
Yeah, and he's already walking back to his mark.
Yeah, Smith is convinced he's fine.
Yeah.
It's very close to the outside edge, but I think it's missed it.
Just on knee roll.
He is one of the only batters I've seen frequently get an outside edge onto his pad. Mostly it's an inside edge.
That's the pad.
All right, so the South Africans are clapping. They think
the leg stump's a long way away, isn't it? Right.
Oh, big moment.
But the original decision is not out, do not forget. We're going to get ball tracking any minute now. This is a key moment in the World Test Championship final.
Oh, impact in line.
Oh, no.
Hitting. Smith is out. Smith, I repeat, is out. And that is a massive moment in any test match. It's an even bigger moment in a World Test Championship final with Australia now tottering. Well, the first Labuschagne, now Smith. They're 4 for 48. That lead looks like just 122 rather than 122.
And a big circle of hot gossip going on down there between the South Africans. Clapping of hands, celebration, and what a great bowler Ngidi is. Just the man for the situation. You never want to leave him out. As soon as he starts, you know that there's a wicket coming.
What a beautiful piece of bowling, though. The fact that he was able to square up Steve Smith, go past that outside edge. He's not bowled too many splash deliveries in this test match so far, but when it mattered most, he's come out with an absolute beauty to get rid of Steve Smith, who's looking so comfortable out there. And now you're into Bo Webster, and Australia just have 122 runs in the lead.
It's the most peculiar thing watching Steve Smith, because time and time again he hits that ball to short mid-wicket or just past short mid-wicket for a single. Just on this occasion, you could say it's a technical flaw. It isn't. It's the way he addresses the ball, and it's worked for him to the tune of a test average of 57 or whatever madness it is. But on this occasion he's just gone by that outside edge, so close to its outside edge. And at that point, because bowlers are targeting the stumps with Steve Smith, and he was just a bit deep, wasn't he? He didn't get anything of a stride in, so that's what did for him. He needed, it was a fraction away from umpire's call on impact. It really was. It was just over half the ball, and that's all it needed.
Just straightened enough. It did just a tad. It did straighten.
He tried to straighten the bat up, didn't he? He was looking to hit it into the leg side, mid-wicket.
Bo Webster on strike. Oh, he gets an under edge on this and it bounces up and over the stumps.
Not more of this from Webster.
Extraordinary drama on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Australia at the end of a wicket taking over, a 4 for 48.
Step into Chemist Warehouse for stunning skincare and savings. Grab Thayer's anti-blemish treatment 15ml for $15.99. Soothe skin with Aveeno Skin Relief Moisturising Lotion 1 litre, $17.99. Try L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Filler Day Cream 50ml, just $27.49. And for a bright smile, try Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO3 Series Clean and Whiten, now $99.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket by Henley Holmes. This game is, well, more poised than I thought it would be. Certainly just before tea. What is this? What is this collapse? Now 4's gone down for zip as the first ball of a new over is pushed into the offside field and the covers. There's no run. Travis Head has faced just 2 balls. Bo Webster's faced 1 very, very unconvincingly. As we look, once again, that DRS decision for Imar for Trusted Tradies Insurance Call 1-3 Imar. And, well, I thought he was going to get away with it. I thought it was going to be umpire's call on impact. It's just...
It's straight beautifully, didn't it? Again,
yeah.
With the slope, angle in, then just seam back. Big wicket. Nagidi hasn't been a factor in this test match.
Jansen in, flash, miss, through to the keeper. Travis Head is going to come hard. That's the way he plays. But now everybody's on the edge of their seats. The concourse is emptying and people are sat down now and watching, because this, we said, did we not, at the end of the last session, there's this next session, Australia can take the game away from South Africa. But similarly, South Africa pick up a couple of quick ones, then woof, the game can look very different.
Beautifully, haven't they?
With the ball they have.
It's been the way the test has gone, isn't it? One session you go, the trend's going this way, and then bang, the other way.
Jansen's in, clipped away, out towards the square leg. Head's going to pick up his second run. 4 for 49. I've got to say that, well, I mentioned it earlier, that cloud cover at Lords and things happen and the lights are on, whatnot. I don't know how much the ball's doing more, perhaps. I mean, Labuschagne played, sorry to say, poor shot. Should have left it alone.
Was it just a mimic of the first innings? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He just plays the deliveries he doesn't need to.
Yep. I mean,
for the Australians, it was a little bit sunnier. The ball didn't swing today.
No,
but it
earlier on.
It swung for the South Africans.
When do you bring Rabada back? Because I'm shouting now.
Ooh.
Seize your moment. Jansen's in, round the wicket, tucked into the onside by Webster. He's going to get a single for it. He was all over the place when Rabada bowled to him, was Webster. And you just feel, you've got to take the moments when they arrive, when you're behind the game, and South Africa's still behind the game. They won't be so behind the game if they pick up a couple of quick ones here.
Well, I thought they missed a trick on day one by Rabada only bowling 1 spell in the first session. Now, where would Australia been then if he bowled a second spell?
Yeah, you got to wonder.
But Nagidi, he's just got a wicket. Almost knocked over Webster first ball, so maybe you give him one more.
Yeah. Jansen's in, over the wicket, gets up on his toes to Travis Head and pushes a shortish ball back up the wicket to mid-on, where it is fielded. There is no run.
But it's a woeful scorecard, isn't it? That just Usman Khawaja 0 and 6, Green. That was an inside edge for 4 in the first innings, 0. So that they haven't answered any of those questions they were looking, and 2 20s for Labuschagne.
Yeah, I mean, he's dug in, hasn't he? He's tried, he's applied himself, and then suddenly the concentration's gone.
It's the mode of dismissal that's concerning.
Jansen's in, strikes the pad, it's going to run away fine, it's going to be 4-leg byes.
Oh, he's holding his bat up, Trav.
Oh, well, he thinks he's got bat on.
Yeah.
It's not leg byes, it's 4, and it's the end of the over. And on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, Australia are 4 for 54.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Well, we have just seen on the Chemist Warehouse a replay screen that last ball. Travis Head convinced that he got that on it.
Can the bowler go up for DRS there? I believe that was off the pad. I reckon it was.
The bowler?
Yeah. Because it goes against your fingers.
Because the bowler goes... Yes, because you see this goes against fingers.
The bowler should be able to go, he didn't hit that.
I'm going to come back to this. Gidi runs away from us. Nursery end. This is pushed down by Webster, but strangely timed, very late on the ball. It dribbles out into a vacant point position. They get a single, 4 for 55. See, the way I see it is the batter there has got 4 runs for his team. The way he bats, and the bowler has bowled a filthy ball down the leg side. To me, give the batter 4 runs regardless, and the bowler needs to be penalised.
He's called a batsman because he has a bat. He's not a leg buyman, is he? He's not a leg buyman. He's a batsman.
Yeah.
I'll go the other way. I believe the leg buy should be banned.
Oh, no.
Because it's a batsman error, and what have they done? It shouldn't go to the team. It shouldn't go to anything. It should be banned.
Oh, Geedy's in, strikes the pad, goes down the leg side. This could be a very, very well-earned run for Australia off the pads.
Does he put his bat up again?
Look at him. Well, it's off the inside edge. He's scoring a lot of runs that might have been leg buys.
And I'm almost writing a letter to the MCC Rules Committee going, the leg buy, what does it provide? It doesn't know.
Well, it stops
People don't go, I'd love to see some leg buys today. Like, that's a good leg buy. They don't ban it. Don't worry about it.
They don't want to see the leave either. We don't ban the leave.
I love the leave.
You love the leave, do you?
There's nothing like. Sometimes I'll YouTube leaves.
You bowlers, I know what you'd do given the opportunity. And this is full door, beats the bat and goes almost in between bat and pad. Webster, who looked all at sea in top scoring, I think he's still the top scorer in the match, with 72, but he's looked at sea again at the start of his innings. He's gone through to the keeper, no run. You'd just come round the wicket firing at the pads when a side needed to go at 5 and over. And then you destroy the game. We know what you bowlers are up to.
So back to the leg buy,
you should be penalised.
You missed the ball. You missed the ball, but your team gets runs for that. So, no, banned. Before the next time we catch up, I'm writing a letter.
You could write a letter.
I've got one more letter.
Geedy's in. This is full flicked up to mid-on, no run.
And he's just about my best mate in cricket, and I roomed with him for 6 years for Victoria. Is Merv Hughes.
Oh, Merv, yeah.
He got a hat trick over 3 overs over 2 innings.
That's impressive, isn't it?
That shouldn't count. Surely it's got to be in the same innings.
Last ball, first ball, and then first ball of the next.
Yes. That shouldn't count.
Same match.
I love him.
In the match.
So that's
Jared Kimber's father.
My next letter.
He thinks he's got a hat trick based over 2 matches. The last 2 wickets of one match and the first.
Come on, seriously.
And Geedy's in, and this is flashed away by Webster out to deep point. There is still a deep point in, which doesn't please me.
Yeah, I just think it has to be in the same innings. I love him.
Yeah, same innings.
I had sort of mentioned it to him, and he didn't take it that well.
No.
But they're my 2 letters to... Who is head of the MCC Laws Committee? Who am I? Is it Mark Nicholas?
I think he goes with a guy called Fraser Stewart. I was talking to him yesterday about
is he here?
About DRS. Because I've got one that involves leg buys.
Can you introduce me tomorrow?
For sure.
Make it early.
He's tonsorially challenged.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Actually, maybe I had met him.
You may have met
last time.
Yeah.
The Ashes.
Oh.
I just want to...
We'll have a debate.
They're my 2 letters.
And Geedy's round the wicket, defended from the crease, pushed it to the offside. End of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Australia, 4 for 57.
Searching for some supplements and healthcare to keep you moving? Then visit Chemist Warehouse for great savings like Pain Away Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Cream, 70 gram, just $14.75. Relieve constipation with Prulax Constipation Relief, 80 tablets, only $12.99. Or try Movicol, 30 sachets for $14.99. And grab Bondi Protein Co, 800 gram range, just $29.99 each. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Now then, Mulder has come into the attack. Beyond Mulder, nothing screams seize the moment like bring on your 4th seamer. I don't understand.
He's handy.
Clem, I don't understand.
Handy, but after that Nagidi, I would have given him one more. He got a wicket.
Oh, Jansen. We got Jansen. He's replaced Jansen at far end. So you
need one of your... Yeah. I'd go Rabada at the nursery end here.
Yeah. I'm up for that. There might be a switch of ends. You never know. As Mulder is in, this is defended tentatively by Webster back up the wicket.
Well, last time we saw a change bowler on.
But for a wicket. Yes, she might. I'll tell you what, one of the major issues I have is that while leg buys do count at the moment, which they do, you get especially all the stats nerds, and they love, IPL. Oh, he's such an economical bowler. Oh, isn't he an economical bowler? But if he's conceded 8 runs in leg bias in the first over because he's bowled filth down the leg side, has been flicked away. But actually, the over's gone for 14, but he's only discredited with 6.
Yeah.
Then everybody's got the wrong impression. Mulder's in, it's clipped away, and between square leg and deep backward square leg, there will only be one. There's good fielding from
Back to my point is, batsmen have a bat, and if you're missing a ball that hits your pad, that is a massive error on your part, isn't it?
Well, is it? I mean, while the law allows for runs,
people love it on middle and leg.
Yeah, but you can't be out caught off the pad. So actually, for your own team, wouldn't it be better if you could manipulate all those balls down the leg side using your pad just past the diving, outstretched left hand of the keeper?
Not once
that
leg
way.
buys are banned. It's pointless. And I'm prepared to ban pads too.
Boulders in, driven by head up to mid-off. There's no run.
Then you wouldn't see many leg buys.
No, not many
LBWs either. Very keen to get a little bit of bat on it.
That's true. Get rid of the seam, says the batting all-rounder. Well, actually,
we love cricket. We're banning everything left, right, and centre.
They basically did get rid of the seam in this country. Like 1990, I think it was. They produced it. They used a ball for one season.
That was my first year of league cricket at Amersham.
Were you using that
Valley
ball?
League? No, but Test that they made so many runs. Gucci smashed them, didn't he?
That's it. Round the wicket. Oh, strikes the pad. Going down, I think. Was going down. Muted appeal. Might even have been a touch of inside edge on that as well. No doubt Travis Head will make that very clear. It likes to let the umpire know what he's
But
hitting.
I remember coming for the first time, even league cricket, it was a very hot summer.
It was lovely summer.
And at Amersham, they were sweeping the pitch before the game and dust was coming up. And I went, where are the green seamers?
I've come all this way.
Yes.
I've come all this way to nibble it about.
Yeah, it was very dry.
Well, that year, I can't remember the name of the ball. I think it was a Tiflex, but
Did they use a lot of readers?
Something like that. And there were ones where the seam just basically died almost immediately.
Yeah.
And so we got scores of over 800.
Sometimes we used a reader, sometimes we used a Duke. And I preferred the Duke.
I bet you did. Mulder is in. This is defended back up the wicket to the bowler. From head.
The reader got banned. No, we don't hear about the reader anymore, do we?
No. I mean, the Duke is a thing of beauty. Sometimes in these conditions, but they change from year to year. So
they're like a good
baseball year,
they're like a good red wine. Good years and bad years.
They did exactly that.
Yeah.
In 2022, they were so bad that you would frequently have 4 ball changes.
Yeah, we had that with Kookaburra for a period of time.
Yeah. It's really weird how it happens in that. In 2022, that was the bad year.
I can't remember the last ball change.
Mulder's in. This is defended again by Head back at the wicket to the bowler. It's end of the over. Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts reads Australia 4 for 58.
G'day, it's Jason Cunningham. If you work on the tools, engineering or in any specialist trade and you need genuine tools as opposed to a sausage sizzle, then come and do business with A&A Industrial Supplies. Family owned for generations, they have all your nuts, bolts and fasteners. Not to mention cutting tools, welding equipment and everything a real tradesperson needs. Just like our resident handyman, the Ox. Yeah, maybe not. A&A Industrial Supplies, London Drive, Bayswater. Ask for Brad for the SEN Deal of the Week.
SEN Test Cricket, Burnley Holmes. It's the World Test Championship final. Australia lost a couple of quick wickets after tea. They lost a couple of quick wickets before tea, and that's why this game at the moment is hanging in the balance. Australia just ahead, you'd say. The lead of 132 as Nkidi comes in to Bo Webster, who pushes off the back foot and sends it down through deep backward point for a single. Tell me, Flem, Bo Webster hits a lot of balls, square or just behind square, and I haven't seen him bat a lot. And to me, it looks like he's just always a bit late on it, but maybe he's actually deliberately playing it late. What's your view?
That's a good question. I mean, for a big man, he doesn't get a real big stride forward and punch the ball in the V. He loves to play through square, leg side and offside there. So, maybe the county experience has helped him a bit.
Played late.
Maybe a bit later, with a bit of lower bounce.
And Geedy is in with 2 slips and a gully into the left-handed head, who punches off the back foot up towards Rabada at mid-on. There's no run. 4 from 59. The lead 133. Header 7. Webster 5. Those high clouds are just lifting a little bit and the light's taking less effect. The shadows are less pronounced. So we might be moving into a period of relative calm. It's a capricious beast, this pitch. It just changes its identity from time to time. It's like going to a fancy dress party, isn't it? You just don't know who you're going to meet. Is it? Oh, it's Marie Antoinette. Oh, oh, it's Napoleon Bonaparte. Oh, you know.
Yes.
I mean, it's not all French themed, you know. There might be, I don't know, Heidegger.
Third option. Dick Turpin.
Dick Turpin, exactly, yes. Full, driven into the ground with no timing.
Oh, blimey, there's another Dick Turpin. Like, oh, my God. Couldn't we have communicated this?
Oh, no. Dick Whittington.
Big Bo was originally an off-spinner.
Was he?
Imagine the disappointment of the fast bowling coach when he first saw him go, how good's this? Come to me. Bowl off-spin. 200 centimetres of him. Was a promising Aussie rules player.
Oh, yeah.
Played under 18s for Tasmania, but he come up against Brodie Grundy, who's a ruckman for Collingwood, Melbourne, and he might have fixed him up, and Bo chose cricket.
Right. Here comes the DD. This is defended at the offside, but he finds that gap between cover and point. Is it that South Africa have left this gap? Which is,
I don't think it's working.
Legitimate, but I mean, it isn't, is it? Because it's just allowing them
strike.
And they're left-hand, right-hand, so it's making it more and more difficult for the bowlers. They've just picked up a couple of wickets. I know I keep banging on about it, but I don't think this captaincy is sufficiently aware of the magnitude of the moment. Is that fair?
That was very well put. Very well put.
That's very kind of it.
Can you pose that to him post-match?
No. No, I need to have a shower in the indoor school at the post-match because my bathroom's been removed last night.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty repulsive. You don't want to get too close to me. Geedy is into Webster, who carves this away off a thick outside edge down to deep third for 4. That's another full shot from Webster. We talk about playing late. Can't get much later than that.
It was overdue. That's how late it was.
It was.
I think he wanted to stand up and back foot punch that through the covers.
Oh no, it's gone through third slip as well. I mean, everything.
Well, what do you mean?
We've got a deep.
Who cares?
Got a deep point. We've got a short extra cover. He's barely hit the ball in front of square.
What was your phrase that you just used?
I can't remember.
It was good.
The magnitude of the moment. He's failing to recognise the magnitude of the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll edit that back.
There's a deep point and there's a short extra cover. And, you know, the short extra cover, when's it going to him? He's going to be out there now, but, you know, the Geedy to complete the over. Now he's back to the bad. This looks close. The finger's gone up. Webster has been given out LBW and Geely's got him shuffling forward. He's referred it. I wouldn't say immediately.
No.
He's shaking their head a bit. If this is in line, this is out. I don't think he's hit it. So, what have we got? Well, we have got DRS back in play.
Oh, he's not confident, Bo Webster. He needs the slope to come into play here, doesn't he? He needs the ball to move out. Oh, an inside edge.
Is there an inside edge?
He needs an inside edge.
Well, look, we've had one that hasn't been felt already, haven't we, today? Temper Bavuma. Yeah. So you never know. Let's take a look at this. It is close, but it's a flat line.
No, he's in trouble.
That is in line. He's a tall man. His next hope is it going over? Is it? It's hit the back leg and that leg is bent. Oh dear, oh dear. Here we go, ball tracking. Oh dear, this feels out.
Yeah.
It is. Wait for it. Hitting. It's a fifth wicket. It's Webster and Geedy with a double strike. And Australia now are up against it. 23 overs gone. Webster's gone for 9. And Australia, they've lost 5 for 64.
5 for 64.
On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. It's time. Well, it looks like it might be time even. Well, who knows if it's time for a drink, but what we do know is it's time for a wicket, so it's time for a commentary change. Adam Collins is going to come and replace me.
Help yourself to helpful healthcare and huge savings at Chemist Warehouse. Stock up on GastroStop Plus, 20 chewable tabs, just $8.99. Try Nexium 24-hour, 20 milligram, 14 tablets for $10.99. Pick up Wagner Professional Immunity Force, 60 vegetarian capsules, now $28.99. And LifeSpace Probiotic for 60 plus years, only $35.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
It is all happening under the lights at Lord's. Alex Carey, a ground where he's got so much history, making his way down the steps. 5 for 64. How this game has changed in the last 25 minutes. A World Test final. You wouldn't quite say it's at a knife edge as yet, but Australia lose one or two more here. Damien Fleming and the Proteas have themselves a big old opening, and who saw it coming? Who saw it coming with the change bowlers?
Well, Australia
who saw it coming with Ngidi?
For 28. And South Africa might be batting tonight.
What a sport. What a
This
sport,
is
Test
nuts.
cricket.
And the pitch looks okay.
Best time to bat at Lord's. Day 2. Here's VR Mulder bowling to Head, who immediately looks to counter-attack out to backward point for 1.
Trav's walking his singles. Things aren't making sense.
Well, gosh, imagine where we might be in half an hour from now. That 30 minutes from Daniel Norcross netted a couple of further
half
wickets.
an hour before.
That Bo Webb, that's exactly how he might have been dismissed. I reckon he was on about 15 yesterday, the DRS that wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Back knee bent, and Ngidi didn't even turn around.
He just doesn't, he's a tall man, he doesn't get forward, he presses a little bit, but bends the back knee.
And when it sneaks past the inside edge, it leaves you vulnerable in that posture. So here's Carey, his first ball. Mulder to him, round the wicket, and beats the bat with one that hoops.
They are up here.
I said to Jeremy when we came back from tea, South Africa have probably got one route to victory. They have to roll Australia in a hurry. Australia, probably 3 or 4 ways they can win it. Now, with Ngidi in the game, with Mulder around, it's not just a story of KG Rabada anymore. That's ever so close to kissing the edge. Swinging in and seaming away. That's what Mulder's in the team to do. They like the way he moves the ball. Bowled tidily yesterday. Can he come to the party? 2 slips a gully, the catching men behind the wicket. 5 for 65. Mulder bowls, Carey defends. Out to point, gets 1. Gap there. What he needs to do, Carey. He was the catalyst for a collapse of 5 for 20 in the final session yesterday. Lead 140 here. This has all the hallmarks of a low-scoring thriller.
Classic.
Wickets falling in clumps.
140 even to 180. I mean, that's only one decent partnership from South Africa, isn't it?
Just when South Africa felt like they were on the cusp of being really put away as well. It's been the wickets after tea that has started all of this. Mulder bowls and he knocks him over. Heads ball by Mulder. Off stump, bent back, zing bails flying in the sky. VR Mulder does come to the party. Australia a 6 for 66. To say it's game on at Lord's is a gross understatement. They only lead by 140. Here comes South Africa.
666 is the number of the beast for the Australian batting lineup. They were numbered for 28 half an hour ago, and it is the part-timers. Mulder's bowled pretty well in this test match, picking up a wicket now. Ngidi with 2, and they've still got Rabada and Jansen up their sleeve, and then into the Aussie tail that just got swept away in the first innings. So South Africa will be batting tonight, and they'll be chasing a very small total.
6 for 38, the collapse. Yesterday it was 5 for 20. At one stage it was 4 for 30. Earlier today it was 5 for 12. This is a test match for collapses. As the captain, Pat Cummins, so magnificent with the ball before tea, has a job to do now very much with the bat. Double failure for Travis Head, leaves the field now. 2 new men in Cummins and Carey. Wow. Might this be the moment where, as well as Ngiti's bowled, hey, KG Rabada, get ready. Yeah. You need it. He's got an extraordinary record against Pat Cummins, dismissed him 6 times in Test cricket. They'll be mindful of that. It is on.
What's
Big
the lead?
Time. 140.
140. No, this is just nuts, isn't it? Like, I mean, it felt like Khawaja and Marnus were playing it easily. You could have seen the Australians getting to tonight 1 or 2 down with a lead of 210. And now they're doing well to get to drinks.
So much time to play out today. Mulder to Cummins, his first ball. Looking to counter-attack with a drive straight to cover. 6 for 66, 6 for 38, the collapse. Watching back head, there was a deflection off the back pad into the off stump.
It's gone against the slope too.
Tell you what,
it was LB.
I was going to say, if it didn't ricochet into off stump, that was taken out middle and leg.
Yeah, it didn't bounce as much as what Travis was relying on, but he got beaten on the outside edge by the previous delivery, and that's gone against the slope again.
Mulder over the wicket into Cummins, 3 catches behind the wicket, cuts him in half. So close to the off stump, so close to the inside edge. We are Mulder. He is earning his stripes. He's got 1 for 7. He's bowled Travis Head at 6 for 66 at Lords. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
We're here at Lords for Henley Holmes. Lungi Ngiti takes a big deep breath. At the top of his mark beneath us at the nursery end, he's picked up Smith and Webster leg before. Round the wicket to Carey on 1. Bowls here. Shout for leg before again. It spills away to the offside. Ngiti doesn't turn around. I don't like that. Got to appeal and ask the question. He's been turned down by umpire Gaffney. Looked to be sliding on the angle, Flem. Will they go upstairs?
He was a long way down, but we know that could get given out LBW. It hit him low.
He's going again. Well, it's been a day for the reviews that have been spot on from the fielding captains. Smith earlier, given out to Ngiti earlier in the spell.
It's hard to know the line, isn't it, Colo? But that hit him low. I don't know if that's not going over.
So the third umpire, Richard Ketterer, busy boy for Imar for Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 1-3 Imar.
That's hit him knee roll.
That's hit him above the knee roll, in line, I reckon, with the stumps, Flem. It's a question of height. On the angle.
Surely now that's going over.
Inside edge going past it now. There's a flat line. So on to ball tracking we go. If this hasn't gone over, Carey's in strife. Lungi Ngiti standing there with his hands on his hips, looking towards the scoreboard on top of the Allen stand. We all are. 2 reds, it is in line. That's confirmed. It's going over. It's going over the middle stump.
It's funny, live, I thought it hit him below the knee roll.
Yes.
So if that was the case, he was out.
Umpire Gaffney's decision's confirmed. Well. How this game of cricket has turned. The beauty of Test cricket summed up in the space of an hour or so.
6 for 66 still.
They've got close-up shots of the Australians on the balcony. They are stunned. I don't think anyone can quite believe what's going on here. Ngiti can, believes in himself. Bowls here, full and steered away by Carey. I'm not entirely sure that's where he wanted it to go, but either way, he gets a single. They're all valuable suddenly.
Every
6 for 67, he's on 2.
Every run is valuable here. 4 wickets in hand. A tail that got pretty much run through in the first innings. So not a lot of form, not a lot of cricket really coming in. Or red ball cricket. Pat Cummins, who's been such a handy tail ender under his own captaincy. Rabada knocks him over for fun. So if he gets through these next couple of overs, surely Rabada comes back on.
So Ngidi, the 7th over of his spell, and they haven't had spells longer than 7 overs at any stage in the match. You think Rabada's got to be on in a sec. Bowling to Cummins. Ngidi here, counter-attack, cover drive ball. Real stand and deliver stuff from the captain. We've seen that over the years, the tougher the circumstances, the more likely it is that Pat Cummins will step up with the blade. 71 for 6.
Yeah, he actually lined up the first ball he faced, and it wasn't quite in the slot. So you can see the Aussie captain's going to play his shots, and it's probably not a bad strategy. Players that have just purely tried to survive and not been proactive eventually have got a good enough delivery. So good start by the captain with the bat.
Bharat Sundaresan jumps in as well, Baz.
Yeah, this reminds me of the Melbourne Test when Pat Cummins came and swung his bat around when Australia under great pressure.
Yes, that was the Boomerang day. The scorecard read similar to this. Ngidi up bowls here to Cummins. Swings again. Clears cover. Not by far. Doesn't need to. Acres to work with in that corner of the ground. They return for a couple. So Cummins looking to counter-attack. That much is obvious. 6 for 73. Lead up to 145.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can keep doing that for an hour and 20. But at least he's off the mark. He's got a couple of shots in the middle of the bat here, Pat Cummins.
Australia in that collapse at Melbourne, they were 91 for 6 when Pat came in. Today they were 66 for 6 by way of comparison.
It was him and Marnus, wasn't it, on that occasion? So
got them up to a more than credible score, and of course bowled out India on the final evening. Lights on, sun out. All eyes on Ngidi. Away from us, nursery end, bowls to Cummins. Bowls him! He's gone through him! A deflection off the pad. Bends back the off stump. Lungi Ngidi. He was the man least likely yesterday. Brought back after tea, and he's gone bang, bang, bang. Australia is 7 for 73. This collapse is unbelievable. They only lead by 147. South Africa have opened up a magnificent opportunity for themselves to win that mace, Damien Fleming.
Wow, just the anguish from Pat Cummins going off. He actually gave himself room outside leg stump. I don't know why he did that. And it's actually hit his pad. He couldn't get given out LBW because it was nowhere near the stumps, but it's gone off his pads onto the stumps. Sing bars flying. Just an interesting choice of shot there. He released the pressure with a boundary and a 2. I thought he was going to stick back to being orthodox. That's a needless dismissal, that.
7 for 45, Baz, the collapse.
Yeah, and he can't believe it, Pat Cummins. Just shaking his head. He just, that anguish Flem spoke about, just threw his head back, and even as he walks through the long room, just shaking his head. And you're right, Lungi Ngidi of all the bowlers, we were shocked that he was the one who started proceedings at the start of this session. He looked pretty ordinary in that first over. Really against the run of play. South Africa now believe they might even be on top at this stage.
I think they are. 147. It's going to take some doing to get Australia to set them a target north of 200. This has all happened in the space of 14.3 overs. An hour of cricket, in essence. An hour of cricket to potentially undo 2 years of toil as Mitchell Starc enters the arena at number 9.
And generally Australian teams pride themselves on winning each session, but if they lose one, to not have a shocking session that counts them out of the test match. And they almost did that in the late session last night. And they're certainly doing it here. A lot of work to do. Starc confident with the bat.
Ngidi, last ball of his over. Starc's first ball here. 3 catches behind the wicket, round the wicket leaves. So another successful over for Lungi Ngidi. 7 for 73 Australia. Lead by 147. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
End of financial year sale on now. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. You wouldn't want to be anywhere but Lords. Every ball live on SEN Test Cricket. We are Mulder successful in his previous over. Fourth over begins here to Alex Carey. Round the wicket, plays into the onside, out to mid-on, no run. Do you keep Ngidi on, or do you bring back Rabada?
Oh, you'd have to have a chat to him. Have he got one more? Because it's amazing about adrenaline, and Ngidi looked like the weak link in the bowling lineup in the first innings. So I wasn't predicting this, but he's up. It's 7 overs, which is at the top end of spells these days. But it's amazing how much you can draw on, your fitness and your inner strength when you're getting wickets. And a World Test Finals up for grabs.
Round the wicket, Mulder bowls to Carey, has to play under his eye defensively from the off stump. All the bowlers are lifting. That's 137 kilometres an hour. I reckon that's his quickest ball this Test match.
And that's the story here, is that the part-timers of, not part-timers, just the second-tier bowlers have actually increased, haven't they? Like, they've got wickets. They're bowling quicker. They're challenging. And there'll be no pressure, Lise, because if the Aussie batsmen get through these two bowlers, it just means Jansen and Rabada come back on.
So Mulder away from the pavilion. Up to Carey, round the wicket, bowls here. Carey edging, it doesn't quite make it to Markram at second slip. It looked like he was going to get there. Had time to dive forward and to his left. It was inches away from 8 down. Carey expansive, Mulder down the slope. All going on, Baz.
I thought Mulder felt it went to hand. Just the way he ran in on his follow through, he thought it went straight to Markram, fell well short of him. But just a collapse. We spoke about Alex Carey yesterday. That was a dramatic dismissal. But today, Manas, poor shot. And then the rawness set in.
You're not wrong. That partnership of, it was only 16, but it was steady. That's what started all of this. Bowling here, round the wicket, defended out to the offside. So it was 7 for 45, the collapse in totality. But you draw it from when they lost Labuschagne. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 29 at one point in all of that. It's been the story of the match, which for Australia, if you're on the balcony right now, if you're in the Brains Trust, you're saying to that lower order, get us whatever you get us. There'll be further twists and turns. This has that vibe, this Test match. It's going to win tomorrow.
They're just going to fight and scratch. And, another 40 runs would be so important.
Mulder, 2 left in the over. Lights remain on, sun out, bowls here. Carey defends to cover. Only the 26th over of the innings as well. We are in fast forward here, my friends.
Wow, it's just the 6th session of the game.
All of those South African fans decked out in their dark green tops. They're loud. They're on the edge of their seat. They feel like something might happen every ball. The Australian fans look utterly stunned. We've seen remarkable things on this ground over the years. Mulder to finish. Into Carey, bowls here. Carey drives, skews it away to deep point, retains the strike. Well played. Good batting from Carey to keep down the business end for Ngidi. 7 for 74 the score. Lead 148. Carey 3. Stark yet to score. And that's on the Tyre Power scorecard. I'm just checking if drinks are being taken. They are being taken. So, drinks coming out onto the field. Since tea, Australia have lost Labuschagne, Smith, Webster, Head and Cummins. At 1.7 for 73, now 7 for 74. So as the drinks get taken out, we'll take a breather here. If you're up late listening, let us know where you are. How are you taking this in? How are you experiencing this final of Test cricket at Lords? Back in a moment. Our coverage is for the Henley Breakthrough Collection build from only $227,900 in a passage of play that spans 7 overs and where South Africa picked up 5 wickets, 3 of them to Lungi Ngidi. How are you feeling, Australia? Let us know. 0433 98 11 16. Text in how you are feeling consuming this collapse. Work to do, to say the very least. We saw the WinViz pop up on screen before, Baz, and I know some people are a bit funny about WinViz, but it's a backward-looking measure. 67% South Africa now, which, well, that's how it feels to me as well.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of sweet messages about people listening to us while they're in bed, Adam. Maybe it's time to look under that bed. This is the horror movie all of a sudden for Australia. And how quickly it's turned. Lungi Ngiri's has gone from being the most criticized selection to being the most inspired selection for South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, the speculation before the test match as well, and it's quite something, this performance. He'll continue. 8th over of the stretch. Why wouldn't he? Into Carey, after drinks, round the wicket, bowls here, Carey, out to deep point, wants to. Can he get to? Won't. Maharaj sweeping. 7 for 75, Stark gets the strike. He's only faced one ball.
Yeah, and Lungi Ngiri will fancy himself here. Yes, Mitchell Stark is handy, and he's been in good form at the bat last couple of years. But Ngiri is on fire. I'm wondering, Adam, if in a way this is an era of diminishing batting averages where ball has dominated bat around the world. Maybe it's only apt that in this World Test Championship final it is again ball dictating terms.
Not wrong. It's a very fair point. It's been that way for a couple of years at least. Ngidi bowls here to Stark, the new man, edging to second slip and not getting there. Second time in 2 overs. Aiden Markram's felt like he was in the hunt. We'll need to see a second look to see what exactly happened there, I suggest. So he went up the slope and did it. Yeah, it landed. Well, in the end, he's probably saved 4 runs.
Yeah, he has.
It's landed about 6 inches in front of him, and he had to kind of pivot to thrust his hands down in time. So a fine piece of fielding from a guy that stays in the game. Made a 6-ball duck yesterday, but he's been part of it, Markram. That's the spirit South Africa have shown across these 6 sessions for the most part. Can they keep going? Ngidi away from us. Bowls here. Stark off the mark with a prod into the onside. Gets 1, 7 for 76. Darren in my apartment in Geelong, listening on my phone in bed, nervous as all hell. Adam from South Bank, no dramas. Adam in South Bank. Don't worry, we're rolling for 100. That's the Australian way. Like that.
That is the Australian way. That's why I moved there.
Yes.
But just looking at the Australian balcony as well, Adam, probably just an hour and a bit ago, they were all sitting there, chilled out, relaxed. Just see Travis Head with the towel around himself, and Pat Cummins looking very nervously from inside the dressing room.
So it's Ngidi to Carey. Bowls here round the wicket. Carey, who continues to look to score. He punches it to this captain Babuma at mid-off. Good one here from Bastion in Melbourne. He gave me a whack earlier. Now, the only thing still holding a line here is the wireless signal, Colo. At least the static has more resistance than the Australian middle order.
Oh, wow, that's...
Bang. Bang from Bastion.
That's way smart for this late hour back in Australia.
I'm surprised the wireless signal's not stronger in Melbourne, given how close it is to town. But anyway, it's a whole different thing. Note here saying to remind us that South Africa need to bat again from Dean. Not wrong. Not wrong. Australia will be mindful of that as well. They did not look good. Leads 150 exactly at the moment. Ngidi bowls to Carey, driving past the stumps. Well played. There'll be a couple there. Corbin Bosch, the subfielder, collects. Carey up to 6, 7 for 78. Gosh, there's so much cricket left, by the way. We've got 80. We've got not 80. We've got 63 minutes till the cutoff. Imagine where we are in 63 minutes.
South Africa could be 3 down. The way things went yesterday.
Feels a little bit like indoor.
It does.
Feels a little bit like indoor a couple of years ago with how volatile the collapses have been. When eventually Australia chased 100 on what became the final day, the 7th session of the Test match.
Well, Usman Khawaja's 92 stood out in that first innings.
Ngidi 3 for 33 in the spell. Into Carey. Delivers now, and Carey plays out to cover off the front foot. No run there. Stark will be the man facing the next over. The lead's 152 at 7 for 78. Stark 1, Carey 6. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Experience the epitome of luxury and performance at Audi Barry Burke. They're committed to delivering exceptional service and premium Audi vehicles from the sleek A3 to the powerful RS range. Visit Justin and the team or visit audibarryburke.com.au. LXCT 7522.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. We are moulded to continue. It feels like we're in a bit of a holding pattern before we see Kiki Sarabada again.
And he's just come back onto the ground.
Yeah.
He was away for an over after the drinks break. So you'd expect him to bowl the next over from the nursery end.
So it'll be Mulder. Picked up the wicket of Travis Head. What a wicket it was. In here to start, goes back and works it to mid-on. There won't be one there.
Just the fascination of cricket in England, especially here at Lord's. Adam, how much has the weather changed?
Yeah.
There was rain during the lunch break, then the sun was shining bright. And then when Steve Smith got out, the lights were on. There were shadows on the ground. Now the lights are off. There's still a lot of cloud cover, but a bit of blue sky as well. Been as dramatic as the cricket itself.
What a final it's been so far. Thrilling stuff. Mulder bowls to Stark. Balloons up off the pad. Out to mid-wicket. There'll be no run. Mulder scampers after it. They're playing their role here. Ooh. See there on television at the moment. Lisa Healy on the screen here this week.
Yeah, a lot of the wives together. Eloise Carey as well. And Rachel Khawaja. Nerves everywhere. But at least they know they have 2 days off. You would think.
Yes, they can. If they've got the mace, it'll be 2 very enjoyable days. If it goes the way of South Africa, it'll be a horrible weekend. Mulder in here, swinging delivery onto the pads of Stark, who works it up the hill towards the Warner stand at deep mid-wicket. Again, that deep pocket gives them the chance to turn for 3. So Stark to 4. That's where he likes it. Takes Australia to 7 for 81. Lead 155.
Like Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark has been in decent hitting form in the last couple of years. Has come up with some vital contributions. And what happened in the first innings was sort of odd to what we've become used to with the Australian tail. Rarely have they not wagged or had at least someone stand up.
That's typically been the Cummins role rather, but it has to be Stark today. Carey facing, 3 behind the wicket, hit on the pad but no appeal. So it was on the angle from round the wicket, no concerns there. Thought from Andrew Sampson, who joins us as well. I'm not sure whether Andrew Sampson's literally cheering in the back of the box, but still, I know he knows how much this little passage of play means for South Africa. Hi, Samo.
G'day. Yeah, I've been cheering a bit, but it's 155, is it? That's probably enough. Having watched South Africa bat recently. But I've also been looking at these kind of low-scoring games, especially at Lord's. So there's a pretty reasonable chance that the highest total of the match now will be 212.
Yep.
Although there is a possibility Australia will set more than that, and South Africa manages somehow to get it. So I'm just having a look at that in terms of games at Lord's.
2 left in the over. Carey facing Mulder, hit on the pad again. A replica of the ball earlier in the over, no appeal.
So if that were the case, this would be the 5th lowest, highest total in the match. In a completed test match at Lord's, so excluding draws, because there have been 1 or 2 rained on already.
Okay.
And 2 of those in the 19th century, not terribly surprisingly.
Okay, so when were those in the 20? It was 1934?
So 1936, actually. India played a test,
yeah? Oh, yeah. All right.
India made 147 and 93, Bharat. Can you name the 11 players?
Name 7 or 8.
England made 134 and 108 for 1. But there was also one not that long ago, in 2017, when the West Indies were here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. When Jimmy took his 500th test wicket, round the wicket here, defending, or more a drive or a push to be precise, from Carey. Just straight of mid-on, gets 1. That'll mean he'll keep the strike as well. Back to that thought after the break. Andrew, 7 for 82 Australia, lead 156 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
It's the end of financial year, and that's a big deal at Tyre Power. This is the perfect time to save on Toyo tyres for a huge range of vehicles. Take stock of the savings and get a great break when you buy 3 and get 1 free on Toyo Proxys C100 Plus and C100 Plus SUV tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres during Tyre Power's end of financial year sale, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent operator.
Test cricket on SEN World Test Championship final. I'm Daniel Norcross, Andrew Sampson alongside me, and Bharat Sundaresan with the game, well, now very much in the balance. And Coney is going to continue. I think this is 9th over on the spin. He's in. That's driven and bounces just in front. Just in front of Markham. That second slip. That is close.
Wow, and the third time in the last 10 minutes that Alex Carey has got a thick outside edge and the ball has fallen short of the same slip fielder in Aidan Markham.
I think they might be a bit too deep.
It's
really? Just a thought.
Well, it's happened thrice. Yeah. Same batter, same fielder.
I mean, the thing is, he goes hard at this ball. This isn't a soft shot. He's gone hard. And it just hasn't got up at all. And
this was the closest.
Yeah, what is that? 3 inches in front of him, tops.
It's the closest it's gone to him.
He's going to have, well, actually, I think he has now stood an extra yard further forward. It makes it difficult. Reaction times that much shorter. Third slip. Gully is also much closer as Ngidi is in. It's driven, but too short extra cover. Mulder does the fielding, no run.
I don't know if you were listening down.
I was
before you came on, but we were talking about lowest games.
Yeah, lowest scoring games.
Lowest scoring games at Lords and 148 test matches here. This is likely to be the 5th lowest, highest score of a test, 212. Unless something dramatic happens, like Australia scoring quite a few more runs than we expected. And then South Africa.
And then South Africa,
down 240 or whatever. And I mentioned the 3, the 1 and 2 in the 19th century, the 1 in 1936, the other one in 2017. West Indies made 123 and 177. England made 194 and 107 for 1.
Yeah, that's low scoring.
Yep.
What time of year was that as Ngidi is in? Down the wicket comes Carey, slogging. Gets very little on it. It rolls up to Rabada, who I fancy will be limbering up very shortly at mid-on. There's no run because it's the 9th over of this spell, and it feels to me that this has got to be, I know we keep going on about it, but it's got to be Rabada and Janssen time.
This has been the longest wait for Rabada. We've waited the entire session, or most of it, anyway, and this from Lungi Ngidi is turning into one of those spells, Andrew, they'll be writing songs about in South Africa.
Samuel Beckett has already written the play.
Has he?
9 overs of Lungi.
Waiting for KG.
Janssen warming up, by the way.
Ngidi is round the wicket. Carey, full toss, horrible ball. But only able to slap it in his surprise down the deep backward square where Kishore Maharaj does the fielding. 1 more to the total, 7 for 83 in the 29th.
So that West Indies test we were talking about, the low scoring one was in September. Was that the one when it was incredibly dark?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was the West Indies test.
September can be a bad time. Yeah. Especially in these parts. In these Lords particularly, yeah.
And the other side of the Thames?
Not so much. Not so much. It's a more consistent,
it's very
reliable kind of play.
You're allowed to love the oval, though.
The Ngidi is in. That's tapped into the onside by Stark sensibly. It was ball on the pads. He's just going to take the single. Nothing too flash here. 7 for 84.
Yeah, just unnecessarily niche quirk it would be if this test match does end up in that list, Andrew, because in 1936, that game you mentioned, there was a Maharaja playing. Maharaja Vizianagaram,
of course, yes,
was captain of India, and we have a Maharaj playing today.
Did you say first or worst?
I think this one's a slightly better player.
You would think so. And he's not playing because he is an actual Maharaja, but because he's a decent spinner.
I like these quirks. Good quirk.
Thank you.
Last ball of the over. And Ngidi in to Carey, who drives but picks out Mulder at extra cover. That is the end of the 29th over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Australia are 7 for 84.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
End of financial year sale on now. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
World Test Championship final on SEN at Lords. This game tantalisingly positioned. Australia lead by 158. Vian Mulder has done his work. He's off. Marco Jansen is in. The clamour, the call for Jansen has been heeded. He's got 2 left-handers to bowl up, and he can swing the ball down that slope. Slips may come into play. Still only 2 of them. Bavuma still got that deep point out, which I do not like. And a deep square leg. It's Stark on strike. How's he going to play this as Jansen runs in for the pavilion end? Outside the off stump, starts a little looser, a little wide through to the keeper. There's no run.
And down on the fine leg boundary, finally Rabada has started loosening up, Daniel.
Well, it is about time. I mean,
it was about time an hour ago, you thought, before Lungi.
Well, I did. I think the innings might have been over. Look, it's fair to say that Ngidi is the leading wicket taker in this innings with Belgravia apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. But Rabada may supersede him if he comes back into the attack. Jansen may have something to say about that, though, as he bowls the ball that just comes back in slowly towards Stark, who shoulders arms through to the keeper. There's no run.
And there will be questions asked around the world about whether it's the pitch or whether it's the conditions that's led to 27 wickets falling within 6 sessions.
Yes, what's your view?
You wouldn't say so, would you?
Well, it's not gone up and down, has it?
Not really.
There's very skillful bowling.
Yes.
Skillful bowling, but there've been some woeful shots. There's been some technique that's been somewhat exposed. I think Labuschagne's in a slightly different place. Khawaja's coming towards the twilight of his career as Jansen's in. This is driven firmly, but can't beat the diving mid-off. There's no run. I mean, if you go through the dismissals, there's a few that people won't be happy about. Smith got a good nut, didn't he? But it's the vagaries of his technique will allow that to happen occasionally. I mean, I think if that ball's bowled to a lot of other batters, because the way they play that ball, they probably just tap it on the head, don't they?
And which is in keeping with just batting in the last few years in Test cricket. Whenever the ball's done anything.
Yeah, true. Jansen's in. This is firmly driven, but off the toe end of the bat. Made a slightly incorrect noise.
Whether it's swung or seamed or spun, depending on where you're talking about Test cricket being played, techniques have been found out. I mean, Steve Smith spoke about it quite a bit during the Indian summer about how much more difficult batting's become in Australia with the new range of Kookaburra balls, the way they behave. Batters are not keeping up with the times.
Jansen in, strikes the pad, rolls down towards Verena, who goes to his right to field. It's on the cusp of a maiden here. 85 miles per hour Jansen's getting up to, and the sun is now properly out. The lights are an irrelevance, they'll stay on, but they are no longer required. And we do find that things get a bit easier to bat when the sun comes out. So the pace of the game may change ever so slightly, whether the batters will adjust their approach or whether they'll seize on this as an opportunity to come at the bowlers. I don't know. Last ball of the 30th over. Jansen's in wide outside the off stump, left alone, and is a maiden. Safely negotiated by Stark at the end of the over. 7 for 84.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Praise be light beacons from Land's End to John O'Groats for Kahiso Rabada is back in the attack.
And what about that cheer around Lords for the return of Rabada? They saw him take his cap off at fine leg, and the South African fans anyway, and probably the English fans, were up and about.
Second slip is advanced. I wonder if he needs to be quite as advanced for Rabada. Time will tell. He's in around the wicket to Carey, who clips this away into the onside. That's beautifully played. It's running out towards the boundary, but it'll be scooped back in deep mid wicket, and they'll get a couple. 7 for 86. Rabada has figures of 2 for 17. He got a couple of crucial breakthroughs. Same batters, Kawaja and Cameron Green, who's found out a bit today, batting at 3. You felt, the first innings anyone can make a mistake, but then it just wasn't there really for the shot, was it?
That couldn't have happened too often, Andrew. Same bowler getting rid of the same 2 batters at the same over in 2 innings. Homework for tonight.
Good question. Homework for tonight, yeah.
Homework for tonight.
You wouldn't have thought South Africa's number 3 would have outscored Australia's number 3 after Mulder's innings, but he has for the game.
Good grief, he has. Who's batting at 6 for South Africa? Because he's got Bo Webster's knocks to get through. As is, he's clapped away into the offside. Nicely played, but really well fielded by Mulder, diving away to his right. So the third slip has come out, Janssen, and he's gone into short mid-wicket because we just saw Carey just push the ball comfortably off his pads to short mid-wicket. Bavuma's captaincy is slightly defensive, to say the least, but it's hard to be critical when you look up and see the scoreboard says 7 for 86.
And where even this partnership of 10 or 12 seems monumental, the way things have gone, how difficult it has been to score runs.
Rabada runs in once more. Carey gets up fine. He's going to get 4. He's going to run down to the pavilion boundary. He was on the pads, ill-directed. There's a bit of back on that. Alex Carey there, just getting enough on it to divert it way past Verena's right hand. Crucial runs, 7 for 90.
In a game that he's dominated so far, Kagiso Rabada, he has offered some gifts down the legs of batters, both right-handers and left-handers, hasn't he, Daniel?
Yeah, he has. I mean, it hasn't been a flawless performance by any means, but what he has done is bowled plenty of very good balls as well. I mean, he and Cummins have bowled wicket-taking balls. Not all the wickets to have fallen have been Batterera, if you like. He's in once more, and this is defended hastily by Carey. Back at the wicket to the bowler, no run. Carey, of all the people we've seen, one might argue, make a case for him looking the most fluent in the 2 innings he's had. Steve Smith's looked the most untroubled, I would argue. But he's looked the most fluent, and it was only a kind of sort of brain fade that got him yesterday when he was looking good touch.
Very much so. And he's been in good touch for the last few months, like I've said a few times. Partnership of 17 between these two.
Round the wicket comes Rabada, strikes the pad, but maybe a bit of inside edge. Heard a couple of noises there, and also with the angle, there's no real appeal as Janssen tidies up at short mid-wicket. The game is going through one of its familiar periods of slight sort of catching its breath. I mean, it's amazing how impatient you get when you watch a game that's so helter-skelter as this one has been. You think, come on, we've had 6 overs.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Nothing's happening. The pitcher's got to sleep, Andrew.
What is going off out there?
What is going off out there?
I can't do the accent.
Oh, no, you're going off out there. Rumble. Rabada in, turned into the onside once again. He just has quite a compact style, this Carey. 31 overs have been bowled. Rabada's first back into the attack. Start 5, Carey 14. Australia, 7 for 90.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
This end of financial year, don't just get your tax done, get your backyard done with Australian Outdoor Living's end of financial year sale. Enjoy huge savings off our custom designed and installed outdoor kitchens. Save a bundle in your backyard at Australian Outdoor Living.
Janssen starts a new over from the pavilion end into Stark, who drives back towards him. Oh, and
Janssen has gone down to stop that ball, and he's, I believe, he dislocated a thumb earlier today, and he's gone down to save it, and it's hit that thumb. He's going to have to bowl the ball again as well, because it's a no ball. It's just a bad 36. That's massive no ball. It's absolutely massive. It's about 4 inches.
The umpteenth no ball. Ball. Wonder how much of that will come back to haunt South Africa.
They didn't get a run other than the no ball. Those Stark faces up again, and he guides the ball dangerously in the gully region where Mulder makes a sprawling stop, the ball landing no more than a yard or so in front of him. Incidentally, don't miss Game 2 of State of Origin next Wednesday, live from Perth Stadium, right across the SEN network. You can pick your call. Blues, Maroons, or unbiased. SEN, your home of sport all year round, and it's New South Wales versus Queensland, Australia's biggest rivalry.
Queensland for you.
Queensland. Yeah, Queensland. Sorry. Janssen's in again, and bullies and misses at distance. Mitchell Stark, that was a tentative shot. Bit of pace, a bit of movement down the slope into the gloves of Arena.
He's beaten the bat a lot, Mark Janssen. Probably argue that he hasn't always bowled full enough. But Australia wouldn't mind this calm. Even if it's been brief. In 6-7 overs of calm they'll take. That's the way things were going.
These two can bat. They could put a substantial partnership together as Janssen's in again. That's Shaw goes through the keeper. No run. You do wonder, don't you? I mean, if you could have your time again, whether South Africa would like to have either added an extra batter because of the way they've juggled their bowling resources, or throw in an extra fast bowler. Maybe lose Mulder and get rid of Mulder and Maharaj and have another frontline fast bowling option and another batter like the Zoyzi, whose name is impossible to say without putting on a bad Louis Jackson. Janssen in, Stark, edges in front of second slip again. Markram is getting sick of this. It's bounced just in front of him. Is that the third or fourth time?
It's the fourth one. First time for Stark. It's been the theme of the last half hour or so. But just going back to your selection question, I don't think anybody expected this to happen in terms of fast bowlers having such a sway over this game. If anything, the likes of Steve Smith were talking about how spin will play a role at some point. Well, that point won't come, you'd think, because there haven't been enough runs scored.
You would imagine. Here's Janssen, and that's tapped into the onside at mid-on. And there is no run. One ball left in the 32nd over. 7 for 91 the score. Stark 5, Carey 14. These two doing a rebuilding job. There was a moment at the start of the partnership when I thought they were going to try and do the counter-attack. So we saw a little bit of that, didn't we, charging down the wicket. But as they've got in a bit, as they've soaked up some balls, Stark's faced 19 now, Carey 28. In the world of T20, 28 is very, very well set. 28 balls. You know what I mean? It's almost like, been out of it for ages. Janssen in again, driven on the up to wide mid off. Bavuma does the fielding end of the over, 32nd of the innings. Australia 7 for 91.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 7 for 91. Stark 5, Carey 14. Damien Fleming has sat down alongside me, Daniel Norcross and Bharat Sundaresan. And we're in one of those regular but not frequent periods of calm.
Yeah, what a handy partnership. 18 months, they'll be taking that, and they haven't relied on leg buys. They've got them all off the bat.
Rabada is in. This is defended by Carey into the onside, but he finds a run because he's very on his heels there, Marco Janssen at mid-wicket. That's just an easy way to turn over strike. 7 for 92, Carey to 15.
And sun's out, isn't it, too?
Isn't it? Balmy and beautiful.
Wow. We've had it all today.
Oh, it's another no ball.
Okay.
And the lights was just about coming on. They just turned it off.
At last. Well, they were on at the point. There was one point when I thought they might actually go off for bad luck.
Yes.
Because you were seeing the shadows. Only when you see the 4 shadows, and that spells trouble. Rabada. It's around the wicket. Stoke gropes at one in the channel outside the off stump to oohs and ahs and gasps around his ground through to the keeper. No edge.
Around the wicket has worked throughout this game, hasn't it? And the batsmen just not confident where their off stump is and sparring at balls half-heartedly. It hasn't worked, that plan.
It's suspicious, isn't it? It's suspicious batting. Don't really commit to the grope.
I don't mind a good positive lead.
Positive lead, yeah.
And then the bowler gets a bit closer to you.
Rabada's in. Oh, it beats the bat again. This one even better. That was fuller and it was straighter, and it has just snaked past the outside edge with a little wink.
That is a cracker. That's an absolute beauty. He got his length absolutely perfect. Mitchell Starc had to commit to a stroke on that one.
We see that on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, and that was a beauty. There was nothing Starc could do about that. In comes Rabada. Starc does nicely. He clips this away off his pads. Rabada just went that little bit straighter, having been frustrated with the previous 2. Just got in towards the pads, and Starc picks up a single, goes to 6. 7 for 94. Being shown here, good length percentages, seamers in UK tests since 2006. And this 75% of balls from seamers have been on a good length. So true, we haven't seen much in the way of short ball bowling. It's happened on occasion.
3 of the top 5 in heading length.
Yeah. You need to bowl it full. But heading length. Here comes Rabada, and he beats the bat again. This time it's Carey pushing at one that just misses that outside edge. So what this game hasn't had yet is a wicket off a no ball. We've had lots of no balls, and we've had lots of wickets, but we haven't had the wicket off the no ball.
No. The Australians would take it.
They really would, for sure. It's just one of those, awfully... I mean, that's the most deflating thing of the lot, isn't it? I think Tom Curran did that on Test debut.
First Test wicket, Dave Warner. For a split second.
Rabada's in again. This is nicely played away by Carey. He's going to really punched that beautifully. And a valiant, noble effort in the deep is not, I'm afraid, going to save the 4 runs. It's a really, really beautifully played shot. It's a back foot drive as much as anything else, and nothing Mulder could do. He ran round the boundary, got a hand to it just, but he's palmed it onto the sponge, and it has now been signalled. 7 for 90.
No, we haven't seen many outfielders diving because the ball hasn't been out there that much. It's definitely very quick.
Yes.
So if batsmen could get set in a partnership, there's runs out there. It'd be interesting to see what they say about the pitch.
Rabada's in. This is on the pads. It goes into the onside to mid-wicket, and it's the end of the over. 7 for 98. Time for a change in the commentary box. Adam Collins is going to come in and replace me.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Our leading wicket taker in the match is Kagiso Rabada. Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. Jeremy Coney, Adam Collins jumping in. Damien Fleming with us as well. We've got I think 33 minutes till the cut-off. I think it's going to be 6:06 p.m. due to the 6 minutes of rain we had. These things are always a bit variable, but I think it'll be 6:06 local time. It's turned into a beautiful evening. Sun's very much back out. 172 the lead. Partnership's been so important just to steady things down after that brutal collapse. They've added 25. Here's Jansen bowling to Stark. He works it into mid-wicket. Jansen's the man they take on and they get through. 7 for 99. Every run feels significant. Stark 7.
I don't know what you guys think, but I think 185. There's another no ball.
No, I'm taking to 100.
And I think if this gets a close game.
So is that the 100 up?
Yeah. And so recognised by the crowd.
Yeah.
Gee, they've been a good crowd for 2 days. They're fully plugged in. The Aussie fans, the Proteas fans, the neutrals, they all want to be here.
Good on them. 174 runs now, the targets. 175 to win. I think 185 will be enough here at the moment. So things have to happen now for South Africa.
On a knife edge, Jansen bowls here. Hits Carey on the pad. Gone. Given straight away. No hesitation at all. Umpire Illingworth gives it. Carey has to review it. He's duty bound for Imar, but boy, I'd be surprised if it's impact outside the line. It could come down to height again.
That was so confident from the umpire, wasn't it? And Jeremy, you got that wicket. Can you stop doing that?
We want a close game, don't we?
Okay.
But I mean, the other thing is, if it comes down to 10 to 15 runs, which it may do.
Yeah, definitely.
15 no balls now by South Africa. It's quite high.
So is there a little sneaky inside edge on this one?
Don't know.
Feels a factor.
Height could be an issue, but it was given out.
It was given out.
Only needs to be touching the woodwork, and I agree with you, Flem. Height, and maybe even is it going down leg, but it'll lead to a lot. Inside edge. Inside edge is saving Alex Carey. It remains 7 for 100. The Australian fans go up as 1. Umpire Illingworth doesn't often have to change his decision, has to here.
We've had 2, haven't we?
Yeah.
That have been reversed. I mean, that was a bigger spike than Babuma's.
Yeah.
And, gee, Illingworth was straight up, so it wasn't loud.
No.
But yeah, for the Australians, if they get to that 200-run lead, 200 just looks big, doesn't it?
It does. The sun makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hey.
Jansen in, bowls here, and Carey off the back foot. Makes the most of the chance right away. Out towards deep cover. It's fielder versus ball, and ball will win. So Carey into the 20s. He's 23. Australia 7 for 104. That advances the lead to 178.
Yeah, it's a feature shot, isn't it? The back foot punch off the back foot from Alex Carey. I don't think he got it right in the middle, but it was a sign again of how quick this outfield is. But we've barely seen the ball out there. But yeah, crucial runs. It could have been a dismissal, and he backs up with a boundary.
Jansen, pavilion end, bowls again to Carey off the pads, takes 1 to mid-wicket. Have to be satisfied with that. Okay, Jansen, and he's 12th over. Incongruous that he's bowled 4 more than Rabada, but that's a different conversation. Rabada will surely bowl out the rest of the day from the nursery end.
Well, you'd hope so. You were telling us just a moment ago he's got the most wickets in the match. Is that right? So it makes sense to be. He's had a spell, I thought, longer than perhaps necessary. Spell out in the park. He should be rearing to go here.
And he finished Australia off quickly yesterday. Jansen bowls here, Stark down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Verena diving away to his right.
Biggest partnership of the innings too. Such a crucial one.
Yeah.
Taken Australia from 7 for 73, so they've added 32.
Just what was required for Australia, really. Played well too, both of them, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's not as if they've given lots of chances. It's helped the sun. I think the weather has helped. The ball has stopped doing, misbehaving a little bit.
Jansen 2 to go. Bowls here to Stark in the short sleeve jumper. Gets 1 for himself to point. Moves him along to 8. 7 for 106. And you can see now that there's a bit of belief in the crowd from the Aussie fans as well. They sense that if that lead reaches 200, it'll feel very different again.
How could Markram not get a catch from those big drives?
Yeah.
They were big, heavy off drives, weren't they? And he kept on going up. He even put a helmet on. Has he still got a helmet on now? I think he has at second slip. Look how far up he is from first slip there.
Last ball of the over. Janssen bowls here. Carey, forceful. Muscles that pass mid-on. He's timed it well enough, but Babuma's got a lot of work to do racing around from mid-off. Puts in the dive. What a stop. That is terrific commitment to the cause from the Proteas captain to save but one run, but who knows what that might mean in the context of this game. 7 for 109. The lead's 183. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard with Stark on 8 and Carey 27.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. So come say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Football Netball Clubs, as well as the Bannockburn Cricket Club.
So we've got, I think, 27 minutes until the compulsory closure, if you like, on the day, until the cut-off. 183 is the lead. We thought we would be seeing South Africa batting again today. Definitely. Who knows? Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Rabada will have his say right now. He's going to be bowling at Carey on 27 from 36. Just 2 slips, Carey off the pads to mid-wicket. Gives a strike away, but adds a run. That's more important. Leads 184.
Not sure of round the wicket. He's been knocked onside a lot, hasn't he, Rabada, since he's taken up this position to the left-handers. I just wonder going across to the off stump is a better option, and you can bowl your bouncer and you can, have a crack, and there's so many runs available, singles on that leg side. You've just got to get even a pad. I know you don't like the pads, but you just anything on it at all is runs, isn't it?
I like the pads when they're LBW.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah.
Rabada in, bowls to Stark, stays around the wicket, gets the pad, goes fine. There'll be work to do from the man at long leg. Some Geedy down there. They return for what I expect will be signalled a couple of leg byes. And Chris Gaffney just waiting to signal it, and there was nearly an overthrow and all of that as well, but Bavuma was backing up, so 7 for 112.
Stark's missed that by a foot. Oh, I'll have 2 runs for the team because you missed the ball. It's the default position these days, isn't it? You just come around the wicket to the lefty.
Yes.
Everyone does it.
They do, but they've got to get the line right rather than just angling it down at leg stump.
Change the angle a bit.
Yeah.
Batter in, bowls here, Stark into the onside. Chance for Rickleton. Direct hit would have been interesting. Non-striker's end, which is where he was going. Rickleton thinks he had him. 1 stump, maybe 1.5 stumps to aim at.
Yeah.
Not quite.
It's a fair run in a sense from that point of view, isn't it? That I think he probably would have been tight. But yeah, the fact that Rickleton had to move to get to it was cutting down the number of stumps he had to aim at.
I think he was home. Not by far, but the pressure remains on. In here, Rabada, round the wicket. Carey, mid-on. Rickleton again. Carey dives, just in case. Don't think he needed to, but again, full commitment. This is a world final after all.
That's 4 balls that have been just worked through the leg side.
Yeah, and with a 6-3 offside fields, too many runs are coming on the leg side, aren't they? It's the line of Rabada is not right here.
No, I'd like the option of coming back over.
Yeah.
Just change it up.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking comfortable with this line.
So Rabada, he's got 2 left here. Can he improve the Stark? Again on the onside. Fleming, you're calling this perfectly. He's just... it's middle and off line, I suppose, but it's short enough that he can go back and caress it.
The other thing I'm noticing, Rabada's follow-through is getting shorter and shorter. So he's not getting through the crease here. If you're not completing, he's having a chat to Bavuma. This could be it for Rabada if he doesn't get a wicket this ball. Well, that body language
it's
doesn't
not good,
say to me.
It's not good.
Captain, give me the ball. And Ngidi bowled a very long spell.
Got through 9 in the end, didn't he? Ngidi, something like that. It was long enough.
I think that's what, just keep bowling.
Yeah.
You don't need another spell.
So Rabada finishing here into the onside once more. So not an over that was particularly productive for the Proteas. 6 runs added. Australia's leads now 189 at 7 for 115. Stark 10, Carey 29. Tyre Power scoreboard.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
End of financial year sale on now. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes going to have a change, replacing Marco Jansen. It's going to be spin. Very good, very, very good option to go to. Keshav Maharaj, 199 Test wickets. He's an outstanding cricketer. Can they prompt something a bit daft from Mitchell Stark, I suppose, is what they're hoping for.
They've left it so long now, I think it's a bit of a gamble, and they may be feeling that that's where they reached at this point, where they can perhaps encourage a big shot. I mean, I don't know what Stark's... You'll know more about the way he plays spin. He likes a big shot, doesn't he?
He doesn't mind it over mid-wicket, and it goes a long way.
No, it's...
So... this will be an interesting battle.
Yeah, it's a question, can he deceive him before the ball bounces? In other words, in the air, and make him miss length and therefore swing and miss. That's what he's really after here, Maharaj.
Got a wicket in the first innings. Bowls here to Stark, played respectfully off the front foot. Got a slip and a short leg in close. Out in the deep. He's working with a deep forward square in front of the grandstand and a long on. He's in front of the visiting dressing room. Will Stark have a dart here? Leads 189. Maharaj to him here. It's full and pushed out to cover. Interesting.
What sort of pace is he bowling? Is he at the 90? Sort of 90 Ks?
Keep an eye on that next ball. Yeah, we'll see if we can catch it on our monitor. Chemist Warehouse. Maharaj bowls here and Stark gets forward and pushes a more flighter delivery. Just 81 kilometres an hour, Jeremy. Gets himself off strike. He's 11, 7 for 116, lead 190.
What's the chance of a reverse sweep first ball?
I would have thought quite low.
Yes. We're at all.
Given what we saw in the first innings, but you'd never know with Carey. Carey loves a sweep, doesn't he?
We're all win awry yesterday for Australia. A collapse of 5 for 20. Started with a missed reverse sweep against Maharaj to Carey. Plays him off the front.
I like it, Alex.
We're getting a replay of that on telly right away.
Oh, yeah.
And it might have to do with why the crowd are clapping as well. They're pretty informed here this week. They know exactly what's going on. Fully committed to what they're watching. Maharaj to Carey. Field remains the same. Gets one down to long on. Really nicely played. 191's the lead. Carey into the 30s.
Good innings from Carey, isn't it? Really important innings. 30 off 41 on a pitch that everybody else has found difficult. 27 wickets so far in 2 days.
And even in the first innings, he was batting beautifully, wasn't he? He sort of led to his own dismissal.
Here's Maharaj to finish. Leg stump line, out to deep square, and he'll get one Stark, so he'll retain the strike with some comfort. He's 12, Carey's 30, 7 for 118, the lead's 192. We've got about 20 minutes till stumps.
Welcome to Club Tokemall, Australia's premier Murray River golfing destination. With 2 top 40 golf courses, award-winning food, funky players lounge, TAB and weekly live music. There's something for everyone. Their golf package team can help organise your next golfing holiday or day trip to the village of Tokemall and drop in for a relaxing stop. You're welcome at Club Tokemall. Find them at clubtokemall.com.au or on Facebook. What are you really gambling with?
Kagiso Rabada, one of the best to ever do it. Away from us, nursery end. Stark on strike on 12. Sun out, edging, and might have carried to Verena. might have got to his webbing. He went in front of first slip. Rabada stands forlorn in the middle of the strip, in the middle of Lords. Was that the moment?
The reaction says it.
It suggests that it was. Seeing it a second time here. Verena wasn't reaching first slip, had to go, and it half volleyed into the webbing. So a point to note that it didn't actually get to it.
No.
Another one that didn't carry.
Yes.
Fourth one now.
Now, is that just the ball and or the pace and the way Rabada is bowling?
Rabada around the wicket bowls here. Stark. Quick single. Carey wants it. Goes on a diagonal angle to avoid Rabada. Makes the lead 193. 7 for 119. Boy, there's been 4 now in this partnership which haven't reached the cordon. 3 to Markram at second slip and out of Verena as well.
The one ball he's got outside off stump in the last 8 has been edged.
He's edged, yeah.
Partnership 46 comfortably. The most in Australia's second innings.
See Markram, is he still wearing that helmet? Look where he is at second slip. Yeah. He's so close. And that's what you have to be there. And the keeper's got to be up too, doesn't he?
Day.
Yeah.
Pitch, slip field.
Rabada delivers and Stark drives and does it so nicely. Down towards the rope, and that's the 50 partnership. What a crucial partnership in the context of a low-scoring game. Coming in after the collapse, which looks like it could be terminal. They lost 7 for 45, Australia, at one stage. But now Stark, reaching 16 himself, takes Australia up to 123 for the loss of 7 wickets as that lead creeps towards 200.
So it's really got the feel of a winning partnership about it, hasn't it, at this stage? Both striking the ball really well. Carey driving the whole thing.
Stark facing, pushing up. My apologies, Carey facing. I've credited that previous boundary to Stark when it was Alex Carey. Sorry, Al. We will live to fight another day. Threshold point remains the same, that Australia's lead has moved to 197.
Gee, that's a beautiful on drive, isn't it? We haven't seen too many beautiful shots over these 2 days.
On reflection, I should have known how lovely the shot was and known immediately it was Carey, but anyway. I promise you it's Carey facing here. Rabada to him, wider on the crease, inside part of the bat, skews out to mid-wicket, gets 1 to Rickleton. Carey, 35, doing so much right here. 7 for 124 the score. That psychological barrier of the lead that's nearly at 200. What that will mean.
Just saw a tweet from one of the Quick Biz guys, preempting all that. They're saying it's playing pretty much similar to the Lord's Test day 1 and 2. Putting it down to some very good bowling and just average batting.
Hard to disagree with that. Bowling's been top-notch. Rabada to finish his 10th over. To start over the top of his middle stump, shouldering arms. Wow, it was close. 7 for 124 the score. That's me done for the day. Daniel Norcross will take you through to stumps. 12 for Stark, 35 for Carey. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Maharaj starts a new over and the first ball is worked up to wide long on for a single. Another single. Death by 1,000 singles at the moment for South Africa. They clawed their way back into this game as we look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. We see not a lot of turn off that pitch. It's nicely played by Carey. Takes him to 36. Stark now back on strike with a forward short leg and a slip in place. Maharaj is in and played with an angled bat to backward point. There's no runs and Giddy does the fielding. 15 minutes to go today. And then you fancy the fate of the World Test Championship is going to be decided tomorrow. You'd imagine. But this partnership, well, who knows? It's been a crazy game. Maharaj is in. It does turn back into the
left-handed start. He punches off the back foot back to the bowler. There's no run. Loads of overs going to be left out there again. I mean, part of that's a function of the wickets that have fallen. As Maharaj clipped away into the onside, there's going to be a single. And there's a loud and raucous cheer for
200 runs up.
The 200 lead is up. Yeah, they're all keeping their eyes on this.
Yeah.
It's a big moment. The Aussie fans are loving it. They're up out of their seats. They know the significance of this partnership. South Africa being able to break this partnership early, get through to Lyon and Hazelwood. They could have been chasing down 180. Instead, it's going to be at least 200 with power to add. Carey back on strike. 7 for 126. Maharaj is in. Silly mid-on. There's a sweep as well, and a sweep that's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Fielder's running round, won't get there. The definition of the despairing dive from the substitute Corbin Bosch. 4 more to the total. He likes a sweep. This Carey goes to 40. He's looked the most fluent batter in this match, you've got to say. In his first innings, he looked fluent until he got himself out. So it's in good touch.
I like the traditional sweep. Yeah. Hit in the middle and rolled the wrists. As I keep saying, this outfield is lightning.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
The drainage here is crazy. Maharaj in is nicely played by Carey. Just complete control of an on drive up to long on in front of the pavilion. 1 more to the total. He'll keep the strikes. 7 off the over. How long can the Maharaj experiment go? Australia 7 for 131.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Bowl outside off.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Oaks. We've just seen on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, that the last ball of Rabada's previous over that was left by Stark missed by 2.5 centimetres or 1 inch if you prefer. It was that close. Carey on strike. Slips have moved forward. Rabada is in and he defends it well in the end. Pushes it up to mid-on where Rickleton does the fielding and there is no run. What have we got left today? 11 minutes. It's another no ball. And now those no balls, I mean, they should always be significant because every run counts.
Yeah.
But somehow they feel ever more painful at this stage. If you're a South Africa fan, that's another pretty big no ball. I mean, we're talking a couple of inches. We've had a lot of no balls in this match.
They're adding up, aren't they?
7 in this innings. There were a fair few in the first. It's partly expected.
As I say, if it's a close game, that could be the difference. The no balls, they'll be between 15 and 20.
Rabada in. That's driven nicely away out through deep point. It's going to be cut off by Maharaj, but they'll amble back for an easy 2. 7 for 134. The lead 208, and Carey's moved to 43. We've had not many half centuries in this match. 2 so far. 1 for Steve Smith.
But it's also the strike rate, isn't it? It's 43 or 49. You know, that's playing. It's tight. And even that shot there, a lot of batsmen have been caught on the crease and played, missed or edged those. Whereas Carey's just forward pressing, head over the ball, opening up the face, easy 2 runs.
Rabada runs in round the wicket. Full pads. That looks very close. Up goes the finger. Now he's gone up again straight away. He did this last time. They've got a small inside edge on this, but I think he's pointing to, I think I got outside the line. So I'm not sure if he's thinking bat here.
I was thinking down the leg side.
Yeah, me too.
Were you?
Yeah.
But he was pointing outside his off stump. Okay. I don't know why. I mean, maybe that's his symbol for down the leg side.
It is a gut ball for Rabada. His effort full ball, his yards quicker.
Oh, now then, that's
close again, isn't it?
Close again, and it's hit on the knee roll. It's very close to the outside edge.
Could have another inside edge.
I think there's a gap, you know.
Gap, yeah.
Ultra edge is coming.
No, he's missed that, hasn't he?
he's missed it. He's missed it. Key moment coming up. Is it going over the top? Is it going down?
I think it's only going leg down that'll save him.
It's delivered round the wicket.
Given out, remember.
Given out. Here we go. Looked out in real time. Umpire's gone. He's out. Carey's gone.
Close.
The partnership has been broken. Carey's not going to get his half century. The 8th wicket goes down. It looked out in real time. And Rabada has got his 3rd wicket. Australia have 2 wickets standing there, 8 for 134. They lead by 208. Carey's splendid knock. A low scoring game, 43.
An innings that could well win this match. Just they were in so much trouble when he came to the wicket, and he's looked very comfortable really, and he's been able to shelter the other batsmen, whoever's been with him. He's been able to just hold the thing together and manoeuvre the ball around. He hasn't really hit lots of edges. He's found gaps, and I just think that's probably the best innings we've seen today, actually.
Yeah, 43, almost a third of the runs. He's almost double the second highest scorer. And under the pump, that's a pressure innings, isn't it?
I'd go surprised to say it's the best innings of the match. I think Bo Webster's 72 was
I thought
strange.
Smith was better than Webster.
Yeah, Smith was
better than
Webster, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he was more assured, wasn't he? But there's something about what Carey's
had
to do there.
Smith's the scenario of the game wasn't as significant. We didn't know it was going to be a low-scoring game. So that's the most significant knock. So it's a challenge back to South Africa to 1 or 2 or 3 of their batsmen. Can they do similar?
And Rabada cements himself further as a leading wicket taker in this match, with Belgravia Apparel providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations.
They'll do well to last this.
Yeah, well, Rabada might just feel more comfortable bowling at the right-handers. He can now come over to the other side of the umpire as he delivers.
Just see that stat there? How many 50s he's made? They said he's got 11 30s.
11
I want 25.
Oh.
Actually, I've never seen that stat before.
The quarter century is a big thing for you, isn't it?
Where's 30 fit?
Where's
doesn't fit there.
25, so a quarter of a century. Raise your bat.
Rabada is into Lyon, outside the off stump. Ball, a long way wide of off stump. It goes through low to a diving Verena.
He's reacting in his follow-through. He's a little bit injured, Rabada.
They used to applaud 25s.
Oh, it's a no ball.
It's another no ball. They used to applaud 25s in India on the turning pitches, in the 50s and 60s. You'd suddenly see the crowd rise.
Well, you didn't hear the story. I wanted to bring it back on the 2001 tour, and it didn't get past the team. But 2 years ago, I was talking to Nathan. Can you do it? And he did it in an MCG test. So he does it when he gets to 25 now.
Rabada is into Lyon. Full edged in front of second slip. Again. The 6th, 7th time even, perhaps, in this innings, that ball has landed in front of a diving Markram. He's trying to get closer. I promise you, he's trying to get closer, but it's not carrying.
It's a mile short.
Yeah. I mean, I want to see that one again, because that was...
If it had gone the 5 days, this would have turned, and I reckon we would have seen a fair bit of reverse swing with this pitch. But if Nathan Lyon's raising the bat sometime tomorrow, I think Australia are in the box seat for his 25.
I reckon they're in the box seat now.
Well, Win Predictor still got South Africa ahead. They had slipped down before that Carey dismissal.
I don't think
it doesn't feel right.
Knows what they're doing.
Rabada's into Stark inside edge onto pad. It plops into the onside, right next actually to Stark. It's a bit of a Mexican standoff going on now. Stark's not going to pick it up. Rabada doesn't want it. Jansen in the end has to come from gully to collect the ball. We'll get one more over in after this, so there'll be 12 overs left unbowled today. But who cares about over rates when you have 28 wickets go down? We had 14 wickets go down yesterday. 14 wickets go down today. Well, we can't have 14 wickets go down tomorrow. There aren't 14 wickets left.
That's right. I'd love a third innings for the Test final.
I would now.
A third innings for the World Test final. That's another letter I've got to write to the MCC.
Rabada's in full, driven through the offside. Really good bit of fielding by Babuma.
He's saved, well, possibly 3 runs with this outfield there, diving away to his right. He is not a tall man, and he used every inch of his diminution to get to that ball. 8 for 137. It's a really good effort from Bavuma. They're scrapping for every run here. But I think Rabard will be quite happy because this is a 9-ball over it's going to be at the moment without another no ball, an 8-ball over, I beg your pardon. And he gets his last ball of the day at Nathan Lyon. 2 slips and a gully. Still got a deep point for reasons that amuse me. Unless they want him to take the single, perhaps, the bowler in the last over. Here we go. Rabado with figures of 3 for 43. He runs in to Lyon, who lets this go by, too wide, an easy leave. Rabada's work is done for today. He picked up Kawaja, he picked up Lavashane, and no, his work is not done. I spoke too soon. It is another no ball. 3 in the over. And it's still a pretty big no ball. I mean, this is becoming criminal here. 8 for 137, the lead 211. Was it 8 for 130? It is 8 for 138 now, the lead 212. He gets a second bite at the Lion Cherry, though. He's in. And it's played and missed. That bounces in front of the keeper. Everyone's got to come closer. We've got 1 over left in day 2, folks. Don't go away. 8 for 138.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Australia, 8 for 138. South Africa earlier today bowled out for 138. There's going to be 1 last over, and it's going to be bowled mystifyingly by Bjorn Mulder. Bavuma's captaincy never fails to bewilder as he comes in around the wicket to the left-handed Stark, who edges, and it lands in front of first slip this time. And the slips are all on their knees and they cannot understand this. There's smiles on their faces, but they've got to work out what they're doing here, because this is happening time and time again. They've got to get closer. They've got to buy the ticket. That is, 6 inches in front.
It's an awkward one. Even the batsman starts to smile at that because he's done it so perfectly. It's definitely just right in between the keeper and the second slip, who's very, very close, and it's gone towards first. First slip's come up now a bit late.
Yeah.
But it was right at first slip.
Mulder into Stark, down the leg side. It's going to be 4 byes, I think. I don't think there's anything on that. Rare byes, actually. Yeah, there was nothing Verena could do about that. And, well, that's 7 gifted runs in the last 7 legitimate balls. 4 wild byes and 3 no balls.
Yeah.
8 for 142, the lead 216. I mean, really, that's a poor ball from Mulder.
It is.
I don't understand.
Again, it's round the wicket at the left-hander and not going anywhere near the stumps.
If Jansen's out of puff, then you get it. Indeed, he's picked up 3 wickets. In again, Mulder, left alone by Stark, happy to play for stumps here. Hazelwood can get his pads off. He won't be required tonight because they'll troop off if a wicket falls. One of the more mystifying traditions of cricket. Never really understood why that happens. No one has adequately explained the reason. 3 balls remain on the second day of the World Test Championship final here on SEN with Jeremy Coney and Daniel Norcross. There will be more. There'll be interviews from Bharat. There'll be videos from Colo and Fleming. Round the wicket comes Mulder. And it's dropped him! And it's a sitter. A sitter for Jansen. What's he done? At last one carries. At last. At a good catchable height. And Jansen, well, he's on his knees. And a crueler Australian might just say to him, you've just dropped the World Test Championship.
Did this one bounce a bit and surprise them? They've all been going up, closer and closer and closer. Yeah, this one's bounced just a little bit more. It's beaten them with pace, hasn't it? It looks a comfortable height from where we are here, but it's gone quite quickly through the hands.
Mulder in, flicked away, punishment after the disappointment, and he's going to get a couple of runs as Rabada runs round from long leg to deep backward square. 2 more for Stark. He goes to 16, 1 ball left. I think you're right. I think they've come in closer. That's given him less reaction time. It's not even touched his hands. It's hit his stomach. It's rebounded in the air. He had a second bite at it, but he couldn't quite get to it. A consoling pat on Rian Mulder's back from Lungi and Gidi. But delight on the faces of, for example, Kawaja and Bo Webster watching on, as every one of these runs could be vital. 218 the lead, last ball of the day. Mulder is in. Oh, plays and misses through to the keeper, and that, my friends, will be that. The umpires take off the zinc bails. They remove the stumps. The covers will come on. The stewards will walk out. And the players will troop off. Another pulsating day. 14 wickets have fallen. South Africa began at 3 for 43. They were bowled out for 138. They were in a decent position after lunch. At 105 for 126, they lost their last 5 wickets for 12. That felt decisive. An opening partnership with Kawaja and Labuschagne seemed to have no alarms going for it when suddenly, and it really was sudden, an extraordinary collapse put Australia in all sorts of bother and got South Africa right back into this game. They collapsed in the end, losing 7 very quick wickets, but then a partnership, a really good partnership between Carey and Mitchell Stark, who remains unbeaten at stumps on 16 from 47, has got, you'd have to say, Australia back into the ascendancy from none for 28. They collapsed at 7 for 73. That's 7 for 45, and it was incredible stuff. Lungi and Gidi with 3 for 35. Rabada with 3 for 44, making the initial breakthroughs. A wicket for Jansen, a wicket for Mulder. The big wicket of Steve Smith was to Gidi. But Alex Carey's 43, the most fluent innings of the day on either side, has got Australia, well, with more than their noses in front. They lead by 218 in a low-scoring match, which you feel sure, barring unforecast rain, will end tomorrow. Earlier, Temba Bavuma, he looked more solid, and he also looked more assured, more positive. This morning, he and David Bedingham advanced South Africa from the doldrums of 4 for 30 to 4 for 94. When Bavuma was out, good catch by Labuschagne of the covers, and it kick-started a wonderful bowling performance from Pat Cummins. He finished with 6 for 28. The best figures by a captain in a test outlawed 6 for 28. As South Africa collapsed from 5 for 94, 6 for 126, and then all out for 138. And a couple of wickets for Mitchell Stark, 1 for Josh Hazlewood. And then that Australian response in their second innings. They lead by 218. They've got 2 wickets in hand, Australia. It doesn't look like a lot, but believe you me, unless South Africa find a better performance with the bat in the second innings, and if the pitch just eases, it's been very hard to understand today. The pitches at times look pretty placid, but then the bowling has been good and accurate. There's been some poor batting as well. South Africa will still believe, they've still got to believe, but that drop catch in the last over, it could yet hurt them, and the no balls. Jeremy Coney, sum up today.
Well, that's true. I think you've really summed it up. I mean, behind by 74 runs is quite significant, really, in this match, isn't it, in terms of the runs that the batsmen have been able to put together. It's been a bowling game, hasn't it, really, right from the word go. And South Africa bowled their way back into it, really, at one point, as you were talking just then, and they had, Australia on their knees at some point, but unfortunately a really good innings, unfortunately for South Africa, really good innings from Carey. I thought, who manipulated his way around those difficulties, and he and Stark were able to put together, I think, a match-winning partnership of between 50 and 60. So I think it's a big total. I think it's got too much for South Africa at the moment, unless, of course, we see nice sunny skies tomorrow, which I think it's supposed to be. I think, was it you who was telling me it's supposed to be 20-something?
28 tomorrow.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then we've seen the pitch kind of calm down completely when the weather improves. So let's wait and see. There might be some more surprises for us in this game, but at the moment, I think certainly Australia hold the key cards.
There have been three players of today for me. There's been Alex Carey with that splendid knock of 43, which was fluent and attractive apart from anything else. Very positive. He looked in terrific nick. There's been Lungi Ngidi, who was abject yesterday and came back today. Crucially, we were a bit sceptical about why he came back on when he got rid of Steve Smith, and
did well.
He really did do well, but ultimately the player of the day, as he so often is Australia's captain. Pat Cummins finishing with 6 for 28. He's on the honours board at Lord's. We're going to take, well, not just a break. We're going to go home. We're going to go home, and we're going to have some refreshments.
Yes.
It's been, as ever, so much fun here on SEN Test Cricket with Jeremy Coney, with Damien Fleming, with Bharat, Sundaresan, Andrew Sampson, myself, Daniel Norcross, and Adam Collins. We'll be back with the new ball an hour before the start of play. Wherever you are in Australia, you do the timings. We'll be back for what will almost certainly be the very last day. But from all of us, until then, thanks to our producers, goodbye.
Again, Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Stumps Day 2 of the World Test Championship Final. Another utterly bonkers day. 14 wickets yesterday, 14 wickets today. Don't worry about your tickets on day 4. There'll be no cricket. This will end tomorrow. The mace will be handed out on Friday afternoon. Flam, try and synthesise what it is that we've seen here as Australia have bowled out the Saffers for 138 and found themselves 144 for 8, or 8 for 144, I should say, the second time around. Have a crack at that.
Can we firstly address my suggestion before the first day? Why isn't there a third innings? Just for the Test final, a little bit of initiative, and that might have even gone to day 5.
Yeah.
A third innings. I can't. At the end of most sessions, I think, oh, well, the narrative's going that way. And the narrative today was Australia were just going to bat South Africa out of the Test match, none for 28, and they were 6 for 66. And it was also the second tier, wasn't it? Mulder and Nagini, who wasn't a factor in the first innings, bowled really, really well on that 9-over spell. So thank God for Alex Carey. You know, he threw it away in the first innings, but he is in ripping form at the moment. And that 43... That was so crucial with Australia being slightly ahead of the game.
And there are so many different elements. We're not going to be able to possibly capture this in 5 minutes, but there was a drop catch in the final over. If Stark's held on by Jansen in the gully after, 6 of them didn't carry to the cordon as the pitch started to get drier and slower and lower deep into the day. So the fact that Australia is still 218 in the black is somewhat deceptive of itself. But that Carey innings ended up being 43, a partnership of 61 with Mitchell Stark. When they came together, they were 7 for 73. Australia had lost 7, count it, 7 for 45.
Yep, certainly. Just didn't see it, because when you get to none for 28, and it's interesting, some analysis of the pitch, it's not that much different day 1, day 2 at Lord's to other years. But they're saying the credit to excellent bowling and just some real average batting. Some of the indecisive shots... really, there's only been a few proactive batsmen, haven't they? But going back to the start, South Africa, they obviously chatted last night. They knew they couldn't just play the way they did on last evening, where they were waiting for a bad ball. It doesn't come. But I thought they were off to quite a good start, and really Bavuma looked like he was going to bat through the innings, and really it was Pat Cummins who just grabbed the ball, Captain Pat, as he does as captain, going, no, I need to change the momentum of this game. And he did. Well-deserved five for his first here at Lord's, his 300 Test wicket. And then I thought, well, he's blown away South Africa, and Australia should just win this Test match easily.
And it felt that way. I mean, South Africa lose. Was it 5 for 12 after lunch? This has been a game of, insanely quick collapses. That's 7 wickets that Australia lost. 5 of them happened in 7 overs. It's hard to, unless you watched it, you were lucky enough to commentate it as we did, it's hard to capture just how frenetic it's been. It reminded me a little bit of that test match we did on SEN in indoor a couple of years ago that finished in 7 sessions. Now, this won't finish as quickly as that, but it's the same frenetic energy. And Cummins, 6 for 28, I think it was in 16.1 overs. He was utterly immaculate. 4 of them coming after lunch, and that's after a relatively speaking, sedate first session where the only wicket to fall was courtesy of a Labuschagne screamer at cover to get rid of the captain Bavuma when they did start pretty well. So 13 of those 14 happened after lunch.
Now, the sports scientist won't always say that overhead conditions have anything to play with the red kookaburra, the red duke ball, but we're seeing it, aren't we, in real time? So the Australians bowled in that first session when it was quite bright. It didn't swing, even though it was only 22, 23 overs old. But it was funny, once we got cloudy conditions, particularly when South Africa had the ball, it started to hoop around everywhere. So there is elements that are hard for batting, the continuing the slope. There's been seam against the slope. There's been some swing on both days. And some excellent bowling, but the batting has just been below par. But for South Africa, they obviously want to get these first 2 wickets early tomorrow morning, and they need someone to stand up, don't they? They need someone to make an historic 100 or 2 significant partnerships if they're going to be able to chase these runs.
Yeah, it's going to require the biggest score of the match. For a time there, it looks like it was going to be like sort of 150 or 160 or 170 odd, but none of those edges from Kerry were carrying. Reprieved on DRS. A couple of times Australia were in that frenetic final session as well. So it felt it was going one way. If they grasped that catch in the final over, who knows what it might look like. Instead, Flem, we come back tomorrow. It's not an all 4 results on the table job. There are, well, I guess there's 3 if you count the tie. Imagine that. You've always got to predict the tie, Flem, because one day it'll happen.
Yes. And who wins then? South Africa because they're on top of the table, or do we
split
have a super over?
No, we I don't know how they share it, mate.
A draw.
Either way,
share the money.
A tie they share it, draw they share. Either way, in the event of it not being resolved, a tie being resolved by
I'd rather be in Australia's shoes. Let's put it that way.
Flem, what I know for certain is that tomorrow is going to be compelling listening. Play resumes here at 10:30 local time. I wouldn't want to be missing a ball. Tune into us. Sync it up with your telly. If you don't have the ability to watch it on telly, just tune in every ball with us. We'll bring the passion. Yes. We'll bring the analysis with our outstanding experts, him, of course, Jeremy Coney, Bharat Sundaresan, and Daniel joining me on ball-by-ball duties. It's all going to be done thanks to Henley Homes, and we cannot wait to see who is going to win this thing on what is going to be the 3rd and final day here at Lord's.
Yeah, it's, ideally probably, have a few more wickets in the shed. But I think the trend of the game is the runs are coming down. It's still pretty difficult out there. So, I think it's set up pretty well for a day 3 finish, you'd imagine, tomorrow. But I think we're going to have to bowl well still in the 4th innings.
Pat, 300 test wickets, and you join 7 other Australians to do that. What does that mean to reach that milestone?
It's really cool. Knowing there's not too many on that list. I think as a fast bowler as well, 300s, something I always kind of thought about as, pretty good sign of kind of durability and, resilience and, longevity. I feel pretty proud to join that group.
Just on the 300, did you think when you started out, if I get to 300, I'll be like near the end? I mean, it seems like there's quite a few years yet to go for you.
Well, thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. I think so. I've had a really good run the last half a dozen years or so of not missing too many games. For the first few years, I didn't know where my second test match was coming. So, I still feel like I've got lots of miles in the legs. So I remember, Gaz's up past 500. It felt like, back in the day, 300 felt like you're close to the end. Starkey's still, he's almost 400. So, hopefully I don't feel like I'm going to end anytime soon. But, again, I think, the medical staff, I really need to thank, the way they looked after me in the early years and continually to get through a test match, the way they managed the fast bowlers, I think, a lot of that is a nod to them as well.
Can you just talk us through the batting and handle the ball situation? Did you withdraw the ability?
Yeah, well, the umpires said it was dead ball, first of all, but I think we probably would have withdrawn. Yeah.
Hi, Pat. So, two best test teams in the world, and people are struggling to score runs. The wicket doesn't look devilish. So, can you explain what's going on?
I think it's a mixture of the wicket's still doing a little bit. Like, it feels like just when it's not doing anything, one ball will suddenly seem quite drastically. But I think both teams bowled really well, really disciplined. Haven't been too many half volleys. Both teams are kind of just hanging in that good length area, pretty tight line. So I think it's the fast bowling. South Africa today again they look pretty tricky, and the wicket's got enough in it to make it even more tricky.
And it's been really exciting. The crowd was really into it today as the wickets were falling. But it looks like it's going to be a 3-day finish. Do you think that it is fair so far lived up to its billing as the pinnacle of Test cricket?
Going to day 2, I think it's pretty close to 50-50. I think that's a pretty good Test match. I think that's a beauty. You get all Test matches look a little bit differently, but I think whenever there's a pretty good balance between bat and ball, I think it's always a pretty good match. And I think this game, some guys have got themselves in and look pretty comfortable out there, and obviously a lot of other guys haven't. So I think it's been a pretty good balance.
Going into the test, you said you were hoping that Marnus would kind of show a bit of intent and be positive out there. What did you make of his performance, and where does it leave him, do you think, with his place in the team?
Yeah, I think first of all, middle of a Test match, so we'll work that out, later on. But I thought he's looked sharp both innings. Again, some really good bowling. He batted some tough overs. I think he looked busy and looked like he had a really good plan. So, I thought he batted well both innings. No doubt he would have liked to go on, but he got himself in, faced quite a few balls, and looked in command of his skills out there. But unfortunately, kind of both innings found a way to nick it.
Pat, before you went out to bat, did you have a score in mind, and where would you put that now that you'd be happy with?
Not really. I think initially probably when I walked out, anything over 200. So good to get over that, but you just want to get as many runs as you can. Happy to have got 200. Hopefully we get another 20 or 30 in the morning. That'd be good. I think that would give us, a few more options to bowl. A few more aggressive fields and those kind of things. So I think, see how we go, but happy to have it over 200.
You started throwing your hands at KG. Do you think that's sort of the way to go on a deck and against attack, that every ball kind of feels like it could be wickets?
I did for me when I was batting. I think everyone else will kind of work out their own method. But it didn't work for me. Kind of missed half volley on leg stump, unfortunately.
Just a good chance you'll be talking about Pat again tomorrow. So, right.
Just the space at which this game is not bad. Do you think just the Alex Carey-Mitchell Stark partnership sort of switched momentum towards you guys? And did you feel some more people appear on the balcony all of a sudden during that partnership? Was that more because the wickets had fallen so quickly to that point?
Yeah, I think that, the room and the mood in the change room was pretty positive towards the end there. It was a great partnership, 50 odd. With each run, it was almost like a run chase. You're like, okay, that's good. 4 runs, getting pretty loud claps, especially from Marnus. He's always pretty noisy. It was, I think, a pretty good way to end the day. Yeah.
Carey, he seems to either come in when there's big scores on the board and have to accelerate the game, or in a tricky situation like that. How valuable is he to the team, particularly in a tricky situation?
It seems like number 6 and 7's, always the trickiest place to bat. And 5, I think Trav Head's done over the years. Bo's played some crucial knocks lately, and Kez has been brilliant. He's dragged us out of that. He bats brilliantly with the tail as well, kind of leading that partnership. So again, another valuable partnership when, puts the pressure back on the opposition when it seems like, they're on top. He was brilliant today.
Away from us bowls here and driving expansively is Bavuma. On the up, doesn't move, runs away for 4. Sent back. 2 slips the gully bowls here, and he drives square. 1 man to beat. It is the backward point and does so. So Bavuma, 2 boundaries in the over. Partnership building up to 32. Stark bowls here. And Bettingham, beautiful. Through mid-wicket on the clip. That was an off-stump line delivery. and you wouldn't know it from the shot. It trickles out to the rope, all timing. Bettingham in here, close to the stumps to Bavuma. Hits him on the pad, looks good given. No doubt from Chris Gaffney. It was Bavuma caught on the crease, and just when this partnership was building, reaching 36, sure enough, it's Josh Hazelwood that breaks it open. They're considering a review, 6 seconds to go, and he will go upstairs for Aymar.
Oh no, it's got an edge. Got a feint,
there is an inside edge.
Feint edge.
Hazelwood is in. This is driven through the covers by Bavuma, and it's going to run away to the boundary for 4. A little risky, that shot, going away from his body. Cummins in once again. And Bavuma pulls at this vigorously, gets plenty of it. That might have gone all the way. It has, you know. That's gone all the way into the grandstand for 6. A very enterprising shot. As a short man, it's a shot he should be able to play well.
The height, the release point, we'll see him soon, I'm sure. Stark passes umpire Gaffney, bowls here. Lovely drive from Bettingham. One man to beat at mid-off, does so comfortably. Out towards the rope, it goes for 4. Cummins up here to Bavuma, who drives to cover. What a catch! Marnus Labuschagne to his right. Had plenty of work to do. Had to time the dive, did so perfectly. Cummins gets a second wicket. Australia's first of day 2.
Webster in, and Jag's back, and this gets into an horrible tangle. And now the Australians are saying, wait a minute, what's going on there? They're asking the question.
Handled ball, are they?
Are they? Or obstructing the field, I suppose it would now be.
Yes,
I think they
both.
changed the definition.
Well,
Carey doesn't need another one of these.
No.
Now then, the umpires are having a chat.
I think he
This
wanted
is
to check
interesting.
if I asked Pat Cummins if you want to appeal for it. Usman Khawaja just saying you used your hand, and the umpires just walked
Not
up
out.
to Pat Cummins and said if they want to appeal. Oh, and he dropped the ball. Well,
But then he picks up and dropped it.
But it was in the back of the pad, lodged in the back of the pad.
Yeah.
Yep.
So once it's got in there,
Yeah.
it's dead.
It is.
In again, Cummins. He's got the 3 slips. Bowls here. Hits Verena on the pad. Shout for leg before Chris Gaffney. And he's run into him in his appeal. It's given not out, and running backwards to appeal. Verena was coming down the pitch as well, and they've collided with each other. Now it's been given not out. Cummins goes up to Carey to consult. Are they going to send it upstairs? He is going to send it upstairs. At DRS for Aymar. Into ball tracking. 2 reds and hitting! Hitting! The Cummins review has worked. As Cummins bowls to Jansen. Back to him. Caught and bowled. Twice in the over. What a leader he is, Pat Cummins. He's got 4. He's bursting open this World Test Championship final. It's a 3-ball duck for Marco Jansen. Cummins goes bang bang. South Africa 7 for 126.
Here comes Cummins. Beats the bat. Oh, has he? I think he might have got an edge on that. He has. Well, I never. What a brilliant piece of bowling from Pat Cummins. It's his 5th wicket. He's on the honours board, and he's bowled a beauty to get rid of Bettingham for 45, zeroing in on off stump, and then it just left him up the slope, takes the edge, and a really good diving catch from Carey. And now Australia are right on top. South Africa 8 for 135 as Pat Cummins,
look at him go,
raises the ball to all corners of this ground. It's a superb spell he's in the middle of here, and he deserves all the applause he gets. Maharaj, who clips that away nicely on the leg side. They pick up a single. They're going to come back for a second. This could be tight. Oh, now I wonder, this does look tight. I think he might just have got home, is my initial feeling, but it was a risky second to take. They're going to go upstairs. Oh, I don't look at this. Oh, he's in. He's out. He is out.
God, that was needless. That dismissal.
Wasn't it? Keshav Maharaj has run himself out, basically. It was his call. The ball was tapped nicely into the onside, picked up the single. Didn't feel like a second was on. For a quicker man, it might have been, but for Keshav Maharaj, it wasn't, and he was run out by a couple of inches as the throw came in. A good throw. Carey just whipped the bails off. And Maharaj has tossed away a wicket that South Africa can ill afford to lose. They are now 9 down with just Rabada at the crease and then Gidi to walk out. And Pat Cummins needs Gidi to survive a ball so he can get his 300. Cummins into Rabada, bangs in short, and he's got a hold of this. High in the air, and taken! And that is Pat Cummins' 300 test wicket. Rabada the man to go. South Africa bowled out, but Pat Cummins, they've just shown it on the big screen here.
300 Test wickets for this champion bowler, the Australian captain. He's picked up 6 for 28 today. He does this so often when his side is struggling to find a wicket, when there's doughty batting from the opponent. He breaks the game open, and he's done it today. Rabada is in as he edged and gone. Khawaja has to go, stuck on the crease in that in-between area that Khawaja so often gets befuddled by. He just pushed at the ball not too far. He's into Green, who is edged and gone! Green goes for a duck, he's called it slip, it is a double strike for Rabada. He goes bang, bang! And South Africa are just about back in this.
And Cam Green's return to Test cricket hasn't gone the way a lot of people thought it would. Number 3 probably isn't where he should be batting.
Jansen 2 back for the short ball. This goes past the inside edge. Has he hit it? Has Labuschagne hit it? He has. It took a long time for the finger to go up. The South Africans were convinced. Labuschagne throws the bat up in the air in dismay. Jansen gets him again in the channel outside the line of the off stump. And just when this game was drifting, and not long after Jansen went down with that thumb injury, he's found the breakthrough 25 minutes after tea.
Well, that's a carbon copy of his dismissal in the first innings. And now the jury is well and truly out for Marnus Labuschagne as a Test cricketer in the near future. Is this the final blow, Adam Collins? He was given a chance to open. Yes, he batted for 56 balls in the first innings, 64 balls in the second innings. But what do the selectors make of this? Pat Cummins said it was a one-off, Marnus as opener. But with Sam Constance breathing down his neck, you do wonder what lies ahead.
Zangidi is in. Oh, now it's dropped bang in front. Surely umpire shakes his head. Ooh. If there's no bat on this, has he just got outside the line? But Fuma's got to look. He's got to look, hasn't he? He's asking. Is it too high? No, it's not too high. They say he's going upstairs. Yeah. Oh, impact in line.
Oh, no.
Hitting. Smith is out. Smith, I repeat, is out. But that is a massive moment in any Test match. It's an even bigger moment in a World Test Championship final, with Australia now tottering. Well, the first Labuschagne, now Smith. They're 4 for 48. That lead looks like just 122 rather than 122. The Gidi into completely over. Now he's back to the pad. This looks close. The feed has gone up. Webster has been given out LBW, and Geely's got him shuffling forward. He's referred it. I wouldn't say immediately. No. He's shaking their head a bit. If this is in line, this is out. Trouble. I don't think he's hit it. Here we go. Ball tracking. Oh dear, this feels out. Yeah. It is. Wait for it. Hitting. It's a 5th wicket. It's Webster and Geely with a double strike. And Australia now are up against it.
Mulder bowls and he knocks him over! Heads ball by Mulder! Off stump, bent back, Zing Bale's flying in the sky. Rian Mulder does come to the party. Australia are 6 for 66. To say it's game on at Lords is a gross understatement. They only lead by 140. Here comes South Africa. Lights on, sun out. All eyes on Ngidi. Away from us, nursery end, bowls to Cummins. Bowls him! He's gone through him! A deflection off the pad. Bends back the off stump. Lungi Ngidi. He was the man least likely yesterday. Brought back after tea. And he's gone bang, bang, bang. Australia is 7 for 73. This collapse is unbelievable. They only lead by 147. South Africa have opened up a magnificent opportunity for themselves to win that mace.
Rabada runs in once more. Carey gets up fine. He's going to get 4. He's going to run down to the pavilion boundary. It was on the pads, ill-directed. There's a bit of bat on that.
I don't know what you guys think, but I think 185. There's another no ball.
No, it'll take him to 100.
And I think if this gets a close game...
So is that the 100 up?
Yeah. And so recognised by the crowd.
Yeah.
Gee, they've been a good crowd for 2 days. They're fully plugged in. The Aussie fans, the Proteas fans, the neutrals, they all want to be here.
Good on them. 174 runs now, the targets, 175 to win. I think 185 will be enough here at the moment. So things have to happen now for South Africa.
On a knife edge, Jansen bowls here, hits Carey on the pad, gone, given straight away. No hesitation at all. Umpire Illingworth gives it, Carey has to review it, he's duty bound for Imar, but boy, I'd be surprised if it's impact outside the line. It could come down to height again.
That was so confident from the umpire, wasn't it?
It'll lead to a lot. Inside edge. Inside edge is saving Alex Carey. It remains 7 for 100. The Australian fans go up as one.
And the keeper's got to be up
It's
too,
like a
doesn't
fit
he?
day.
Yeah.
Pitch, slip field.
Rabada delivers
Shot.
and Stark drives and does it so nicely. Down towards a rope, and that's the 50 partnership. What a crucial partnership in the context of a low-scoring game. Coming in after the collapse, which looks like it could be terminal. They lost 7 for 45, Australia, at one stage.
Round the wicket comes Mulder. And it's dropped him! And it's a sitter. A sitter for Jansen. What's he done? At last one carries. At last. At a good catchable height. And Jansen, well, he's on his knees. And a crueler Australian might just say to him, "You've just dropped the World Test Championship." And the players will troop off another pulsating day. 14 wickets have fallen. South Africa began at 3 for 43. They were bowled out for 138. They were in a decent position after lunch. At 105 for 126, they lost their last 5 wickets for 12. That felt decisive. An opening partnership with Khawaja and Labuschagne seemed to have no alarms going for it when suddenly, and it really was sudden, an extraordinary collapse put Australia in all sorts of bother and got South Africa right back into this game. They collapsed in the end, losing 7 very quick wickets, but then a partnership, a really good partnership between Carey and Mitchell Starc, who remains unbeaten at stumps on 16 from 47, has got, you'd have to say, Australia back into the ascendancy from none for 28. They collapsed at 7 for 73. That's 7 for 45, and it was incredible stuff. Lungi and Gidi with 3 for 35. Rabada with 3 for 44, making the initial breakthroughs. A wicket for Jansen, a wicket for Mulder. The big wicket, the big wicket of Steve Smith was to Gidi. But Alex Carey's 43, the most fluent innings of the day on either side, has got Australia, well, with more than their noses in front. They lead by 218 in a low-scoring match, which you feel sure, barring unforecast rain, will end tomorrow. Earlier, Temba Bavuma, he looked more solid, and he also looked more assured, more positive. This morning, he and David Bedingham advanced South Africa from the doldrums of 4 for 30 to 4 for 94. When Bavuma was out, good catch by Labuschagne in the covers, and it kick-started a wonderful bowling performance from Pat Cummins. He finished with 6 for 28. The best figures by a captain in a test, outlawed 6 for 28. As South Africa collapsed from 5 for 94, 6 for 126, and then all out for 138. Now, a couple of wickets for Mitchell Starc, 1 for Josh Hazlewood. And then that Australian response in their second innings. They lead by 218. They've got 2 wickets in hand, Australia. It doesn't look like a lot, but believe you me, unless South Africa find a better performance with the bat in the second innings, and if the pitch just eases, it's been very hard to understand today. The pitches at times look pretty placid, but then the bowling has been good and accurate. There's been some poor batting as well. South Africa will still believe, they've still got to believe, but that drop catch in the last over, it could yet hurt them and the no balls. Jeremy Coney, sum up today.
Well, that's true. I think you've really summed it up. I mean, behind by 74 runs is quite significant, really, in this match, isn't it, in terms of the runs that the batsmen have been able to put together. It's been a bowling game.